That'd be so funny.
Uh,
I'm trapped in this pose.
no, it's fine. Let me see. Episode, I don't know, something 440 days ago. Yep. Extended discussion. That's about the best intro I
Four
can do.
years.
Huh?
It's been 4 years.
What's the Titanic? It's been 73 years or something. How old is that lady? 46 years? I don't know. I've never seen it all the way through.
I don't remember the number.
It's been 23 years. Not 23. It's 56 years, 58 years.
Heart will go on.
Any,
I like the Pokemon version. It's been 3,000 years.
I don't know that one. I'm not a
Yeah.
Pokemon lore person. Hey, Lighty,
Not a
I
Pokemon.
couldn't get
Yeah.
anyone else for this podcast because I asked like a ton of people to draw birds and burnt all my like Discord contacts. I didn't ask you because I knew I would only get horrors beyond comprehension.
You can draw a bird? I can
You
draw a bird.
you don't have to. No, it's okay. I don't need a
All
bird.
right, I've begun.
Okay, great. Did you like the league announcement? I don't know how to podcast. Anyone?
Weibo.
Anyone like
I
the
liked
league?
it.
Yeah.
I thought it was good.
What'd you like about it?
What did I like about it? Let's see.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh,
balance changes, a lot of new content. I'm very distracted by the balance changes because they did some crazy stuff. Uh,
like what?
the obvious one, people are talking about how crazy champion is
Oh yeah.
because it sets you to maximum fortify no matter what your maximum fortify is, and also all of your nearby allies to maximum fortify. So if you build your entire build around it, you can have like 65 stacks of fortification, so everything near you
87.
takes 65% less damage. Yeah, you can go higher, but this is like sustainable.
Yeah.
The build that I'm doing has like 58 stably. It doesn't use focus.
What about madness?
Yeah, it uses madness. So when you see me looking this direction, I'm looking at Jim and Lighty because they're on that other monitor.
I mean, that's exactly perfect. Is that where you're looking like on your actual monitor, or is that where you're just like looking in the wrong
Okay,
spot because Discord, like where the boxes are?
no, this is correct. I'm looking directly at my primary monitor, which just has the VTuber on it right now, and that's where the webcam is.
It's
And
not a
then I went
VTuber.
to
This is
my
what you
other
actually
monitor.
look like.
This is a scan of the outfit that I wore to ExileCon,
I've
and
I met Yosis, and this
the
is what he looked like in real life. This is the truest
yes,
representation of him as a human being.
this is a scan of my real body,
You need to
which
get
I then spent 2 weeks getting into a VTuber
you need
with
to
no
scan
prior experience.
the toucan hat as well for like a special
Uh,
like toggle.
I have it. It's you can't. I turned off hand tracking, so I can't point at it.
Okay.
But right there, I'm pointing at it is the
With your
toucan hat.
face. Oh yeah, lovely. I don't have anything
I
like that
can't.
anymore.
Yeah, it's up there.
Champion, huh? I saw like a whole bunch of people. I've done very little research and reading, but I saw a whole bunch of people talking about it on Reddit or something, and it was too big brain for
Yeah,
me to understand.
someone already posted an MS Paint build that is like 80% of the way towards what me and Cardia Darkhill have been theory crafting. Cardia Darkhill is someone that we met at ExileCon, and he brought the Tainted Pact idea to me, and we worked on that build together, and that's the build of the week video. So now we're working on this one together.
You,
It's
you
not as intricate and cool as that previous one, but it's really, really powerful.
so
Except for the 0 damage.
you got out of ExileCon with friends, and I like lost my hat. Uh, I
His
misplaced that.
virginity gone.
I misplaced that. They gave you like a $500 hideout code. I lost that immediately. I'm so upset. Like the whole reason to go to ExileCon is to get the exclusive MTX, and it's gone. But that's okay.
I still have that toucan card signed by Bex and
Oh
one by
yeah,
Chris.
that was pretty good. The toucan card, dude. Rest in
R.I.P.
pieces, Chris. What the hell? Especially how they like didn't really say anything. It just happened, you know.
I feel like he's like, okay, I've been like the face of the company. I'm taking all the PR hits. I just want to collect Magic the Gathering cards, bro.
Like,
Yeah.
it probably would have to assign like an NDA or something for him just to not even talk in the community. I would assume he still plays Ruthless or something.
I think he is glad to not have to interact with the community after doing it nonstop for like 10 years.
Sure, but like, I'm assuming he liked doing it. But then again, once like your hobby becomes your job, it just becomes
Yeah,
less
it's
fun.
not like he hates it,
Right.
but like there's probably good reasons that he's not voluntarily jumping at the chance at the moment. Anyway, I'm gonna put something on this main monitor so I'm not constantly turning my head.
No, that's fine. I'm breaking my recording as it is to try and. Oh, I understand your Pokemon.
Are you green screening me somewhere?
No. I was looking. I was just trying to see what the gift. I was assuming Lighty gave us a bird that he drew, but he didn't.
I'm still drawing it.
Oh hell yeah! I don't know. I don't even know if I
await
want
your
it.
masterpiece.
Dude, the amount of salt that came from that bird video, from people not knowing I would send them off to an artist and being like, I would have put in more than 5 minutes effort if I knew that.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
I've put in like whatever amount of
this'll-
effort since we've been here, basically.
Hell yeah, that's all I need. I mean, I don't need it anymore. It was a
Now I'm looking at the second monitor.
one and done kind of thing, but so
All right, well,
I still want to see it.
okay. I'm just taking a screenshot of
Now I have to watch
screenshot
this
here.
bird video.
You're gonna have to.
There you go. I've drawn a
That's
drawn a
pretty
willow,
good
a willow
bird.
ptarmigan.
That's
I know.
like I was expecting literally the worst.
No. I'm a great drawer.
Uh,
It's a willow ptarmigan. It's the bird that makes the sound that goes awaybo.
I honestly I should have expected that.
Yeah.
Why do you like that so much?
Like what?
You know.
No, you gotta be specific.
Why do you reference that so much? The fucking bird
Reference
thing.
What?
The bird
Bird.
thing.
What's what? What
There's
sound
so
does it
much. Whatever the fuck.
Make the sound.
No.
Make the sound, little
I
boy.
don't want to. Now that like.
Wicked.
Thanks.
Yep.
Josis will have it on soundboard soon enough.
He needs to get an awaybo.
This is just from Untitled Goose Game.
Yep.
And this one, I tried to make it sound like the clown horn.
Mm,
I hate it
mm.
slightly. So
I love what it does when I light up.
I can't see.
Meh.
Wait 1 sec. Do it again. Okay.
That's the best part.
Awaybo.
Thanks. Talking something impressions, not league mechanic, expansion. I'm a bit worried because like I'm not like okay, PoE 2. Did you like PoE 2, Lighty?
Oh no, I think that's just the worst decision.
Why? Aside from like the
I-
resources thing, like as a game, what's wrong with it? And if you in like in 2
It
words,
feels like I'm playing a dog shit version of regular Path.
right? I just feel like I'm not good at it, or whatever they want you to be good, or even like what they want to be a good end game build is just not fun. Like I couldn't even step into the end game, and I'm slightly worried because their wording on I think that in the Q&A or something that for PoE 1, now that they know that PoE 2 is the baby's game, which I don't understand that because the end game is so difficult, but I guess getting through the campaign was pretty easy. I'm gonna get to my point eventually. It was something like now that PoE 2 is this is the beginner friendly campaign and PoE 1 is we don't need to cultivate newbies anymore. They're only gonna keep making end game content, and I haven't even killed Uber bosses yet. Like I haven't killed any of the new Uber bosses. I say new, fucking whenever they came out, like 2 years ago or something. And now they're just gonna keep adding more and more end game shit, and it's gonna outpace me, and I'm a little bit worried. But I guess
Well, think of it this way: if the content outpaces you, then you have infinite game. You never run out.
But what if I just really suck? Like
I mean,
Noiter
if
or
you
whatever's
never
a really
get
good
there,
game.
You still haven't run out.
Yeah, I guess I'll
Technically.
take the Yosis approach and make one build a league. If it's a really good build though, like I'm not trying to throw shade.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. No, Yosis is so shit at this game.
My nuanced opinion on PoE 2 is it was literally supposed to be from the start a different game. Why would you make the same game twice?
Mm.
And so it makes sense that it's a different feel to PoE 1, and if you prefer PoE 1, then you
But-
can play PoE 1, and if you prefer PoE 2, you can play PoE 2. That's not
That's a
code
valid.
like,
That's a
"Oh,
valid
if you don't like
opinion.
this game, don't play it."
That's a valid opinion.
It's-
But when they said, when you said it's meant to be a different game, it wasn't though. It was supposed to be the same game, just a different campaign. And then they made
well,
it individual.
originally,
Right,
way
okay.
back,
Uh-huh.
like
One
the initial
game,
proposal,
two
it was supposed to be
campaigns,
one game.
7
it was
acts.
originally supposed to be one game. At
PoE
some point, they came out
4.0.
and said specifically, we abandoned that approach. It's going to be 2 different games now. And now that it's going to be two different games, we want to do something different.
Which is why they tried to make a new endgame. I didn't want to make this shitting on PoE 2, but I'm so glad it is separate games, because if we got like... I like whatever they've done with this PoE 1 endgame thing. I know nothing about it. The memory stuff, the 3 extra bosses that are basically PoE 2 bosses reskinned, or like the rigging reskinned with different meshes. That's cool, maybe, but like I'm so glad that we didn't get PoE 2 endgame. I was so worried they were going to bring that fucking civilization map into PoE 1.
So
Uh-oh.
my further nuanced opinion
Oh,
on
no.
PoE 2
What?
is I see the pieces currently, because it's early access, and they mean early access. They don't mean like, oh, this game's going to be early access for 5 years and it's actually the full game. This is actually, they're trying shit that they know might not work
Mhm.
and throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And so I see the pieces of what will eventually be a very good game, as opposed to judging it on its full merits right this moment.
Sure. Sorry, I had to Google what nuanced meant. Because he kept saying it. I'm like, is he just saying this to cover himself for having shit opinions? But they weren't shit opinions.
I photosynthesized with this.
I know what that one means.
No, I was making a joke about people using big words when they don't know what they mean.
Right, okay. I thought you were trying to trick me by using a big word to, like, serendipitous yourself into... I can't think of anything else. Fuck. Yeah.
Turbo Encabulator.
Don't get me started. I spent a lot of time writing that script for that other thing, and people just like, this
Big
sounds like
words?
gibberish. Yeah.
It was gibberish.
No, it made sense as well, though.
What
I mean,
about
it
what
made
about
sense
ovipositor?
as
How
a
about that
whole.
one, Jim?
Nope. I know what that one is,
let's
but
not
that
go
is
that
nothing to do with PoE. Although
The
it
fact
could
that
be.
You know what that one is wild.
What do you
You
mean?
don't know what. You don't know what like.
How is that wild?
Photosynthesis is, but you know what
I said I knew what
He uses the
photosynthesis
internet,
was.
Lighty.
Yikes!
The internet does not necessarily have plants on it.
Doesn't preclude it.
Okay, I'll have to
Oviposit.
gotta Google preclude. The problem is you're pronouncing
We're
them
teaching
weird.
Jim vocabulary words.
Yeah, my spelling
Yeah,
is not
preclude.
good.
It's definitely spelled P-R-A-Y.
Precu, and then just type that in. That should autofill the rest.
Fuck. I nearly fell for it. Nearly fell for it. I was typing it out and I got the preclude. Oh yeah, I did not think of it like that. Cool. I was talking to this feminist recently, and
Let's just stop right there.
This is an excellent podcast segue. We're a podcast now, ladies and gentlemen.
well, I honestly thought condone.
What's the deal with reparations?
I thought
go down that road.
condone was like the opposite meaning. Like when people say they don't condone, I thought that meant like.
So every
Condones
time
have
someone
they
was
have a
like, I
reservoir
don't
tip.
condone violence, you're
Yeah.
like, yes, you do.
No, I thought condone meant like negative. And so when people say they don't condone, I'm like, why would they say that? But it turns out I'm wrong. I also I thought the patriarchy was like women, not men. Because it sounds like
Yeah.
patron or whatever, you know? And
If you
At
don't know
this
where
point,
words
it
come
would
from,
be-
yeah.
It would be
So
safer to assume
I had such a scary
you-
conversation with a feminist because I was like trying to be supportive and they were just tearing into me and I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
It seems as though you should pretend it's opposite day at this point.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Mhm.
I also like my family has like 30 close family members. Like we see each other every other day, which is exhausting, but it's really cool. And I'm like, and we're like all get along and stuff, and it's kind of like a cult. And we were talking about how it's so weird because people that marry into the family, they got their family as well, and they all hate each other, and their aunties are trying to backstab for like inheritance, and none of that shit happens here. It might happen eventually. And I'm like, yeah, we all get along because we just all gossip behind each other's backs. And apparently gossip is also the wrong word, because as soon as I said that, the entire family just started shitting on me, and then they all started like, because they totally do, but like they just it's more like in a positive, like if one person finds out one thing, by the end of the day, 30 other people in all different
Yeah, so
households will know.
it gets disseminated amongst the family.
Don't you dare!
So
I'm
the
not
thing
gonna
about-
fucking Google that. Anything with semen in it, I'm not googling.
No, technically, he used that correctly.
I don't care.
In a
I'm not
inappropriate
I
context, but
listen.
you are correct in that it is also used inappropriately.
He's just trying to find fancy
It's the
double
perks of
meaning
having
words.
quite a a deep
Okay, so
lexicon.
the point of gossiping behind everyone's back is that you don't come out and say to the people that you're gossiping about that you are gossiping behind their back.
No, I
I
didn't
almost feel
say.
like the gossiping is behind the back. Almost feels like a prerequisite to the majority of gossip.
I am also
Typically
like.
not the target you're divulging it with.
Gossip directly in front of them, establish dominance.
I'm making myself
I don't know if
seem
it's
better
gossip,
than
then.
what it was, because I didn't say gossip
Might
yet.
just be provocation at
I
that
said
point.
I said they're all bitching behind each other's back, but in my brain that's the same thing as gossiping, and so I just and then it was just like an escalation of.
Bitching is complaining, but putting an incentive, like more like a little accent on the complaint. I would say the gossip part
Jim,
makes it sound like you're
It
going
does
around
happen,
someone's
though.
back on purpose. Like
Jim,
you're trying to seed,
rolling nat ones on all of his charisma checks.
That's
yeah.
how I got to where I am in
But to be
life.
fair, his character sheet was shit on the beginning.
I never claimed
he
to be good at
he has
language.
a low ability score.
Well, no.
Low rolled across the board.
I got high willpower and time. That's it.
You didn't
Time.
use an
That
established
famous-
spread. You actually rolled the die for each
Yeah.
of your stats, and you just load.
Hell
Famous
yeah.
5th edition stat time.
Yeah. Like unemployment, that's a benefit. It's a bonus.
He's got the sleep schedule of a Warforged.
I don't know, these
Perfect.
days my sleep schedule's pretty fucked. Yeah.
I know they don't sleep.
No, I mean like in a bad way. Like I have to get like 10 to 12 hours a day, or else I just feel like shit. I think I'm dying.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
yeah, it doesn't
Damn.
sound good.
Yeah. It's great because I go to sleep at 12 and then I wake up at 12. What are we talking about? Yeah, video games.
You want to talk about how some women don't deserve? the
No,
patriarchy.
I'm re-railing.
Yeah, you're talking
I'm
about the
reeling, I'm
patriarchy.
bringing the. Listen, okay, it's the. Fuck you! I was about to go on. No,
Your
matriarchy,
thoughts on slavery, Jim?
matriarchy, and patriarchy. See, I thought they were different things. I thought matriarchy was for men because
Because it starts with
matriarchy.
an M.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
Not the word
patriarchy was
nature
for
starts
women.
with P.
Yeah.
And
True.
so all
It's
these
like
feminists
pterodactyl,
were
yeah.
like, we got to demolish the patriarchy. I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. That's like they built
Yeah.
that for you.
You're just chanting in your head, self-report.
And then like
That's bullshit.
I could make this even worse because like women's suffrage. I was like, women are suffering. That we shouldn't do that. But apparently that means right to vote.
Yep.
Yeah, there's all these like, why do they make words so hard?
Wait till Jim finds out about like cancer walks and things like that. It's like, why would I want to walk for cancer?
I support
Cancer's
breast
I don't.
cancer.
Yeah, I don't support
Exactly.
cancer. What the hell?
You support breast cancer awareness. It's very
Ah,
important that you include that last word.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Fuck.
You've just become like the plot of like a really shitty isekai like anime. Just the man. I was reborn in a new world with zero understanding.
Yeah. No, I mean that's how they all are though.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
but where's
I'm
your
sure
cell
there's a
phone?
light novel with that exact premise.
Yep.
But that's like
Reborn in a new
that's
world
how
with zero
isekai's
charisma.
supposed to work. Because how do the isekai protagonists get their world building, like the exposition? Because that gets
Typically death
yeah.
by a truck.
Or they just
Right.
ignore, like they just ignore world building and do whatever they're gonna do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I watched one recently.
Anyway,
No, I'm not going back into feeling. I watched
yeah,
one recently.
let's not go down.
I tried to
that
watch
rabbit
one
hole.
recently that was like so shit I had to turn it off. But like the very first scene, the like priest or whatever that had summoned the person to another world, and the person was so confused as to how they got there, and the priest was like, "Didn't you see my truck messenger?" Like they like specifically mentioned that we used the truck to bring him. Weren't you visited by a truck? It's like very meta. Anyway,
It's too meta at this point.
Yeah.
Path of Exile.
we don't have to. But we can do it entirely. It's like the biggest PoE news in a year for PoE 1 players,
Well,
and we could just
the
talk
only
about
PoE
not
news
that.
in a year.
Yeah, but it's still the biggest, right?
PoE
True.
2 patch came out yesterday and nobody noticed.
I noticed. 'Cause...
I mean, I noticed. I just didn't play it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. they announced like two. We're gonna talk about everything except P1. They announced like two uniques or whatever on their YouTube. Do you see that?
Oh yeah, I watched the video for the crossbow, and I'm kicking myself. I immediately had the most self-centered thought because like the description of the crossbow, they were like it's based on like this crazy or traumatic event or something. And in my mind, I immediately jumped to the alpha test where I broke everything with a
Cheated.
crossbow and it
Yeah.
was a tragedy. And I was like, damn, I'm so self-centered for having thought that.
They built it for me.
I need someone to pop the balloon that is the head of my ego that's currently inflating.
No, I have the exact same ego, except I assume they designed Cyrus and all the conquerors after me and all the degenerates who farm a lot of maps. But
Well, they did.
well,
But not you specifically.
no, yeah. No, like one of them's definitely me. I don't know which one. PW1 and
All of
the Merc League something.
Let me skim the patch
Oh,
notes again.
I've been wanting Merc League like that for ages, basically, like the definition, like the building little dudes and equipping gear and
I'm
stuff.
basically gonna use the Merc like it's a free animated guardian
Well, yeah,
and hope that it does damage because it uses skills instead of an auto attack.
they showed him
Uh,
doing damage, kinda.
Yeah. So if it works out perfectly with my build, I really hope that mechanic stays, but I doubt it.
What mechanic? Oh, you mean like
in
Merc
that case,
Core?
I'll have to go back to using an animated guardian.
Well, like animated
But you're gonna be
guardians.
using an
there's-
animate guardian anyway.
Yeah, like they're like
Every build will just have animate guardian.
they're like infinite now, right? One per map, and
Correct.
you just get the gear back. Is there?
So this is here. I'll reveal more details of the build because someone already posted this on Reddit.
Mhm.
So you're using the madness boots, and you're tanking the debuff. You're having the debuffs on all the time. So you have to learn to deal with 90% reduced life recovery rate, 90% reduced flask effect and flask charges gained, 60% increased damage taken, and 60% less action speed. So all of that is extremely debilitating. There are only a few sources of not being affected by minus 60% action speed, and one of them is boots, and you're already using the madness boots, so you can't do that. The other one is Juggernaut Ascendancy, and we're a champion, so we can't do that. The only thing left is to put a Garb of the Ephemeral on an animated guardian because it has an aura of your allies can't have their action speed reduced below base, and your allies can't get crit. So it's a very powerful item, and it's balanced by having really high attribute requirements, and then you just shove it on an animated guardian that doesn't care about those.
Yep.
And the mercs
So
don't
you
care
shove
about
that
it
on a
either.
mercenary, and it's broken as hell.
You don't want to wear it yourself, just in case or whatever.
Two attribute requirements are too high, so
Well, you just
need
run
to
Supreme
really
Ostentation.
Yeah, I get a little timeless thing.
that. But we have to on my build. I'm using a different timeless gem keystone.
Ah, got it.
Timeless jewel. So I can't do that one. But so that means that you have to make sure that your animated guardian or mercenary is close to you at all times.
That's easy with the animate
and
guardian.
that it
at
doesn't
least.
die. Now,
The meat
thankfully,
shield. Yeah.
champion, you're already stacking like 60% less damage taken. It affects your allies. So animate guardian was already really tanky. You're giving it 60% less damage taken just from the champion ascendancy. It's disgusting. And imagine this in party play. You're giving your entire party 60 fortify stacks.
It doesn't stack right if
It
you
is
have
only
an
from
anime
hits, though.
guardian and a merc.
It is just hits, but it is very good.
No, it wouldn't stack.
Yeah, dot is a bit of an issue for the build, especially considering 90% reduced life recovery rate. I think
Depends on the
I
content
haven't
you're doing,
run
though.
the numbers. I
Like
intuitively
if you're not
think
planning on
that
doing
the build-
17, I think you're probably safe.
Or like
This
red
is where I
alters.
say I've never once done a tier 17.
Hey man, high five. I mean, I do want a league, but you know, fuck, scary endgame mechanics. I think they said they were
My
making them
builds-
like more rare as well. Like it wasn't intended for people to be juicing and farming them constantly.
Yeah, my build is too silly to run a tier 17. That's a whole can of
Oh,
worms of a topic is I want to be able to have fun with my silly, stupid build, but also do like end game stuff because I want to experience the whole game.
you should call the
Which
character Grippy Socks because your shoes are special and you got too silly with your Grippy Socks and now they put you in like a padded cell or whatever. Grippy Socks uses build.
let's skip all of that and just send me straight to the padded cell.
Oh no.
I think Lighty is updating Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hello.
So how'd that work with your stream UI?
Oh, perfect.
Me?
You know, it's pretty
Yeah.
fucked, but it's fine.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's so crangled it doesn't
Have
really
you
matter.
decided what to green screen me?
No, I haven't
into
green
yet?
screened you into anything. It's too complicated. I'm just gonna leave you
You can do it in
green.
post.
You
You're
know,
just gonna
You're
leave
doing-
me
I
you
can't do
in
it in
Discord.
post. Oh no, I'm recording this on like 60 FPS. It's gonna murder my fucking my encoding. Ah well,
Oh, incredible.
I can't. I don't think I could do this and re-edit it.
You
in
can
post.
handbrake it afterwards.
Can you? A green screen?
No, not the green screen.
Oh
the
right,
frame
yeah,
rate.
yeah. You're right. You're right. That is probably the better way of doing that instead of trying to
Right.
throw it into Premiere. Speaking of Premiere Pro, I have a lifetime license, but they took it away from me because Adobe are cunts. So
Mhm.
I don't
This
have
is known.
I don't have to tell people that they're pricks, but I have finally been
Man.
bitten by the they're a bunch of pricks stick, and I lost my
First,
lifetime
Jim came
license.
for the women. Now he comes for Adobe.
Ah,
His rage is
Listen,
boundless.
I have
you
no
know?
They
have no
deserve
problem
it.
with someone coming for Adobe.
they
God
deserve
forbid
it.
there's a
Adobe
female
has it covered.
Adobe employee. He's
No,
gonna
those women deserve
set
it.
him up a list.
I'm just kidding.
Oh my god,
The-
clip that.
The Adobe, fuck them, man. Fuck capitalism. God, I hate it so much. Anyway, be sure to like and become a member on YouTube so I can get some money
especially
or
one of those
whatever.
Stupid women that work at Adobe.
There's no women in my
Now-
audience.
I said earlier, now we're a real podcast. Now we're a real podcast. We got the misogyny and the plugs.
Let's talk about Elon.
If we were a real
Please
podcast, we'd bring on a woman and then do the misogyny to get the rage clickbait back and forth stuff. We'd bring on Gorlak the Destroyer or whatever her name is. She loves
Oh
that.
boy,
It's a
they're
Gorlak.
making fun of a woman's physical appearance. That's a good start.
That's
Now you're making
her.
fun of
That's
a-
her content creator name.
a
she's
specific
she's-
woman.
She's,
It's a targeted hit this time.
Yeah, previously it was just
she's-
general
she-
misogyny. Now you've
No.
named names.
It wasn't
I thought
misogyny.
women-
It was
I thought Jim hated all women. Now
patron.
it's just specific women.
Misogyny.
Once he finds out
You're
that
trying
she's
to think of
employed at Adobe.
patriarchy. That's not the right word.
Okay,
Here.
what's the
Patron.
male version of misogyny? There isn't one because we don't.
missing
It doesn't.
called-
It doesn't happen.
Jim, it's called being in control. Thank you. Okay. It's called the government.
Is it? Man, I am upset about Betrayal rework. Let me tell you. Only
You're
because.
upset about it.
Yeah, well, I have never done Betrayal. Like I have, don't go into T17s. Ever since Betrayal came out as a league, I've hated it. And I finally, in Freesia, tried it for a little bit. And I'm like, oh, this isn't too bad. So I like fully learned how to do the proper Betrayal Gravitius shit. And then I'm like,
that hasn't changed,
next
though.
league, I'm going to do Gravitius, Chimeria, whatever, flip-floppy. I mean, yeah, it technically hasn't changed aside from like assassinating
Mark
the
did
generals.
a 5-minute demo describing how to loosely set up a betrayal board, and it was so funny because it's like, oh look, they're explaining it 8 years later, just identically to how it is post change. It's the exact same process.
Sure, technically works exactly the same.
Except
but like,
now you don't accidentally hit remove all rivalries. Now
That's
it's
good.
remove all rivalries in
Although-
this house.
that's still
Much
bad.
like many of the gripes I have with the patch notes, there's a couple of huge gaps of explanation regarding the betrayal work.
Like
Certain
what?
sentences that are
There's
like,
a couple
questionable.
of places where I wish
Oh.
the wording was more explicit because,
Patch
like, for
notes are
example,
really terribly
they
formatted this
buffed-
time around.
they theoretically buffed one of the golem nodes on Elementalist, but
Mhm.
so they said it doesn't have this anymore. It now has this. There's another line that they didn't mention, which is that golems respawn automatically after 4 seconds, and I really hope
Well,
that line is still on that.
So
node.
yeah, so I thought I saw that
Hmm.
also, and this is the problem: is the formatting of the previous sentence implies that if something was being removed or replaced, they would use the words remove or replace, because up to that line, that's how they formatted the sentences. But I agree that it makes no sense that they would have 100% ailment immunity, but also respawn. So it's like I kind of feel like it's replacing it, which is a huge fuck you if it is, because it's just that needs to be in the patch notes. But there's like a lot of things like that. Not to mention there's just like 4 sentences where it's like we're gonna fill this in later. Like it said something along those lines, which is that's why we were joking on the podcast yesterday that like we actually just this is like the false patch notes, then we have the real patch notes is like post advanced FAQ on Thursday with like all the amendments, all everything, because there's so much information is gone. Like if you saw the reveal stream and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna get my Hex Blast miner ready, and then woke up the next day and your build is now miraculously dead. It's very likely that that same scenario is going to happen to at least like two other builds
Well,
before
though,
Thursday.
you see those
So
posts on Reddit that are like, "Hey, what was your favorite farming strat of this league?" And it's definitely not like GGG just sitting in the thread refreshing over and over again. These are the bait patch
hello, fellow
notes.
kids, it's me.
These are the
Yeah,
these are
no,
the hey, these things. What did we miss on the patch notes? What are you looking forward to? Excited? And then like the next
yeah,
few
no.
days, they just hit those
It's
things.
like it's an okay cursory overview of what the changes are, but realistically, every line in the patch notes almost begs like one or two more questions that need answering. Like there's so many huge gaps of things that are just unknown, especially going into an expansion that's plus a league after such a large breaks. They try to do like a meta shakeup on top of that. So it's a trifecta of changes that you're really gonna only have maybe half a picture on until we get like into it on Friday.
I mean, I
But
like that in some capacity though. Like specifically
if you're more
like
casual like yourself, then yeah, it's just
sure.
kind of like all I
No,
did
but
is,
like undiscovered
in the
things.
least
I like
insulting
when
way
they add
possible.
things and they sure, if they're like gonna nerf something and they're not gonna tell you, oh, we actually removed this, that's a bad thing. But if it's something like the new league mechanic or the how many different mercenaries there are, or like the
Yeah,
new
I don't
Atlas
need to know
stuff,
how much res like one of the new Uber bosses have, but I think it'd be good to know that we get to experience it like not maybe not when you get to encounter it, but just like the most like is it have the because they're described as being effectively 16.5 bosses locked behind the same maps with their guardians before them. So the guardians in the case of the existing Exarch ones, right, and Eater, those are tradable. I'm assuming these aren't tradable
mm,
because they didn't showcase that being a thing. They weren't itemized in the same respect, but I don't know. So that's like a thing that you might want to know, like that they are in fact a tradable thing. I don't know for a fact that the Katarina resource is tradable. I assume it is, but like there's just a lot of things like that that probably are going to. I guess it just comes down to path is something that people typically define their league start strategy, their Atlas strategy with a decent amount of heavy planning beforehand, right? And a lot of people like take off the work weekend. So I think it comes down to a little bit of like respecting player time when it just at the very beginning, right? If they like don't show something, that's going to be content you might not reach for a couple of weeks, so it's less of a problem. But if it's like regarding something that could affect your league starter, I think it's probably worth mentioning just out of like respect for the player, since nothing feels worse than like you realizing that the build you just planned for 2 weeks has just been gutted a day before like the league launches, and you've got to scramble. That kind of sucks.
There was that one post on Reddit about do not support content creators that put out build videos before the patch notes come out, because
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can't know if the build is going to get obliterated, and they're clearly trying to be first past the post to steal all the views.
Yep.
doesn't really work though. I mean, depends kind of. Did you
It's
watch the how to keep your mercenaries alive one by the Delve? Is it a Delve? The Mana Delve guy? Not the shit stain guy, but the other guy.
Maybe I should have, because that is a problem that I'm going to run into.
It is very
no, I
just
don't.
generic Anime Guardian knowledge. I think you'd know most of it in there, but towards the end of it, he's like, "Yeah, if you make an Anime Guardian that doesn't like stay alive, like you only need one that gives you like 30% more like damage, and if your Anime Guardian can't survive 2,000 depth." Like triple extra elemental damage taken, it shouldn't exist anyway, or some very gatekeepery endgame statement of if it's not a goddamn immortal tank, you shouldn't have it in your build anyway. I don't know, seemed kind of weird, but it is
I
just
There's
like,
liked
there's there's something to glean from that though that is actually a real thought
mhm,
amongst him just being a fucking moron, right? Is that if you have an animate guardian that gives you 50% damage, but its effective uptime is only 10 seconds out of every 60 seconds because it's made of paper mache,
mhm,
there is validity to then getting an animate guardian that gives you a lower amount of increased damage, say only a kingmaker,
mhm,
right? But the rest of its kit is designed to keep it alive, yielding in a higher overall uptime of DPS.
right.
So you could glean that silver lining from that, that moron's fucking video. Sure, that's like a real thing, and then that comes to like linking it to elemental army or meat shield, or using much more defensive gear on it. So that's you definitely can do that, or convoking on automation. I don't know if that works still. I think it's an instant spell, so something like that could also be useful.
It makes sense if you're a
But
deep delver, big boy endgame player like him, but the logic of you shouldn't just like you shouldn't interact with anime guardians if you just want to be a casual, is what I got from it. And if it's a build guide if it's not a build, it's not a build guide. If it's a, this is how to keep your mercs alive video, and in it it's like,
Yeah.
if you're not going to do the most tanky option for your mercs, don't even play the league. It's what it sounded like, basically. But
Well, you clicked on the video, Jim. You know.
that's because I tried
It's
to
like
do
you're in the-
research for
yeah.
this is the most prepared I've ever been for one of these podcasts.
No.
I like.
It is.
So there's
I don't prepare for any
there's
of
a
them.
Similar
It
mechanic.
doesn't mean I did a lot in this one. Go ahead.
There's a similar mechanic in PoE 2 that came out in 0.2, which is I think it's called Companion. It's Pokemon. You catch a rare monster in a Pokeball, and you can summon it like a Spectre.
Mhm.
So the probably intended usage of it is you're like going through maps and you're like, oh, that rare is really cool, let me capture it, and then I'll summon it as a Spectre. What really happened was everyone went to a specific zone in Act 2 that automatically spawns a rare Quadrilla within 15 feet of a waypoint, and you just re-roll it over and over and over until it gets the exact mods that you want, and you just use it as like an aura bot. So the one that I got, I found a couple of good ones. I liked the combination of temporal bubble and always shocks, because then it just shocks the enemy, you get more damage, and everything around it is in temporal bubble, so they slow down a lot.
Are we going to talk
Its
about
uptime
the
is
fond
terrible.
memories of PoE 2? Is I'm not.
No.
Keep going.
I was bringing it back around to the anime
Okay,
Guardian
okay.
thing, because like its uptime is terrible because it's like a level 40 monster. I don't think that has bearing on how survivable it is, but
Mhm.
I put it on a build that is not designed for minions, right? It's just like a normal build, and I just threw a Pokemon on it, and I don't care how quickly it dies. That's pretty okay because it respawns really quickly. Animate Guardian, it cannot respawn in the map. It can only respawn in your hideout. So you have to use a portal to get it back, or you just leave it dead. So something that respawns infinitely, you can go all in on just having it be debuffs and everything. Something that you need to keep alive, like a mercenary or an anime guardian, you need to put so many resources into making it tanky, because minions do not get a lot of the defensive layers that a player does. And the biggest defensive layer, in my opinion, is knowing how to move out of the way, which minions do not.
If you give an
Or
anime
meat
guardian,
shield helps a lot though for that. If you just give them meat shield, they kind of stick to you pretty close.
Yeah, so pro tip, meat shield support on Animate Guardian. I don't think you can do that on a mercenary.
No.
So you have to make your mercenary even tankier.
You'd have to find one with meat shield on, but he'd have it on his minions, and then that wouldn't be any use.
Yeah.
No, there. Well, there might be. So the mercenaries had class archetypes though.
Right,
So
yeah.
I would say most likely there's
There
going to
might be a tank.
a class archetype that's at least more defensive, or even a caster
Yeah,
one might be
I'm hoping
less
so,
likely
'cause
to be
that's-
in melee range.
That's who I'm throwing Garb of the Ephemeral on, which, by the way, is going to be so expensive.
Anime guardians
All of
can't
the
take
Animate Guardian
rings.
gear,
That-
all
all
of
that
the
stuff is
Animate Guardian
pretty
gear is
expensive.
going to be like mirror expensive.
The Crystal King helm also probably expensive. Soul Taker, Kingmaker, just crazy expensive. A lot of fun
But
stuff.
I have to for the meme.
But Perkle's toe costs nothing, and it's incredibly common.
Hell
Mhm.
yeah,
Very, very
that's
powerful.
the most common unique. Just throw a Perkle's
Yep.
toe on him, easy.
Toe it up.
I think that was the
I feel
example
like
in
Jim's
that
big
video.
into feet, you know?
Not
I feel
really,
like Jim's
no.
a big feet guy.
I've tried a lot of
Yeah,
everything,
he's-
but no.
I don't know.
I don't.
Really?
Clear
Yeah,
cast.
What else have you tried?
everything. But no, not. I don't
Like
get the
what?
feet thing. Everything. Lighty, I knew what that word was earlier that you said.
Birds? Which one? Ovipositor? You've
Yeah.
tried an ovipositor.
No, I haven't, but I knew what that was,
Alright.
so I've seen
I
everything.
think that
I've
comes
tried
under
everything.
everything.
Yeah, pretty
I think
much.
you come under everything.
Yeah. Feet people, whatever floats your boat. I don't know why I'm bringing it back up. I was trying to say,
Women have
is
feet.
there a way to give anime guardian skills aside from like weapons that have skill? They can't take rings, can they?
They can use
Animate
things
Guardians,
that
I
are
don't
passive
know.
skills, like Death Oath works in them, I think.
Is there any
Like
way
things
I
to?
know
like
you
that,
can
I
put rings
think,
on
work.
mercenaries.
I'm just trying to think if there's a way to have an anime guardian that works like a cast on death thing, but the only thing I can think of is just giving one a shit ton of life and then sacrificing it with the
You could do
Moral
stuff like
Mischief
when you
hat.
give them Gravebind, right? They get like kills attributed to them, And then if you give them uniques that have on-kill effects, those should proc, right?
Yeah, but I mean
If they're
just
within
like
radius.
some sort of cast on death shenanigans for Anime Guardian now that we can get him back at the end of every map.
Helmet,
There's
chest,
a helmet,
gloves,
yeah.
boots, shield, melee weapon. No amulet, no rings,
Damn
no
it.
belt. Also, no
4
ranged
strength,
weapons.
2 stam, leather belt. Give him a dervish.
Can you?
This this balance change brought in like it raised the viability of a lot of really obscure items. For example, the Iron Mass was a little bit popular when it came out, but no one uses it anymore. It basically buffs your skeletons, and it gives you
Yeah.
Unholy Might, which was changed recently.
Yeah.
Not recently. Uh, it also gives a chance to wither on hit. So my initial thought was, oh, I'll give like the Animate Guardian Iron Mass, and it'll wither things when it hits them. There's a better sword for that. It's called Replica Innsbury Edge,
Mm-hmm.
which I've never seen anyone use.
So
But if you give
Innsbury
one to your
Edge
mercenary,
also gives you, I don't think it says it, but it gives you insanity. So
yup,
you'll
it's a hidden
have,
stat.
if you give it on your Animate Guardian, every now and again you'll see it have a level up animation,
Mm.
even though it didn't level, and it will say, I don't know if it'll. Just one of the outcomes of insanity is fake announcing into global chat that you've reached level 100 or you're the first to enter a zone. So I'm not sure what happens if an Animate Guardian has it and triggers that option. If it'll say like Animate Guardian is the first to enter, fetid pool. But no, I've seen it trigger the level up animation, so it does roll that table. I don't know what it can hit though.
That's really cool, and I'm definitely going to be doing that now.
Yeah,
I'm definitely giving a mercenary a replica Innsbury Edge.
just
If
for the
only you
thrill.
could give them your microtransactions, because there's a microtransaction that makes the level up animation into like a flashbang.
So can you use like the keepsake thing to like slap it on an item or something, and then like somehow give them that? It doesn't work. There's no way to like put it on the item, right? Because when you do it on an item, it like I'm trying to think if there's any way.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no way
not
to
a
give
skin
it.
transfer. It's
Yeah,
An
unfortunate.
MTX thing, yeah.
I wonder if you could skin
alt
transfer
arts maybe. No, give it an alt
like
art somehow.
a specific thing and then put that on your mercenary just for drip purposes.
You probably could, and you can take it back again after.
Yeah, because the stuff that you put on the mercenary, the only way you can lose it is if you dismiss them without taking it off and click through the warning that says you're about to lose your item.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Hmm.
Ultimate drip, ultimate piss boy. You can have one just fully covered in warlord shit.
Someone is going to put all of their build's gear that's really expensive onto a mercenary and dismiss it and destroy all the items, whether on purpose or on accident. There's going to be a Reddit post.
Yeah.
I'm suddenly contemplating putting all the fishing gear on a mercenary and trying to farm an Angus plate with one.
Now that might be how we get through the Krilson dialogue, is get a mercenary that's fishing related and put all the fishing gear on them.
Yeah,
and
you
bring
could just
them to
have
the
him
Probably gonna
Krilson.
be
bring
a
all the
fishing
fishing
mercenary.
shit so that if you ever find Krilson,
Yeah,
you've got all the gear.
Put Fairgrave's Tricorn on the mercenary, see if
Yeah.
you can get fishing
Some
rods.
corrupted slither pinch.
I'm
and
pretty
then-
sure I don't think you can access their inventory when you're in maps though.
Yeah, put it on beforehand.
mercenary.
Right, but if
I mean,
if
you
my
don't-
idea is to use him as a pack mule to carry all the fishing gear, so that
Oh
if I
no,
do
I wasn't
encounter
thinking
Krilson,
pack mule. I was thinking have him like somehow fish.
right? I think fishing died with Chris Wilson. I'm just gonna say it.
Mhm.
He's still in the game.
Right, he's living on as a memory, but like
Pushing it
the meme.
like they probably won't do more jokes in the future, but the existing stuff is still there.
Right. Do you
They're
think there's
they're
like
trying to survive, man.
a mission for it? Do you think that it's actually finishable, or do you think it's just an elaborate bait?
I mean, they could be lying when they say that there is dialogue that's never been triggered.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they could just be phrasing it. I mean, if they never added it to the game, like the undone, like unfinished Blight Core stuff.
Yeah,
No,
It's never been
it's like
triggered
the,
because it's not in the game.
the dark,
It's been data mined.
Okay.
all the things from the dark shrines or whatever in lab. Was it lab, or was that a dark shrine league where they like made a whole bunch of mechanics and half of them never
That's
got
the
triggered?
fake Dark Shrine League. Yeah.
Hmm.
The pre-lab Dark Shrine. It was like Legacy League meme.
Although,
Fun league, though.
so you would think with an entire Discord server spending years trying to figure out the Krilson puzzle, eventually one of them would find it. But you remember when they changed the vendor recipe for the Dead Reckoning jewel, it took like over a week,
I
even with
remember.
someone posted the correct answer like pretty quickly, and just no one bothered to try it.
Yep.
So like, I fully believe that there is a solution somewhere that despite all of these attempts, we still haven't found.
Area 51, man.
If it does exist, it's based on the items that existed when Krilson was in, because there's no way they'd bring in new items and then make that a requirement.
Yeah, they've
It
the
was like
rabbit hole you're going
hard-coded
down.
once.
Like 100 people have gone down the
Oh,
same
I know.
thought process
I know.
for years.
I've seen the fucking. I saw.
I spent like 2 days tops trying to decode Bex's div card. I was like, well, there's not like metadata hidden in the image file. We found an anagram that's like pretty reasonable, but like it doesn't actually reveal anything. It's just kind of cool. And as far as I can tell, there's nothing hidden beyond that cool anagram.
I've been listening to an old PoE dev podcast series from like ancient back from the beginning times of them talking about shit, and they'd briefly mention something and say we can't talk about that. That league's not out yet, and they're talking about fucking the one where Alva got introduced, or all the shit before that, you know, like the ancient stuff. And at one point, I don't know who it was, like Rory or something was on there, and he's talking about adding a fishing minigame to the game.
He's dead too.
Like we made that whole fishing minigame in Zone or whatever, and they're like, I don't think we're allowed to talk about this. But that could just be, and that was before like even Krilson was even known. They were talking about that. Like, how long is this elaborate bait being? Like, is it really a thing?
Amazing long con.
Yeah. As far as I know, they have to sign an NDA in relation to like working, and also like a separate fishing NDA.
Oh yeah, that's. I don't know about
the standard.
NDA for
Here's
fishing,
the standard job NDA. But if you
makes
talk
perfect
about
sense.
the fishing, there's like a separate one where the lawyers will come after you.
I feel like the fishing NDA would be less formal. Like how that one time that they banned Zizaran while he was live on stream because he was pretending to fish. That was just a funny joke.
That was the catalyst for many people. Like, it's like, what is this? I've tried. I can't find shit fishing, man. It's scary. Too many combinations.
Join the fish cord.
I'm already. What do you take me for? Of course I'm in the fish cord.
Of course.
I've been in there for years. I've been looking for so long. At this point, it's like stages of like grief or whatever. Like, it doesn't exist, you know.
It's been 71 years.
Is it? Is that how long it is?
Yes.
Let's just throw out numbers.
Did you look it up?
Confidently every time, and they're all wrong.
Like, she was like 86.
Wait till Jim finds out.
And then,
I'm pretty sure
Jim finds out
80 years.
That lady was a woman in the movie. He's gonna lose his shit.
I'm googling.
Not the patriarchy.
It's been 80 years.
It's been 84. My money's on 84. Is that what Lighty said? Did he say 84?
Yeah.
He said 86.
Yeah, I thought it was 84. But I'm only picturing the meme.
Gaslight me.
Just said that with the speed of a classroom snitch. Teacher, he said 86, not 84.
I want to refute that, but exactly one time I was the kid that said, you assigned homework, and we didn't turn it in. I did that once and learned to never do that again.
Did you get beaten?
Miss Applebottom,
I was not assaulted, but I definitely felt unwelcome.
Let's just say he didn't get his prom date. He was left on the party bus.
I don't want to. No, I will.
Set the world on fire.
I had 5 homecoming dates. I originally had 1. I showed up to her house. She brought 4 of her friends.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Didn't tell me beforehand.
Joseph had a high school orgy in a party bus.
Are you a Mormon?
No.
Okay.
Not anymore. Not since he left the tabernacle.
I gotta Google what
That was
tabernacle
back in
means.
his pre-tabernacle days. Tabernacle? It's like a big old, Jesus temple.
I don't know that.
that lives
Oh,
in that
cool.
lives in Salt Lake City.
I see that now.
For anyone who wants more details, it could not have been any more boring.
Okay.
Yeah.
We stood in the corner and failed to dance awkwardly for like 5 minutes. The pictures were funny.
You should have brought your pogs. Ladies love pogs.
If I had pogs, I might have.
Yeah, tech decks and pogs.
I'm-
That's how you get all the women.
I'm
Yeah.
unironically that cringe that I might have done that.
I think I have my I have
Unironically.
like a binder full of pogs still somewhere.
What was I doing? I think I had my iPod, like the old kind that didn't have a
The
touch
shuffle,
screen.
the fat button shuffle.
Yeah, I had that. I might be conflating 2 different days, but I'm pretty sure I had that with me, and I was like listening to it and like making weird noises.
I bumped
that
into a
checks out.
friend from high school, and I was like at a like we made friends again, even though we didn't recognize each other. Like I became friends with the same
Yep.
person, and we like started
On 2
piecing.
separate occasions.
Yeah, 2 separate occasions. Like once in
Consistent,
high
yeah.
school, and then once like 15 years later, or like something like that, 18 years later.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, oh, I'm like 30 or whatever, and they're like, oh, me too. I'm like, oh, I went to this high school. They're like, oh, me too. I'm like, I went to this teacher. They're like, oh, me too. I'm like, looking at them like, I don't know anyone by your name. They're like, oh, I got my name changed. My parents gave me a Prussian name and I hated it, so I changed it. I'm like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm
Now his
like,
name is
They told me
Optimus
their
Prime.
they told me their actual name. I'm like, oh, I remember you, and they're like, oh, really weird. I don't remember you. I'm
It's
like,
like 2 Alzheimer's patients meeting in the
they're,
wild.
they're like,
what is this?
I know. As soon as they told me their actual name, like that they used to have, I remembered them instantly and started describing all the stupid shit
they
they did.
look
They did as a
drastically
child.
different?
They did look drastically different, and
Wow.
we both still had our old school IDs in our wallets because we're fucking degenerates.
Oh.
And I pulled mine out, and as soon as I showed them, they're like, "Oh, you're the kid who brought magic cards everywhere and constantly were doing magic tricks." I'm like, "Oh man, that's my legacy, is like asking people to pick a card throughout all of high school." Yep, not magic cards as in
I-
like Yu-Gi-Oh and shit, but like the sad ones.
I often
Really
wonder
should
what
Name a different card game.
like
You know what I mean.
what am I in other people's heads? Like you're the magic trick guy. How do
Yeah.
people describe me in their head? I often wonder.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
problem would be so much worse for me because despite how small my class was in high school, I didn't learn half of their names at the time. So if I met them now, there's a 0% chance that I would recognize
I
them.
only remember their name because they were a nice person. Like, there's definitely half of the high school that I would not remember if I met them again in the future.
I should provide context into how small my
Like,
class was.
5 people?
It was like 50 tops.
That's a big class. Oh wait, no. When you say
Yeah, but,
class,
like,
you mean like
In
for the
many
entire
bottoms?
year.
classrooms, there were only like 15, 20 kids per classroom, and then the graduating class was like 50, which is extremely tiny in the grand scheme of things.
Where'd you grow up? Like Antarctica?
Like the Midwest.
I don't know what that is. It's in the west somewhere, in the middle.
It's a big place.
You know where North is?
I think so.
Okay, where is it in relation to
Is
Australia?
Ohio in the Midwest?
Northeast.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah. Okay, corn and stuff. San Francisco, is that in
Yeah.
the Midwest?
No.
Yeah, sure.
San Francisco is West Coast.
All of my geography from America is from watching Dr. Stone, and they went to America. They went to San Francisco
Okay,
and they got
that's-
corn.
That's
Ugh.
very interesting.
Brother.
That's-
ugh.
That's very entertaining, actually. Hold on.
Jim
I'm
might
trying to
just
think
be
of how I
ESL.
can use this information.
What do you mean it used this? It was a really good
I was
season.
like, if you
He's
think,
gonna draw
if
you
you
a
think
diagram
that that's
now.
like it is in Dr. Stone, then that also means that
Oh.
you think this other thing.
No.
It's
I
on the bird.
unfortunately haven't seen enough of it.
It was gators, corn, and the bridge and getting shot by guns. That's America.
Okay,
Gators.
Gators,
Any
corn,
state.
and the
I don't know
bridge.
any states sharing gators and corn.
Okay, gators,
Well, you know,
corn,
evolution,
and
things
bridge.
change.
Those are hold on.
Florida.
You went coast, middle coast. You went all the way
This
across
is like-
the entirety
this is like-
of America in 3 things.
This is like
Gators, corn, and bridge. This
Japan's
is like
Japan's
the worst
opinion
game of
of what
Clue ever.
America would be 3,000 years after all the Americans died. Like everything would get like the corn would spread across the country, probably, right? Eventually.
Just like in
And the
Interstellar,
gators would be
yeah.
like the Floridians are no longer here. We can spread, you know, and then they spread.
Jim, this year they came for corn. Next year it's okra.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to Google what the fuck that is. Like I'm learning so many things.
Fine. Doesn't matter.
No, I'm doing it.
That's just
It's
a
a
quote
vegetable.
Stellar.
Ew. What's it
It's a
taste like?
tesseract, Jim.
A pretty
tesseract?
No,
inoffensive.
okra.
Oh, okay.
You sort of just like. Well, have you had fried okra?
Is it like a
fried
pepper?
okra is a Indian
Yeah,
dish.
it's like a pepper.
It's a little bit like
it
a
looks
pepper,
like
yeah.
a pepper crossed with a pea.
It's a pepper pea, Jim.
A pita pepper. Okay.
No, don't say a
Peter
pedo pepper.
No, Peter.
Peter.
Your
You
accent
gotta be
precludes
extra
it.
erotic.
He's getting precluded right now.
Ah, precluded.
I love when it lights up when I wheeze.
Yeah.
Preclude?
Finally, your asthma's become a boon. You know, all that wheezing is kicking in.
Wheezing, not my favorite Pokemon. I was just gonna say my favorite Pokemon for the bit.
What
That's
is
a
your
red
favorite
flag.
Pokemon?
I feel like anybody who says their favorite Pokemon's wheezing, I immediately is sussy.
My favorite
Oh,
Pokemon
it's
is
top
Goomy.
100.
I have right there socks
Just pointing
from
at it
a
again.
Pokemon Center in Tokyo with Goomy printed on them. They did not have a Goomy plushie in the Pokemon Center in Tokyo, and I'm very sad.
Can my favorite be like an alternate type of an original? Like if it's a card and it came with
Like an
weird shit?
Alolan version?
Well,
Yeah,
it was
that's
flying Pikachu and it was just Pikachu with a balloon tied to him. And I thought that was
Post a
the
picture.
Now, see,
stupidest thing
that's
ever.
fun.
Put this on your screen, Jim. There's a Gulpin full art card that's of him gobbling a cake. I like a lot.
Okay, one sec. There you go.
I got a PSA 10 of that. That's a good one.
I don't know what that means.
I like that card a lot.
It's a Utah thing.
It's one of the special ones where it like the art extends past where it normally would. I like those.
Yep. Gulpin.
Interesting. I've seen people that take those types of cards and like paint and like do like a Photoshop extend or an AI extend and paint with like the little thing to make the whole card be the art. That's really cool. Probably devalues the shit out of it, but really, whatever.
It makes them illegal for tournament play in a lot of games.
I like Goomy so much that I tried to incorporate it into competitive Pokemon teams. It's impossible. It's so difficult. Even if you play perfectly and you like switch it in with Sap Sipper into a grass type move so it like nullifies an attack, it's still you can't use it. It's so bad.
True.
What's your
Choice
favorite
Specs Draco Meteor does nothing.
What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card? Because that's the only game I played when I was a kid. I don't know anything about
I'd
Pokemon.
have to look through the cards that I still have left.
Pot of Greed to draw 3 cards. To play Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards.
Fortunately,
like
Pot of Greed does not draw 3 cards.
Isn't Pot of Greed banned?
I'm trying to find the best image of Goomy.
Jim likes just the left arm of Exodia.
This is a sticker.
No, I like Yomi Ship.
Jim likes just the left arm.
I like Yomi Ship because it's good for people who are shit like me.
It's very Gulpin adjacent.
Yeah, it's very close to Gulpin.
Yeah.
Well, that's something I'm gonna have to edit out. Timestamp. 57 minutes, 40 seconds. I didn't do anything.
You're editing out Goomy?
No. When I tried to put that in a browser, it went to downloading and flashed my downloads folder, and there's some stuff in there I don't want anyone to know about. All this like foot fetish shit.
Jim's on the Epstein
It was
manifesto.
Like foot fetish file, foot fetish 1.jpg, foot fetish 2.jpg.
Speaking of that, we were talking about the iPod shuffle he had at prom. And I distinctly remember in like my senior or junior year of high school when they just got like Zunes came out, and those had a screen in them. I remember this kid in like my math class or whatever had a Zune, and he was showing me. I think it was like the Black Eyed Peas album, like Elefunk or something, and then it like just cut to he had one file downloaded on his thing, and it was just like the whole video of Bible Black on his Zune, and he just started auto playing in class, and that was quite a moment.
The fucking second picture did the same thing. I have to edit 2 things out of this fucking video, this however long this piece of shit.
Well, now,
thank you.
Well, now you have to edit my green screen.
I might, yeah. No,
it's just a chroma key.
As long as I remember.
Which Pokemon's that?
Goomy.
What, chroma key?
Chroma key, yeah.
All right. What would its abilities be?
There are a couple Pokemon that are pretty close to that name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what's that Jingle Key one? Klefki. Yeah.
Klefki. There's Grookey.
And his much less popular brother Cleft Lip. evolution that no one wanted. Cleft key, cleft lip, cleft palate. It's the worst evolution in Pokemon history.
Yeah, good thing they didn't add those.
There's still time.
There is. They're gonna keep adding. There's just so many.
I kind of support the decision where, like, in the newer games, they don't include all of the over 1,000 existing Pokemon. They sort of just, like, don't include the ones that they don't want, so there's less Pokemon in each game. A manageable number.
Wait, they have to actually they add all the Pokemon in every game?
No,
They don't
they
always
don't.
backport them all.
They
Yeah.
So instead of having 1,100 Pokemon in the newest game, there's only like 600. So
Right.
there's fully like 500 Pokemon that aren't in the game.
I assumed every game was just like
Yeah, that'd
155
be
Pokemon,
impossible.
and then the next game is all new 155 Pokemon, and the next game is all new 155 Pokemon. I tried playing those games. That shit. No offense if your childhood is that. That's great, but like.
I mean,
Oof.
there are reasonable misgivings with the series at this point.
But they just keep making the same. It's like Call of Duty. They just keep making the same thing.
Exactly, that's one of the misgivings, is that it's the same game over and over.
Yeah.
That's why people really liked Legends Arceus, because it was a completely different gameplay loop.
I'll have to give that one a go. I won't. I fucking despise them, but that's okay.
Anyway, Path of Exile.
It doesn't have to be Path of Exile, man. Whatever's fun, you know. Who cares?
Yeah, I just like to occasionally meander back into the
We
topic,
haven't talked in
and then
like
we'll get
a
distracted
year
again.
or something. This is like it's great. 440
You
days. That's more than a year.
meander. We both ander.
Actually-
Meander, another word.
We talked for like I know what that one is. I don't have
Oh.
to Google it. We talked when
Nice.
we played Minecraft, so it's basically the same thing.
Oh yeah.
I'm still paying for that server. I just
Why?
forgot to cancel it.
Just cancel it.
I just told you I forgot to
Cancel it now.
Yeah, but it's like sunk cost fallacy. I'm gonna
That's
Path
not how
of
that
Exile
works.
to it.
That's
Yeah,
not
it
how
is.
that works
Yeah.
at all. No.
Yeah, it is.
Is
Sorry.
the
I'm
TNT
also gonna
still
fire my
going?
senior development. Yeah.
In
Yeah.
like the first minute of this podcast, I started talking about the patch notes, and I was like, "Champion good," and then the whole
that's all it
time after
is.
that, I didn't also say Elementalist good. Elementalist got, with the possible
trying.
exception
He's trying
of the
so
Golem
hard.
respawn. With the possible exception of the Golem respawn, I haven't confirmed or denied. Giga buffed, Omega buffed actually. The fact that you can just have always
One
25%
damage.
shock, always however much chill, and then that increases their damage taken. You get like 50% increased damage taken, and you can still have like confluence for like 60% more elemental damage or whatever it is, and then also 40% exposure.
But each one of those is like a gem you lose, right? Like socket pressure for minion players, but I guess it's just
What?
a lot of benefit.
What are you
No.
talking about?
No, like
you
having the
just
golems.
automatically get all of that, except
Huh?
for
If
you
no,
need
Jim, if-
something that can inflict exposure.
Did I read it
If
wrong?
you-
So you just,
Well, for lots of those, they just increase the floor dramatically. So, like, if you're applying an elemental effect, and if you have the smallest amount of that effect, it gives you a very high floor of like the shock and the pseudo sap thing. So, if you have like,
It's
if you're playing
still-
any attack build, you have like a very small amount. It gives you the high maximum because like the 25 being the baseline is any amount of that.
I thought we were talking
If you
about
have like
golems.
one cold damage, it works.
but it still gives like all damage shocks and all damage chills and freezes. So
Correct.
it's like
Well,
you
to
can
be
hit
fair,
something with
it doesn't say that in the patch notes. It doesn't
Yep, it
actually
does-
have
it
those
doesn't
lines there.
specify that in the patch notes. But
Alright, I thought we were talking
You gotta
about
wait till
doesn't
patch notes
specify
B
the
buff
FAQ
effect.
part 7. Yeah.
So you can hit something with a fireball, and it
Mhm.
shocks it and chills it and gives you confluence. The only thing it doesn't do is inflict
Gives you
exposure. by
60
default.
stacks of fortification.
Is that
So you
enough?
hit-
Is there enough
you
to
wave
self
of
chill?
conviction, start hitting them with stuff. The chill is good because it increases damage taken like shock does.
But did it change like in any way how you self chill yourself? Did it nerf that in any capacity with like winter weave?
I
They didn't change how
don't know
chill
how that
operates
interacts.
in itself. It has nothing to do with like the winter weave stuff. Like that whole thing is the same.
Okay.
If you were doing
I
that
don't
doesn't change.
intuitively it shouldn't affect chill on you at all. Except possibly like if you're inflicting a minimum chill of 20% or whatever, and then you reflect that chill onto yourself, it's probably 20%.
I like Elementalist a lot. I like the idea of like I think quad heralds is very sexy. Unlike a lot of the fizz.
I didn't even talk about the Herald's one.
But I think that the Herald change is definitely the least important of the changes, like the value
Oh
wise.
yeah,
But I just
definitely.
because the Heralds are we talked about it a little bit in the podcast history, but a lot the Heralds like after like the second Herald, you're kind of just heralding for flavor in most circumstances because your Heralds 3 and 4, like if they're ice and thunder, are kind of not they just don't give you as much damage as like a
Hmm.
fizz to whatever conversion as fire and fizz would. But it's just like the more Heralds is more better, you know. It's better to have more Heralds because it's just more
More
fun.
heralds, more better.
Yeah.
Oh, the other one I didn't mention is the fire one. So, if you ignite something, which is always if you have this node, um, it makes them convert 40% of the damage that they deal to fire.
Of their physical damage.
Yeah, so that's an effect that's happened before. There's pyroclast shot, like pyroshock clasp, I think is what it's called. It's a unique
Yep,
belt.
the belt. Yeah.
When you ignite or shock enemies, it converts their damage to fire and lightning. And that belt is actually an incredible defensive layer, especially if you're doing a spellcast loop that relies on
Okay.
taking lots of physical damage.
Sorry, if you're gonna say that combo of words, you have to lean into the microphone and do the deep voice.
Spellcast loop.
That's a little bit better, thank you.
There. So if you're running a spellcast loop that involves taking physical damage, that node is an incredible defensive layer because you're changing the enemy's damage away from physical, so you don't have to build more physical damage reduction, which is difficult to get as a witch.
I think that the fire one is honestly quite bad because it's so unreliable in most circumstances.
Oh yeah, if
Because
you're relying
it's
on it
just
as
like
like a hardcore character, that's
it's just
terrible.
conditional defenses in Path are extra shit, basically. Like
Hmm.
it's the same way that you would never build any immunity to 99% because it's effectively having none at all if you're playing for, hours on end because that 1% occurs so frequently. So it's like having that if it's like a layered form and you're already cloak of flaming and doing something else, whatever, even though it doesn't really work the same way, it's cool, but I would rather it just said 20%, even if it said just 10% fizz taken as a random element. I would have preferred that to the 40% conditional thing.
Yeah, there's two schools of thought here. There's I'm playing a hardcore character or I want to level to 100. So I will only ever take defensive layers that are
Well, they're
guaranteed.
very similar schools of thought, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, that was one. That was one school of thought.
Okay, okay, okay.
The
Yeah,
second school of thought is I am blasting maps going a billion miles per hour and I don't care how many times I die as long as I clear the map. I'm
I'll give
having
you a
fun.
lukewarm take. Builds that die are bad builds. There's a
Yeah,
lukewarm take.
I cannot argue with that.
I
However,
play
some
bad
builds that
builds.
die a lot are fun.
Yeah, fun
Sure,
builds.
but fun and good are not necessarily married.
Good.
Yep, so that's why there's two schools of thought. Some people are like
Well, no, now
dying
we're
is
at a
bad and
third
not
school of
fun.
thought. There's a fourth
All
school, which
right, you
is
can
Jim
throw in
doesn't
a third
believe
one
in
in there.
women, and he
Ah,
doesn't. He's pro
Yeah,
I was gonna
patriarchy.
try spin it into like
I've
PoE
presented
2
a false
is not
dichotomy.
good, but it is
It's true.
fun, but it isn't that either. So maybe PoE 2 is
Jim, do you
good.
know?
Could we just wait to
Jim, do you know that
Google the word
phrase?
dichotomy?
False
We just gotta
dichotomy.
Google
I've
it.
heard of that. Can you use it in a sentence, please?
Okay, I have created a false dichotomy by saying that there are two schools of thought.
Mhm.
Is that like is that referencing that there's two there's only two options of something, so a false
Yeah, it's a
dichotomy
Yes,
two-sided
you've
is
correctly
dice, yeah.
identified the root.
so it's like
Yeah.
there's way
Just
more
gotta Google root
options.
now.
There's way more options than two, and it's like one of those like logic things where it's like a fallacy. That's how I
Not
think it
necessarily
is.
way more than two, but there is more than two, and I've presented it as if there are two.
Okay, I don't have to Google that
I'm glad
one.
we're teaching Jim English.
Hey, I don't need
Basically,
English.
just
Australians are built on context.
it's
I can use the
it's
wrong
just the
words with
same
the
thing
right
as the square
context.
rectangle thing. It's not all squares rectangles, all rectangles squares, vice versa. It's
A
like
square is everything, if you believe whatever the latest Vsauce video I watched was.
yeah,
A square is
Incredible.
a trapezoid. A square is
a
a kite.
trapezoid.
A
My favorite of all
trapezoid.
names.
Zizoid. I like
Yeah.
that one.
That's how it's spelled.
So, someone has sniped that username. Trapezoid.
Trapezoid. Speaking
That's-
of usernames, do you guys have any league starter names you've got picked out? You want to do?
I have a
No.
text document with character names, and I've exhausted all of the good ones.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna.
one day someone's gonna find your hard drive and you're gonna be on a list, like a no-fly list.
I could post the whole thing right now. Only a
Yeah.
few of them are juvenile.
My mum's computer broke, so I gave her my old one, And while I was trying to fix what was wrong with it, I found that she had like somehow had backed up like 150 gigs of like shit from the computer before that, which was also mine. And I managed to recover Path of Building files from like 8 years ago or something with all the shit names of all the different things. And I'm like, it's like 180 Path of Building files that no longer work, but it's like good to go back and look through all the memes and stuff.
I showed my Path of Building on stream once. I have every Path of Building build that I've ever done in the root folder. I didn't make any folders, and there's like 100 of them.
Just scrolling. What are you gonna
Some
league
roots.
start, laddie? Have you spun the wheel?
Yeah, kind of. We did a marble race that cut down to
Jesus.
a build,
What
but
is it?
I'm playing Tornado Inquisitor Tornadoes. That's my league start.
Oh, I saw a really good, I think it might actually have been that. A really good one of those for Uber boss killing. I was tempted, but like, how do you clear with that?
Well,
Yeah.
Uber Busk, the tornado is incredibly good clear. You have 3 very fast, very large tornadoes.
Mm.
It's of
I'm
turbulence. It's the
I'm
only
even
really
more
usable
tempted.
version.
I tried Tornado of Turbulence. I liked it a lot.
Yep, it's good. It's got a very. I'm doing the life stacking as an Inquisitor, and it's fun because you could really like pump pretty high content on your 4-link honor home, which is like it's really easy to get +4 gems on because Tornado has 9 tags and 5 of them are represented in Corrupted Helmet +2 gems.
Incredible.
So it's pretty chill.
I think
The only part that sucks is you have to get a Wrathpith and a Calm's Heart like fairly early on, but
I think I
yeah,
literally
bad.
have
early
that build.
Wrathpith is like 3 divines or something.
I literally
it's
saved
tier.
that
They're both
build.
tier 2 uniques, so it's like probably have them within like 4 or 5 days of league. I mean, I typically clock about 17 to 18 hours a day for the first 3 days of league. That Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I should be like red mapping by Monday, the latest.
I'll be the
So
one
it'll take me
derailing
a
this
couple
time.
days.
You were talking about like finding stuff on someone's old computer.
Mm-hmm.
I vividly remember we were at my grandma's house, and she's like, can you put like these 5 files that you brought on your flash drive onto my computer so that I can look at them? I was like, all right. So I go down there, and so my uncle is like an IT professional, and he helped her with her setup. So she has like a USB dock with like 20 ports, this crazy mouse that's like it's a trackball and a regular mouse, and it's huge, and it's got all these buttons on it, and her sensitivity was so low that I had to swipe it all the way across the mouse pad multiple times just to get it to the edge of the screen.
Your grandma sounds like a gamer. Sorry, go ahead.
Except you will no longer have that impression because like all of this stuff plugged in, all of these hard drives, they were all filled gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes of bookmarks. She would go on the internet and bookmark every single page she ever visited.
Oh, cool.
And it would save all of them individually, like anywhere on her computer. They're all over the place. Like nothing. It was like a virus had thrown random character file names everywhere on the hard drive, even on the desktop.
That's like,
and it was
that belongs in a
impossible to
museum.
navigate.
Like that's like a cultural piece of internet history.
It was impressive. I was in awe.
Imagine like society is wiped out, we get hit with a solar flare, all the copper melts except her PC, and then in 3,000 years they find that. They're like, this is what computers were like back then. Oh.
I remember this image. That you've posted.
Is that Kanye?
It did not age well.
Me? Oh, yeah.
It's,
the Elden Ring Battle Pass with
my
playable
Discord.
uses.
It's a very well crafted
our
troll.
future president, Yosis. All right.
It is a very well crafted troll. I will give it that.
Hey, Lighty, what are you league starting?
We just talked Tornado. We just talked about this.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Yosis.
Are you gonna do it again?
Oh my god, I'm out of it.
Literally has brain rot. His body's run by tapeworms and just.
All right.
I'm
at
the end of my sleep schedule, so I'm brain dead. Sorry. Yeah,
all of these uniques, the prices are already going to be screwed up, so I don't mind like revealing ahead of time. It's please do not league start this, not because you're going to make my items more expensive, but because you will have a miserable time trying to league start this because everyone wants all of these items.
Oh,
You will not be able to acquire
is it
these uniques.
champion stuff?
Yes, it is champion. So champion, they changed it so that instead of having 15 fortify as a baseline, you always have maximum fortify. So you stack maximum fortify. So everyone's going to get replica badge of the Brotherhood, which is already a rare item. Like, the only reason it's cheap is because no one used it. Now everyone's going to use it. Now it's going to be like 10 divines or something, probably. So you need replica badge, you need the specific beacon of madness that gives you 15 fortify while you're insane, which by the way, you need to base your entire build around mitigating the madness debuffs because they're so extensive. There's a few other items. There's a pair of gloves that rolls from 1 to 10 maximum fortify. Everyone's going to buy those out. 10 maximum fortify is going to be so expensive,
They're like
even
an
if the
Uber
gloves are
drop,
1
aren't
elk. And people are going to need to corrupt them for +1 max frenzy because that's how the replica badge works. You get 1 more fortify if you corrupt them for +1 max frenzy. So those are going to be uber expensive. So that's the boring part of the build, is stacking fortify all the way up to 59 or whatever, 58. So you're taking 50%, 58% less damage from hits. The madness debuff gives you 60% increased damage taken, but because of how the math works out, you're still taking, like, you're not taking 102% more damage. You're taking like 65% damage. I'll do the exact math right this moment.
Yeah,
So
I was just curious if you
1.6
like
times 0.42.
when you
You're
have
taking 67.2% of damage.
when you have like
that you
these
would normally
stupid,
take.
weird, OP broken builds that are just crangled to shit. Do you always like league start them and slowly build into them, or do you sometimes make other builds and then change?
I very, very stubbornly, I create the character that is going, I league start that character, that build, and I allocate the points as if I had the items already,
Yeah,
which is a miserable leveling experience.
that's
I
how I play.
highly recommend you league start a viable character,
Nah.
play to level 95, get all of your currency, and then build this character instead of trying to league start it, because it will be a massively improved experience. You will suffer for weeks playing the way that I do.
It's more fun though.
So you're saying there's a
Debatable.
chance.
Anyway,
I accept.
that was the boring part of the build, is stacking that. So the exciting part is you still have like 4 other debuffs to worry about with the boots. You have to do the Garb of Ephemeral thing to get rid of the reduced action speed. Or there's also a Temporal Chains unique jewel. So if you manually cast Temporal Chains every 10 seconds, you're immune to that debuff, which is awful, which is why I'm going for the Garb of Ephemeral thing.
Can you not automation it?
Nope, you have to manually cast it to get the buff. So the other 2 debuffs that we care about are 90% reduced life recovery rate. Thankfully, it's reduced to not less, so you can get a couple of sources of increased life recovery rate to sort of counteract it. So like 10% increased life recovery rate as an Eldritch mod on a chest is not normally that powerful, but here it's doubling your healing. So that's a really, really valuable implicit just from that influence. Now, the fourth one is like 90% reduced flask charges gained and flask effect. Now, normally we've been like mitigating the debuffs. There is a flask that takes advantage of having 90% reduced flask effect, and that is Olroth's Resolve, which gives you 85% less ward while active. So if you reduce the effect of that by 90%, you're only getting like 8.5% less ward, and your ward never breaks. So you can use this combo. If you can sustain Olroth's forever, which is really hard now, if you can sustain it forever, you can have, we've gotten it up to 5,300 ward permanently while having 58 fortify stacks. So the build is basically immortal to anything that's not a really heavy damage over time. And the way that you mitigate that is you have life recoup, and you just take a whole bunch of hit damage. So it's really cool when my stupid spellcast loop thing works its way into being a very important defensive layer, as
It-
opposed to just throwing spells everywhere.
So it's a ward looper, but you still have to cast temporal chains every 10 seconds.
No, I've opted not to do that
Okay.
because I have the Garb of the Ephemeral on an animated guardian or a mercenary, so I don't have to do that.
I liked how
What
you said no, but you said it like no is already one syllable, but you somehow said even less than that. It was like like the disbelief of when I said, "Why are you casting?" You're like, "No, no," you just and then you cut me. Like you're a fucking
Yeah.
idiot. We're not listening. It's what-
like Cardia Darkhill was considering that approach, and I was like, I really hate manually doing something every 10 seconds to keep my build alive. That's why the Olroth's Resolve has an instilling orb on it so I don't have to press it every 10 seconds. So introducing having to do that again is bad and makes me not like the build at all. So I replaced it with something that's automatic, even if it's unreliable.
So you're a ward looper with 5,500 ward and 60%. I don't know how the fortification works. 60% less damage taken,
Yeah,
more or less.
58% less damage taken from hits.
Ah.
And there's so much other tech that you can do. So like for example, I'm reserving 49.9% of life so that if I take a single tick of any dot damage, it triggers adrenaline from champion. So I just have really, really good adrenaline uptime.
Does the reduced damage from hits change how the ward loop works with like the self-inflicted, I assume like skeletons and
Yes, you
stuff?
do take less self damage. So I'm taking 67.2% of damage, and I have to account for that. Thankfully, you can boost Forbidden Rites damage by having negative chaos res, so you just don't get any chaos res, and you have minus 60. And you can, because you have 5,300 permanent ward, you can make Forbidden Rite do 5,300 damage to you, and that's a good thing. Now, unfortunately, we don't have enough life in the build for Forbidden Rite to do that much damage, but we do have enough to drive a spellcast loop. Now, it's not quite a loop, because the only way to get a loop here would be to use like skeletons, and we're gonna have a lot of armor. So instead, what I'm doing is just either manually casting or like cast while channeling or something like that to just Forbidden Rite, and then cast some damage taken a second Forbidden Rite to do more damage to myself, and then we cast on damage taken all of our spells. Now, that being said, this spellcast loop is casting spells all over the place. We put way too many points into making the build immortal and way too many points into having Olroth's Resolve have 100% uptime. So the build's damage is less than 1 million DPS. It is really bad at doing damage. However,
it's
it
cool.
will not die.
Yeah. However,
So
it's
you can
fancy.
hold down the button and sit there in an Uber boss, and you will not die.
And that's something.
And the boss will die eventually.
You said you did all this to like avoid casting things, and like now you just have to hold down a button to actually kill stuff. Though it's just a normal build, except it's really strong.
I can put a rock on the button.
No, you
and
can't.
walk
Don't
away
say
and
that.
make
Don't
a
say that.
sandwich.
You get banned.
It's against TOS.
Does the numlock trick work still? Is that a thing that they allow? Like, is that a thing? Or am I thinking of last year?
No, that left when Rory died.
No, see what's important here. I believe that weighing down one key is not against TOS because they specifically say one user
One key,
action
one action.
translates to one
Yeah,
server
but
action.
one key,
so
one
my
action.
my one action is depressing the button, and the server action is it knows that I am holding that button.
But like
But
you
that
holding
means you
that
can't
one
do
button.
another. The only other input you could do is removing the rock.
Yes.
Because if you were to do anything else between the rock being placed and being picked up,
I think
you're
it's
doing two things
technically
at once.
against the rules.
If
though.
I place the rock and it presses two keys, that's against the rules.
Yeah,
we've established that. A popsicle stick, so that when I press one key and it presses 5 keys, that's against the rules. If I put a rock down on one key, because that's effectively my finger pressing down the key, that is not against the rules.
Well, it depends on.
Schizo.
It depends on. It does. It also depends on just how much money you have. Because if you reach enough wealth, then you could do whatever you want with no repercussions.
True. That's not true.
That is true.
Oh, you told. Wait, are you bringing Elon into this?
Yeah. If I'm wrong, then show me the banned account.
if they banned him, he'd probably pull a Doge on PoE and buy Tencent. I don't know, man. I don't know how like rich people
So
are.
there's no one else to fire, Jim.
What do you mean?
They're all gone.
Right, yeah, no, they took out Chris. But like,
They took him out.
I guess he's not petty enough to like
He got
destroy
mind break
something.
trapped. That's it.
Like he bought Twitter, but he didn't destroy it. Like he didn't kill it entirely. He, like,
Debatable.
he killed. He definitely killed it, but like he didn't shut it down. You know, he shut down the person tracking his jet. That's it.
I just don't think you're going to be motivated to take down Elon because he's not a woman. And if he was, then you would come for him. But unfortunately, he's just not in your line of fire.
I completely understand taking off the headset and walking away. I completely understand.
As a married man, I can tell you, that when you just have proximity to females, it totally changes your perspective on things. And I know that Jim just absolutely hates women, but his headset's off. So
You
he
said
doesn't know
all of
about
that.
Sorry,
I
what?
couldn't hear it.
I wasn't listening. What'd you say?
it. We're talking about League
It's for the
Starters.
best. It's
Yeah.
What did
I'm
I'm gonna timestamp this and come back to it.
What else can I talk about with my build? So there's a lot of
Hey, what bandits you
incredibly
taking,
specific
bro?
Details. So, like, for example, the spellcast loop, because our character is basically infinitely tanky, we don't care about having to dodge things, so we can just lightning warp onto the enemy 100% of the time, and this is a good thing, because we can run Blood and Sand. This is what I'm reserving 49.9%.
Are you clicking the target to lightning warp to them, or are you just doing a cast when
No.
channeling?
Well, there could be two different approaches. Either I could put the lightning warp in, like, a poet's pen, and then it'll go on my cursor, or I can just have it in cast an image taken, so it'll target the nearest enemy.
That's fair.
So you can do whatever you want there. But anyway, Blood and Sand, you take less damage from the enemy if they're within the circle, and because we're lightning warping constantly, they're always in the circle.
We are the circle.
So, on top of taking 67.2% of damage because of Fortify, enemies are doing like 24% less damage because of Blood and Sand. So we have yet another crazy defensive layer. I wonder, given that I'm also armor stacking a little bit, I wonder if I could tank Memory Game.
Pretty sure
Memory Game does a lot of physical. I think it also does a lot of chaos, and that might be the problem.
Pretty sure that Inquisitor build that Lighty's gonna play can tank Memory Game, so I don't see why your thing wouldn't be able to.
Well,
you could Dissolution of Flesh, Petrified Blood shenanigans with Progenesis and like allocate Memory Game, then recoup it back. But it's not. It's like pseudo tanking.
I can survive Memory Game 30% of the time by flame dashing into it.
You could survive it because you got 2 brain cells fighting for third.
Yeah, my internet's so shit it drops the packet where it kills me. It's crazy.
I don't think that's how that infrastructure works, but somehow
it's worked multiple times on my end.
That's kind of crazy.
I don't recommend it.
It's very unreliable, to be sure.
Yeah, it's not hardcore viable.
So yeah, 5300 ward is a lot better at tanking anything that's not a giant slam or shaper beam. So I have to work on shoring up those parts of it. Like honestly, 5300 ward is completely excessive. Like I would be happy with 2k. Like that nulls the majority of damage in the game.
5300 ward is like.
Are you using
the
Yindis belt or whatever, or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna use the belt to have like 3000 armor and evasion.
Not to derail your explanation, but something to consider with that. This is way more philosophical. Is the quota uniques from Settlers League were previously best acquired by filling as many quotas as possible, as fast as possible, which was only really done by having a level 1 town, which typically unique collectors would re-roll in a different league, keep their town level 1, send quotas for 50, and then fill them, and then you'd get them quite fast. Your town is now maxed fully out the gate. So I'm actually really curious. And also the quotas were kind of loosely based on the ship, the average like ship time you're sending, and we know that the ship times were like quadrupled roughly. So I'm curious how massively large the quotas are going to be, and if so, how often can you realistically fill them, which is going to really, really, really limit the amount of those belts being added to the game. So it might actually be much more
Yeah,
rare
if
than you think.
if that belt is unobtainium, I can pivot to using a rare belt, which makes the flask requirements a lot easier to meet, and that gives me like 20, 30 passive points to work with.
What
And
does
then
the
I can just Skin of the Loyal. I'll have less ward, but I'll have a better build overall.
what does the belt do? Like, I don't see any reason why.
It and you can catalyst it. It
A
makes
ton
it
of
so
ward.
that 50 to 60%, depending on your catalyst, of armor and evasion rating on your chest is ward instead.
I don't see that being like a rare thing in trade with the amount of people there are. But for an
Yeah,
SSF unique
it's
collector
it's
like
not
Lighty, yeah.
it's not a high demand item as far as I know.
It was made much more popular by the ward change because you could get it so your ward recoup was at 1 second, and having 5k ward with a 1 second refresh is
Yeah, pretty
crazy.
good.
Especially on that's where layered defenses, not conditional layered defenses, but just like appropriate layered defenses becomes really strong. Having like a couple thousand ward, cat block, 85 all res, that sort of stuff, you become like an actual chonker to have
Oh
like
yeah, I
that
forgot
amount of
the build has a lot of block as well.
What shield are
So
you
on
using?
top, Svalin, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's also totally up in the air. Where it is, if it's been nerfed, what's the rate? Because they zero mentioned it, and it was
Uh-huh.
already quite rare from Starfall Crater Black Knight, which they
I
nerfed the rates
could
of that spawning after about a month into League and didn't even
It's not
announce it. So
necessary for the build. I could use a different shield. It's just that it has
yeah,
ward on it, and you can get nodes on the passive tree that say you get more defenses from your equipped shield, so
yeah,
that gives me
there's a
more
bunch of
ward.
those.
I don't actually make use of the cast elemental spell when block because it doesn't do any damage in my build.
Molten Shell,
Even you could
baby.
hook Lightning Warp up to it.
Oh
I
yeah.
could. Lightning Warp on block is a very interesting
Doesn't he want to
proposition
be
because
next to the bad
it
things that hit
only
him?
teleports you towards the enemy when you're getting killed by that enemy.
But
No,
you
not
want to be
kill,
on
just
the
hit.
enemy.
Well,
If it's not
getting
hitting you, then you
hit
don't have
is
to
a
kill it
requirement
anyway.
for getting killed. So
Well, yeah, but your block is you have basically cat block was fallen. So the second something targets you, you would Lightning Warp to them.
yeah, the problem is I want to lightning warp to them like extremely frequently, not wait for them to hit me. This is a problem with a lot of like retaliation or cast when stunned builds. Is ideally you want to be casting all the time, not
Well, you
just
could
when they hit
put
you.
Void Sphere in there, and you could gather them up.
Ideally, we
There's
kill them faster than it takes to group everything and then nuke them all.
yeah.
Although the build does do very little damage. When I said less than 1,000,000 DPS, that was in ideal conditions.
Do you have explosions for
Oh.
anything?
Uh,
That goes a long
explode
way
to
for
like
your
propagate.
DPS.
Yeah, that does that.
Just even like
That's
an
better for
Orias flask.
clear.
Like
I was worried about single target for like bosses because half the point of the build is to AFK a boss. But yeah, I can't add any flasks because we're using the trader. Like Olros has it takes like 56 flash charges every 10 seconds, and its base duration is 4 seconds. So you need a
so,
lot of investment.
yeah, you got the Bala Jewel running. Instead of you could also, if you don't want to go the Ward belt route, you can also go the Uber Shaper belt route for unique charges.
Mm-hmm.
Tides of Time. That could get you
Let's-
a decent chunk of flask back.
Let's see. Let's see if there's a problem with that, other than not being able to use the other belt. Utility flask gain 3 charges every 3 seconds. Yeah, unfortunately,
Because
we're gaining 16 charges every 5 seconds, and that's not enough.
Well, I'm saying you could run Tides of Time, and that might be the difference between you being able to run a second flask. And that might be something you would want to do.
It does have 25% flask effect, which we want to avoid. A rare belt having reduced flask charges used is absolutely huge compared to any unique belt in the game.
What about Harbinger belt?
Harbinger belt, the time flow one?
Yeah. Is there anything about like reducing CDR or anything like action speed increase that could be a thing?
All of those stats are things that I want, but not more than I want to have Olroths have 100% uptime.
Can I like commission?
If I could wear 3 belts, I would give you the coolest build ever.
Hey man, they might bring it in with the PoE2
You want to commission?
Yeah, I need to commission Yosef. Can I send you a build that has no defenses? Well, some defenses, all the movement speed and no damage, and you can see if you can cram any damage or make it any sort of viable, because that'd be really nice.
Yeah, that's
I could just find you a better build.
No, we don't need a better
yeah,
build. We got a
literally
fun build.
it's more efficient if someone sends me a build and they're like, "Hey, can you like look through and improve my build?" and I'm like, "It's more efficient for me to just direct you to existing good builds."
Oh, but it's come on, I gotta bait you
what
in with
skill do you
it's
wanna
a
use?
fun build. I don't care what
But
skill I use. Like it's just
Yes, I mean, not dying and killing things is more fun than being an edgelord.
I don't know, BV maybe.
Yeah, so the Blade
So-
Vortex of the Scythe just got buffed pretty heavily.
Oh man, I'm just gonna get
Because I was
homework.
looking at that in
It,
POB and
it gained
did not
the
like
the
it.
damage went from 1.3 to 2,000 on the top end. It gained 700 flat, which is a crazy amount of damage.
How do you just
That's a
know
pretty
these things?
substantial. I read patch notes and I don't have the
But,
memory
like,
of,
there's-
of a
there's, like-
It did
nematode.
gain
But there's
like
like
500 flat
1,000
damage.
characters
I
in
know.
here.
Yeah, I've memorized most of them. Yeah.
I don't understand.
I'm glad it
people
has
like
a
read
this.
base
patch notes.
duration of 0.8 seconds instead of 0.6 because it only deals damage every 0.6 seconds. So if you had 1%
Yeah,
reduced
yeah.
skill effect duration, it
It would
wouldn't do any
fucking
damage.
suck. It seems quite
The-
good for like maybe some sort of ignite thing, or it's just like it's a lot of damage.
The cast time is super nerfed though. They nerfed it by 50%.
I know.
So
But to be
it's better
fair,
if you
there's
trigger
ways
it.
to get around it. Yeah, as to say, there's ways to get around it if you just.
You only have to trigger it every 0.6 seconds. So if you're
Mhm.
doing a build that isn't a fully dedicated spellcast loop but does cast things like every 0.6 seconds, for example,
Yeah.
this would be a really, really good skill.
You can do that,
0.6
Jim.
seconds. No, I think my cast time is like fucking 5 seconds at the moment.
Like if you
5
put it on
seconds is
cast while
horrendous.
channeling. Yeah, 5 seconds
not,
is
not 5
there's
times a
not
second. 5 seconds.
No, it's
There's
like
not a thing in the game that would stand there for 5 seconds.
it's using
and kill it.
It's using automation. It's not like standing still and doing it. Don't worry about it.
What?
Don't
The
listen.
trigger rate is once every 5 seconds. That's far more reasonable.
Yeah. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good. No, not cast time. Cast time's basically
Oh yeah.
instant.
Oh yeah.
I
No,
played
sorry.
a slam build that had a 1 second attack time, and that
Oh
was
god, ground
suffering.
slam of Earthshake. Yeah, that one has the negative attack speed multiplier, and it's like pulling teeth, but it hits like a fucking truck. There's some of them are really funny at the slam builds though.
If an attack takes 2 full seconds to go off, I don't care if it does infinite damage. That's awful. I hate it.
Well, I'll add a caveat to that. If it was a 2-second attack time, but it was like volcanic fissure of the snaking, and you had max snakes out, it'd be traveling for
snakes.
10 seconds. So it'd probably feel
Yosis,
okay.
you've literally built an immortal build that can't die. Who gives a shit if you've got a 2-second
A bit
wind up?
redundant, Jimothy.
Oh, it's not
Yeah,
redundant.
that build is
mortal
fine
build that
because I
can't
can
die
put
is
a
not
rock on the
redundant?
button.
It isn't.
All right. Well, we've established the build does what it does. So the real conversation is, what kind of rock you gonna use?
That's a
Mm.
good question. So I
You get
have
something wacky like cobalt or like plutonium and
hold
just
on.
kill your hand.
We're going full circle. Another thing that was at my grandma's house, there was a traveling rock.
Kidney
It's got
stone.
like paint on it, and like they taped like a laminated piece of paper to it that says like, this is the traveling rock from so and so Facebook group. It passes from person to person. You take a picture, you put it somewhere else. I stole it from my grandma. It's mine now. I'm not putting it somewhere else.
What? You've killed this traveling rock.
Yeah,
You should admit
I
to that.
could use that rock.
that's fair.
I found a couple
How
of those
big is the
ones at the
rock? 'Cause
beach.
It has to also not hit extra keys. And it
It
also
fits in
has
your
to be
hand,
heavy enough
but
to weight down a
Hmm.
keyboard.
it's unfortunately rather like cheese wedge shaped. It's like a triangle shape.
Yeah.
You could put it on your spacebar and rebind it. Why am I helping? I'm helping you cheat. now.
Because the
It's
idea
not
is
cheating.
amazing.
Oh.
I have done this before. I had a Flicker Strike character that did no damage but was unkillable, and so I just weighed down the key and like even for the Act 10 Katava fight, that's what I did in the video. Is I just weighed down the key and left to make dinner.
Oh, dude.
It's like peering into a different universe, listening to you speak sometimes.
You wanna know-
but it's like I just can't imagine not walking up to that boss, clicking twice, killing it, then just already onto mapping.
Do you want to know some PoE jank, Lighty?
It took us a comparable amount of time. I just went and made dinner. I just took a break.
Yeah.
You like shitty spaghetti coding, right, Lighty? Same thing.
So you want to answer the question
that
first?
that GGG podcast thing I listened to ages ago. They talked about when they made the rigs for Katava, and like the punch, the slam animation of him punching all the different parts of the arena. That's not like dynamic or anything. They had to sit down and make like 50 to 80 different animations. It took one guy like 3 months. Like the one animator, his job was to animate Katava punching, and it took like 3 months of dev time of him
still kind of
punching
like
a different area in the different because of how their shitty rigs are. Compared to like a PoE2 rig would just be like target this area and the arm would go there kind of thing.
Oh, so it didn't. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not smart. It's like it's proper animation.
It's 80
rigs.
predetermined locations.
They don't have like spline curves. They don't
No.
have.
No. It's not just
Damn.
picking,
So
you know, A through
it's
Z,
like-
then 1 through 26 on the grid. It's just going.
it's
We've made 80 different points.
It's hundreds of man hours for all the different punches.
This
Now,
is
here's
like
the real
doing
question.
stop motion.
Yeah. So imagine. So it has. The next question is: it has official locations of each punch based off of how it was rigged and set up. But is there any sort of seeded pattern? Do you think for how it's operating, or is it actually set to random?
It's
So if you
probably
sat there and
not
just
random.
tracked it,
It's really specific to where you're standing.
Yeah, you're probably like in a grid, and then
do
it
you think
has
it's like
4 different
Boolean
animations
logic?
for that grid.
Like if on right side trigger
Yeah.
between 1 through 10 over here.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it might just be a switch case statement where it's
Yep.
like if you're here, punch
If
there.
then.
If you're there,
Shall
punch
I
there.
shall I write into the podcast 7 years later and ask, hey, how is Katava code?
No, see, because I'm gonna do another podcast next week or the week after with Octavian on it, and
Ask
so I
him
can
that.
ask him that question.
Exactly. Hell yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, you got better
Ask him what the
podcasts
vending
to go to?
machine situation's like in New Zealand.
Huh?
Yeah. Isn't he in New Zealand?
Ask him if he wants the $15 that I owe him from when he bought me Subway when my card didn't work the first ExileCon.
Oh my
You would
god.
fucking bounce a check.
I don't think I ever paid him back.
Okay,
This
hold
is
on.
your reputation
I'm adding
in
that
the
to my
bump.
questions.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Slippery Jim 8 still owes you $15 from when you paid for his Subway at the first ExileCon. Do you want it back?
Give me an address and I'll
I don't
send you the
know.
change.
Now, see, the problem is we're gonna pre-screen him these questions.
Oh,
We're gonna
no.
show him these questions before the podcast, so he's gonna see that, and that sort of lessens the impact of the question.
You can just take it out.
Maybe I'll just
take it
spring it on
out. Yeah,
him.
spring it on him.
I'll leave it there so I remember it.
Say it in like a very, entropic fashion and just shout it out. What about the $15, Octavian? And he's like, what are you talking about? The money that you laundered for Jim. Oh, okay.
This is somehow unethical, paying for someone's Subway.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
RMT because
It
you're
is.
going to then request some sort of change in game and money was exchanged and goods were serviced,
Is it
It's gonna
debt
all come back.
RMT?
Yeah, ask Elon. Ask your best friend.
This is
not my
from
friend.
before he was a dev, and it's you repaying a debt rather than you paying him for a favor that he will then do.
Yeah, but now he's in a position of power, and so me paying
Yeah,
the
the
GGD dev.
ethics are interesting.
Mm,
So you're saying that the question is grandfathered in effectively because he wasn't employed then.
No,
Yeah.
that can be how I change how I ask the question. Instead of being like, "Hey, do you want $15 back?"
Is it
I can
ethical?
ask like, "Would it be unethical for him to pay you back
Yeah.
at this point?"
Mm.
probably not. He'd take the
I'm
money.
changing the question.
Oh no. I might have paid him back then. I just don't remember.
Just change the question. Pray he doesn't alter it further.
Because depending on how I ask this could be like Jim weaseling out of the $15.
No, I'll send him a gift card for 50. I'll send a gift card for Subway with $15 total value. It'll cost more for someone to take the gift card in New Zealand and deliver it to them than it would the gift card be worth.
I feel like no matter what form the gift takes, it's still potentially unethical.
Well, no, they got
Yeah.
pizza parties, didn't they? From some guy that used to do pizza parties on like a league launch.
I mean, I bought Chris a beer, so at one point in time,
I
and
mean,
because of that,
I'm sure
You got blessed in
I'm sure they're not
SSS.
super strict about like, oh, we met at a bar and like had drinks or something. Like that's not something
started
that
out
they're
as
gonna
a kiss. How did it end up like this?
restrict.
The real question is there another layer of unethical because the money's coming from Jim?
Yeah,
Oh
And
yeah.
Jim, and then
taking from the
a GGG
poor.
employee is accepting funds from somebody with such radical views, especially on women. I wouldn't necessarily want that to be associated with the company, you know?
When you guys were first initially talking ages ago about PoE, this is unrelated to anything, but I opened a packet of chips and I took a bite of one, and it was the worst thing I've ever eaten in my life. And I looked on the back and it's out of date by a year. Yeah, I don't know why I'm bringing this up.
A year is wild.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah, a
exact
year is
month.
so
By a
much.
year.
It's the exact month, but it's 2024.
No, see,
That's
this
not-
is a problem because I feel there are certain foods that are better when they're expired.
Oof.
Cheese? Like what are you
This
talking
is
Not
about?
like
cheese.
this is like a homeless
This isn't
person
like
take.
aging things. It's like Oreos get softer when they're stale.
Oh, you mean I should like
What?
when do these go out of date?
Are those cakesters? Don't let them go stale.
What the fuck's this is an Oreo? What are you talking about?
There are Oreo cakesters.
What the fuck
There
is
are
that?
many Oreo products.
No, this is just normal Oreo. Normal.
They might. Okay,
Original.
okay,
Hey,
because
your
they
Oreos
might be
come in a
different
singular
internationally.
tube. In America, we get a triple sleever. You know.
This is
Yeah,
like
I've never
'cause
seen
there's
that
all
packaging
different.
that
There's all
wasn't
different types,
a
you know.
Cakester.
You only want to get the one time. I already ate the double stuffed ones. Do you get that thing where you eat Oreos and it leaves like a film on the top of your mouth?
No, I
Yep,
brush my teeth.
that's a specific preservative that is being used more and more now. Like if
I
you
thought
get
that was
like Little
when you're
Debbie
like
donuts,
allergic to cockroaches. That happens to you. You
I
know.
don't eat cockroaches.
who isn't physically allergic to
Although
cockroaches?
there probably
if
are
not mentally?
cockroaches in here.
Half the people on the Snowpiercer train.
I'm trying to find the use by date.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh.
This is like what is fear of maniac with a chainsaw? Common sense.
Use by date
First
is
boss in
the
Resident Evil 4.
5th of November this year. So not long. Couple of leagues and I'll crack those babies. I'm gonna eat them like as soon as I turn this off.
Do you know that most likely, Jim, one day you're going to look at the expiration date of a product and it's going to last longer than you are?
That's so cool to think about. I can't wait. It could be that packet of Oreos.
Thankfully,
God, I
they
hope.
don't do that. Even if something is known to like not expire, like salt,
Mhm.
it's a rock. It's not going to expire. They still put like a really recent expiration date on it because instead of saying, "Oh, the salt's going to expire," like it's more of a like we can't guarantee that like it's been like on a store shelf and stored correctly.
Is this your example of shit that still tastes good after expiry? This salt expired 20
No.
years ago. It's
Well,
still delicious.
The salt as like a chemical compound does not really expire. It's a rock.
All right, but what about salt
It
as
would
like
take
a
a really
casual
long time.
snack?
What is the half-life of salt?
That's a good question because there's different ions. There's different
Everything's got a half-life, right?
Which Half-Life you talking
isotopes.
though?
There's different
Half-Life 2?
isotopes.
Half-Life 1 or 2. Listen,
So it doesn't literally never expire. Eventually, like
You'll have
this is a
half as
problem
much
with
salt.
Fallout games. Fallout games are like, oh, this can of spam has been sealed for 200 years. After a certain point of time, it doesn't matter like what the food is, no matter like how well preserved it is. At some point, things just chemically break down regardless. Like
I
a
see.
200-year-old can of spam in
Someone's
ideal
been watching-
conditions would not last.
Someone's been watching Steve MRE, I see.
Oh,
Learning
yes.
about the
If
many ways of the
someone-
degradation.
someone ate Civil War hardtack.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. It's too old. It doesn't matter that it's hardtack. It's not going to be good.
I don't know. Every time I watch Townsend's and I learn about the flavors of the 18th century, I learn all about how preservation of foods can go for very long, like potted meats and whatnot.
salt doesn't
yeah,
have
to
a
be fair,
half. I'm sorry
a
to say,
while
salt
ago-
doesn't have a half-life because it's a stable
Well.
compound and not radioactive, which is
All right.
bullshit because it's in the ground. Everything in the ground's radioactive, kind of.
Secrets.
I will not comment on that statement. What I will comment on
Huh?
is that there's probably isotopes of sodium that are radioactive. And so there might be a certain amount of salt that is radioactive, but
I'm
not
more
all of
worried
it.
about the I'm not going to comment on things in the ground being radioactive statement. You got something buried in the backyard.
No, you said everything in the ground is radioactive without exception.
No, I said
And
to a degree. To a degree, it is. To an infinitesimal degree.
I cannot confirm or deny.
Why do you keep saying it
I am
like
not
that?
an expert.
We're getting OJ'd right now. I can feel it.
I just don't want to make sweeping, broad statements
I'm
as if I
I'm
know what I'm
learning
talking
more
about
about you the
don't.
more you deny things. Hmm.
I have an ethical responsibility to make sure that when I tell people something with confidence, that it's true.
He never said.
Okay, Dahmer.
He never said he wasn't a nuclear plant worker. You know, he knows all this
Hold
shit
on.
about radiation. No, he's offended. He's getting upset that he doesn't want to specify.
Do you think Yosis is a plant?
Yeah, he's a bird.
I mean,
Like a KGB plant?
Birds
Or like
aren't
an actual
real, Jim.
flora and
CIA.
fauna?
He's a CIA bird, and as a bird, I don't
birds
respect
aren't
him.
real, Jim.
I know.
It's true. Reagan made them as little spy bots during the early 80s.
There was a post of like a professor that finally like made a bird puppet that was realistic enough to fool the birds so that he could put a camera in it and like observe their behavior, and people are like, I knew it, birds aren't real. That was the whole comment section. It was amazing.
Very good.
Nice deflection.
I drew a bird today.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, nice. That was a good bird.
Yeah, it's a ptarmigan.
What type of noise do
Yep.
they make, Lighty?
I'm gonna continue
A
watching
rainbow.
the Jim
Lovely.
Bird
A rainbow.
videos. So
Appreciate it.
A rainbow.
That's great. Do you know the woo woo bird?
No, what sound does it make?
Woo woo. It
Jim,
goes,
that's a train.
it goes woo woo. Yeah, it is like a train. It's
Jim.
crazy.
Jim, that's a train.
Yeah, but it's a woo woo bird. It's great.
Okay. Why don't you draw it for us?
They kind of look like chickens except black,
Oh,
and they got a big long tail like a pheasant.
I don't like how you say black.
What do you mean? Black.
It's got too much stank on it. I don't know.
What?
Do you like my thumbnail drawing for my build video?
I don't know. Oh yeah, it's pretty good.
It's a lot of effort was put into that.
I can tell. What's with the colors?
I
don't
looked
like
at
how
the
you say that,
description.
Jim.
Why you don't like how I say anything?
Description of what?
The description of Jim's bird video. I didn't realize how many people you got to draw birds. This is
Oh yeah,
crazy.
pretty good. Yeah. Oh, you probably shouldn't watch that video. Actually, now that I think about it, I said
Wait,
some.
one of them is called Jim's hot sister, and the other one is Jim's other sister.
Ignore that
Oh,
part.
sad.
They got so upset I did that.
Hold on. Did you label them?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ugh.
God. It's like you're creeping on the Oedipus side of things.
But listen, I've done singing videos before, and they sung in one of them, and I'm like, "What do you want your credit to be?" And they said, "I want my credit to be Jim's hot sister." And I'm like, "Okay." And so that's just what she is known as anytime she shows up in my content. So when I told her I was making a video, again with the birds, she's like, "Ah, let me draw a better bird if you're gonna make a video." I'm like, "Nah, you don't need to." And I sent them all off to an artist and got them all ranked and stuff. And I'm like, I didn't ask her what name she wanted credited, and I didn't want to give out like her actual name, so I just used the one from the past. Yeah. Covering my ass. But yes, I did name it that.
I'm glad that Ziz and I had the same brain cell, and we both drew the goose.
He when I received his, I'm like, "Oh, you're the second person to draw a goose." He's like, "Who? Who drew another goose?" And I'm like, "Oh, Yosis did." And he's like, "Nice." Like wavelengths.
We're on the same brain cell.
Hmm.
So King's March or whatever, yeah, constant gonna be like fully built. Yeah, that was like one of the highlights in like the trailer. It's like a completed town. Aren't you
You think it's a
excited,
highlight?
Lighty? Huh?
I think it's basically pointless, that change. Like, in every of the new Settlers Leagues, it takes you like less than 24 hours to fully set up a town. And after that day of setting it up, it's irrelevant to setup cost. The cost that matters is the concurrent cost of running ships, mappers, rebuying mappers,
But if they want
recombinating.
people
It's
to
sort
like
of
have
like
the
it's sort of
choice.
like the initial version of Harvest League, where you had to set up everything at the beginning. Like if you don't know what you're doing and it takes you like 3 days,
Yeah,
then
sure.
it's kind of suffering.
If you don't play the game very long and you don't know what the fuck you're doing, this change is great. But if you are
Yeah,
playing any amount of length and you could Google it, it's like this change means basically nothing. Because if like all the other costs, like if the amount of gold you get, not to mention there's like, I didn't really like their answer to this, but the question being, why do some mechanics just not drop gold, and it makes me never want to do those mechanics because if I have to have gold, that sucks. And like it's still going to be the same thing where you're just not really getting gold from like heist, sanctum, delve, whatever. Like that's a big bummer, especially if you're in trade and you need gold to trade and things. So I just don't like the problems with the entire Kingsmart system. None of them were fixed really, as far as I'm concerned. You could kind of say there was a tangential fix to the rune problem because there's no longer you're no longer sending out ships for runes in that sense, but then you have to send out the ships for the other types of runes, which if they're remotely as powerful as the other runes were, then we're back at the same problem. So
One of
I'm
them
not a big
is
fan of that.
perfect for my build because it gives 10% reduced attributes, 40% increased global
Yeah.
defenses, which affects ward. So that 5.3k ward number that I gave earlier does not account for that.
Yep. I just in general, I think the kind of constant upkeep mobile game bullshit that the Settlers King's March thing is terrible for game design, terrible for like player
But
mental
now it's
health,
like
and it's just
optional
like bad.
because they made it
It's
longer.
it's only optional if the mechanic isn't really good. Because if it's remotely good and you need
But
gold
like
and dust to
heist is
recombinate and
remotely
you want
good,
to do
and
it,
people skip that. You could say that about any
some people
content.
skip
So
that.
You could say
Yeah,
that
I
there
know,
about
but
are
literally
there's a teetering point for sure. If when it
no,
comes to
I
that,
see Lighting's point. So there are multiple things in King's March, and I think some of them are more like you're correct, more about like the ships. The ship feels like a mobile game thing because it's like gather limited resource like
yeah,
energy and spend it, and then you wait 10 hours and then you get your reward. There are other mechanics that I don't agree with that, like the disenchanting and the recombinator are different fundamentally, where I don't feel like it's mobile gamey.
no, not in that regard. But that still has the mobile game feel when it's like I don't want to go to bed unless I have gold type thing because I want gold to be running in my
Yep,
town. So that I
definitely.
think is still really fucking bad. Like
At some point, I
I just think
definitely
this
just
all this has no part in the game as far as I'm concerned. And
I
they
had
could
to
have
be
just added
zen and be
recombinators
like,
with like something
it's
else.
fine that I'm going to bed and I have no gold. I'll just eat
Yeah,
the loss. I don't care.
but it's a
Like
game
it's
and
it's
it's
really
supposed
hard
to
to
be
get there.
fun. And just the very baseline question, like not that any of us are really devs or whatever, but I mean we play a lot of fucking games. Do we think that this sort of archetype of mechanic or this sort of like burden to put upon the player or pressure to put upon the player is in promotion of fun? And I don't think that this is strictly tethered to fun. And I think you could introduce all of these things in a different way that would give you the same amount of fun, but not the same feeling, and I think that to me is something that should have been fixed.
I
If you
think
want to
this
phrase
is
it
I
like that.
think
fine because it's a one-time thing. If every mechanic in the game was designed like this and the entire game turned into a
Well,
gacha, I'd fucking hate it. Hmm?
it's not a one time thing. It's a daily thing.
No, but it's like
It's
a
a
one.
one dimensional.
It's a
It's
one mechanic. Like this is the only mechanic in the game that has this. I'm okay with it because we have like it's
yeah,
just
but
one thing to
all
try or one
crafting is
thing
going to
to
be going
ignore.
through recombinators. So if any amount of time you have to worry about supplies to recombinate, that sucks.
But I didn't
I
recombinate a
Because you're
single
wonder
thing in Settlers
if
League.
it's only
I
gonna,
wonder
recombinators are only
if
going to
you
get better. Now there's two
could.
different kinds of recombinators, and you're going to be recombinating strand items.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
Like it's only going
recombination's
to it's
insane.
only going to exacerbate the problem
What was your
because
opinion
they
on it,
basically
Yosis, before I
buffed
cut you
recombs.
off?
I wonder if you could fix the ship problem by making it nearly identical, except instead of taking 8 hours for the ship to get there and back and then you get the reward, you just instantly get the reward and then it goes on cooldown for 8 hours.
That's better, but then I feel like they're gonna introduce like some sort of way to that would be the
Energy.
ultimate mobile game. Fuck you,
Yeah,
is if there's
energy
like a
system.
currency that or like a currency that resets
Yeah,
the timer. You
do
know,
not
a
add an energy
premium
system.
currency. Yeah, God,
Do not add
I
an
just
energy
like
system.
this is just it feels like one of those slippery slope mechanics where it's like we're just a little too close to something that's like extra icky, and I don't
Hmm.
think we need to be remotely near it. You know, like Path of Exile, like a lot of the stuff they added in the expansion or like proposed is very PoE, run in circles, kill things, crafting. They just took like Ellie's legendary potential, all good stuff, great RPG progression, gear stuff, yada yada. That's all cool. This just feels like it has no place being near like the game as far as I'm concerned. Like we don't need it. They could, the biggest part is the recombinators. Everything else is just more loot, kind of, and you could just put it somewhere else. I think they just made all
Yeah,
the town shit and didn't want to not use it because they spent all the time making it.
I don't disagree.
You know,
I'm
just
all
like
for more
it's just a bad
choice.
taste. You know,
As long
Well,
as
but that's so that sentence, Jim, saying we're all for more choice
no,
means
I'm
that
for
if
more
they
choice.
added, yeah, but I'm saying
Okay,
like
go ahead.
if you're saying from the POV of it doesn't affect me because I don't have to engage with it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Is that kind of where you're coming from?
No, I just mean like I'm all for them trying all different things, even if they're some of them turn out to be shit, or some of them turn out to be people don't like this. It's like if someone does like it, then why not have more choice, more options?
Well, because I would say
And
it
then you're going to
trends in a
say the
direction.
recombinator part isn't optional, and
No,
ignoring.
that's all optional. I'm
Okay, go
saying
ahead.
the idea of what them adding these sort of like you know FOMO mobile game kind of aspects to it is trending in a direction that if you don't vocalize that we don't want this in our game, like not saying something means that you like it basically
I
from a
get you.
community perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So if everyone doesn't if everyone's like I don't mind farming not going to sleep until all my 30 mappers are revived and running and doing all that sort of stuff, and if that becomes the new standard, then there's only two directions in which they can go from viewing that is either more or less effectively in that way. So if everyone just like if a large portion of the community says, "Oh, we really don't like having to deal with this, and we don't, we prefer if there wasn't any gold locked behind trading for currency or like that sort of stuff," and there was a pushback, then they would know to not do it. But if there's no pushback and no one says anything, then what's to stop them from just taking it one step further? And then you just keep going one step further until then you wake up and you're like, "My game is not my game anymore," and that eventually is a history that happens. So it's just if you don't say anything and you don't like say, "Well, I don't like the direction this is going," then how do they know that you feel that way?
Mm-hmm. I get you. I still
So
like
we're
it.
not near that. We're not near that history, right? We're
Right.
not like it's not there yet.
We don't know
But this is the
how much
closest we've come.
they've changed, like the gold drops and whatnot.
Yeah,
Like
I
they've
mean
just
it's
more or
it's
less
this.
said kind of, but
Yeah, it's the same feeling though when they introduced like the Keurig pass. Like just having any sort of battle pass is like kind of a bad taste in a lot of people's in mouths, right?
mm-hmm.
So not that it's anything like a premium or freemium battle pass. There's no like RMT or anything, right? Or like pay to win doesn't even exist really for there. But it's just we were no steps near that, future, and now having anything related to a battle pass is one step closer to that scenario. Even just
Yeah.
honestly, loot boxes kind of is like a little bit of a bad taste, just because it's gambling, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't that kind of. I'd prefer if that didn't exist. I prefer if there was just an MTX shop without any gambling. I don't think it's a crazy take. I could see how you could think it doesn't matter, but if you like zoom out a little bit, it might matter more.
I get you.
That's why Jim's going to stream on Kick from now on.
I was thinking about it,
Oh boy.
but I decided against it. Because I think might have been someone in your community who said, "Don't let Jim near the stock market," and I'm like, "Ooh, I could
Yeah, that's fair.
gamble all my money, but I couldn't do. If I was going to do it, I'd want to
I
stream
mean,
it, and if I
I
can't
feel like
You
stream
someone who
can't
it,
see
can't
it, but
pay
I'm
back.
holding my arms up in an X.
Yeah, if you can't pay back $15 in Subway, maybe you shouldn't be gambling.
I said I'm willing to pay it back.
He likes the idea of returning money, but
Yeah.
not necessarily. Yeah,
But,
what did you think about the microtransactions they showed during the live stream? Did you like them? Supporter packs and such, the whack-a-mole devour thing.
Not really, because it
I
reminded
actually really
me.
like the
Oh, no.
free helmet that you got as a Twitch
Oh,
drop
yeah.
that shows your
Yeah.
KDR. I am going to be making use of that because my builds usually have a very terrible KDR.
Yeah.
I liked the little map device thing that shows you the league mechanics that you complete, but that's just because I play the game a lot, and holding numbers over people is fun. But I don't think I'd actually buy it.
I definitely would rather see all. There's like what 3 or 4 MTX now that have some sort of information gathering on them, right?
Mhm.
And I would really, really just like I like the idea of them. That's fine, but I would also really prefer if there was a place in game where we could just view
Yeah.
these numbers and not have to pay for them or not have to like
It's
gatekeep
like
them
it kind of
behind some
shit.
sort of thing.
It's shit to know that they have the technology, but they're gonna make you
And
pay
they're
for
just
it.
not sharing it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Even if they just said you could, but like so, there's a thing in RuneScape that has something similar, which is like you could pay like $20 or something, and then you just get access to like a boatload of statistics. If they just said like if you buy this $20 supporter pack, like we could give you all the statistics you ever want forever, I'd prefer that than just like locking it behind gambling or
I'd be okay with they just give it to
limited
us,
whatever.
but if you want to be able to
No,
link
I
it to
mean
your...
I would.
No. I mean, I just mean like you could have the stats menu in game.
Right. They
but
don't
you
want to
can't
give
link
it to us,
any...
otherwise
but you...
they would have. So
No,
they
but
only
you
want to
could
sell
still...
it to us in partial.
I get that. I
places,
get that.
right?
Now that they've put it in the shop, they're gonna keep doing it. I just mean like it would be nice. You could have it in the stats thing and be unable to share it. But if you want to be able to link it in global to flex your big fucking chaos div drop dick, then you buy an MTX to be able to do that.
There's a very rare circumstance here in that charging money for something is somehow more ethical than not charging money to do something. Charging money to have these statistics be available is sometimes used in order to prevent bot scraping. If they made it visible to everyone, then it could be scraped.
I think there's one or two of those MTX are from a Keurig pass that is not even access. You can't get them anymore. Like there's certain MTX that have been like legacied. Like I think is it the one portal one or something? There's a couple things like that are.
I have a flask skin that was from the first Keurig battle
Is that
pass,
the
and
point in the direction of the boss one.
It puts like a red sphere around you when you use a ruby flask, and so people are like, hey, what's that flask on your hotbar? I don't know what it is. It's a dead microtransaction that you can't get anymore.
Yeah.
So
I'm
are they
using
like
it
similar
so that
to...
so that I can see when my ruby flask is up on my character because it puts a sphere around me.
That's like a worse version of Settlers then, because it's a FOMO to spend money instead of a FOMO
so like
to play the game.
that I don't like. I don't like that. I mean, not that I would never go as far as to say that's an in-game advantage necessarily, but that's like
I used it
on
as
the
one.
cusp. Yeah, but like that's definitely undoubtedly that is trending in the direction of being something that is an in-game advantage, right? And you not only does it cost money, but you could even fucking buy it now if I wanted to because it's from an old vault pass. So that is like a little stinky where it's. But that's not a big deal for Ruby Flask. But imagine that was the one that, like, if the Pilfering Ring, for example, was that, like, from a Vault Pass, and you couldn't get those anymore, that'd be, like, a little bit
Isn't this because
unfortunate.
like some of the game mechanics are, like, inspired by Magic the Gathering, gambling and whatnot, though? Like, obtaining a card that then you can't
Well, that
get
was the
anymore?
thing with Chris, and Chris is gone, so I don't know who would give a shit anymore from their perspective.
So it might get better now.
Yeah, things are definitely getting better as we enter our
It could.
1 league gap,
I
1
mean,
year
yeah.
gap.
I don't really consider a battle pass to be gambling specifically.
No, that's
like,
not.
You're
But
only
literally the
gambling
gamble
in that
boxes are gambling.
you think that you will play the game long enough to get to the end of the battle pass. That's the only gamble.
They have the rates are legally posted for the gambling boxes now, right? Because of that whatever that thing was.
I have to assume so. Pretty
gone
much
looking.
anything that's considered gambling internationally has to have the rates codified. Like even
Is that because
even
the Blizzard
Genshin,
thing?
Even Genshin is showing like now you have to like it previously just showed the rates. Like you have a 0.6% chance of getting a 5-star. Now they explicitly have to say it will cost between this much and this much amount of US dollars.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
So they don't even post like a 1% chance for very rare. They have to say a 1% chance for very rare, and on average it says 400 USD. Like it says it like that.
Yeah, it's literally
Wow.
like 60 cents to $458.
Yikes. Yeah, I mean, anything like I don't know. That just it's all stinky to me.
I
don't like
found
that.
some loot box weights.
The information is better. I have no problem. I guess I'm a bit internally conflicted because I don't mind the idea. Like I'm always on the side of personal responsibility in any game because I play gacha games and I do them free to play, and it's like if you can not play a game and not spend money, that's totally on you. But in the same respect, it's like just setting up, all the shops everywhere. You can't not kind of feel bad.
I wish the
seeing people fall prey
microtransactions
to
were
them.
micro.
And not macro.
Versus macro transactions.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are macro transactions, bro. I highly recommend, like, first of all, not playing gacha games. Why give yourself the temptation? But if you do play it free to play because it's a more interesting gameplay experience, and also you don't waste $500 on pixels.
500. There's guys in my Discord that have spent 10,000 a month.
I remember there's one of the League of Legends world champions, after they won the world championship, immediately spent $7,700 on Genshin the next day.
Yeah.
If you got
That guy
enough
should have his
money, you
assets
can spend
seized.
it on whatever you want. But man,
Yeah,
you're
so
just
the
making me
games
hate
are funded by the
capitalism.
whales, so don't be one of the whales. Just be a free-to-player and benefit.
Be
from
the
a free
change,
game.
man.
Equity. Don't play gacha games. You're like, don't play gacha games,
If
but
you
if you
can't,
do, no.
if you are a person that's susceptible to gambling, absolutely do
Addictive
not play
personalities.
a gacha game. The
Dude,
temptation is
addiction
I
too
don't
runs
even
in my
like-
family. Watch me gamble
I
on
don't even like
Kick.
how when you boot up Path, the first thing you see on your login screen is MTX on sale. I've never liked that either. Like that's kind of sneaky
it's
to me.
I feel like there has to be like a news post thing on the main screen when you log
No,
in.
not
and
the
that news
bottom
post-
one. In the top left, it says what's on sale. It says like this glove is on sale. That
No,
thing.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
When I think of the top left screen when I log in, I see the flags for the languages.
Let me launch.
So
and
maybe
see if there's
that's
one there now.
I just my
It's a
brain just
free-to-play
deletes
game.
advertisements.
It needs to make money. It's a business. They're not your friend. I'm okay with it to the point where as long as they don't do the pay to win shit, it's
They're
like
not there now.
the
Is it in
stash
the
tabs are
login
like a
screen?
moral gray area, but
I
yeah.
may have removed them. Actually, what I'm talking about.
I can picture what you're
Maybe it
talking
was a
about.
very temporary thing.
It was there for a while. Let me see if I get a picture of like old login screens. Someone might know what I'm talking about.
If it's like all the way back to when they were on the ship,
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't remember well enough to confirm or deny.
Maybe there's no sales
Yeah.
running.
Yeah, maybe there just isn't a sale going on.
There's always a sale.
Is it the logins of the character selects? Oh, I can't find fucking old photos.
Or we're all looking at fucking screenshots
Speaking of which,
now.
I specifically called out that I remember the
here's
flags
one.
at the top left for the language. I've never clicked one. I don't know what they do.
Okay,
They
so I
changed
just
the
posted a
language,
group chat.
Yosef.
It's actually a picture
Like
of
for
Sir
the entire
God.
game.
You see the
Ah,
photo
there
I
you go.
posted? That's what I was referring to. That they may have removed that. I like that's a picture of Sir Gog though. Shouts out to Sir Gog. They had that under the is right because you mentioned the flags. Very funny. Right under the flags was like glove for sale, 25% off. So they may have actually gotten pushback on that and taken them out, but it was there for years. Those sort of things.
I'm curious what happens when you click buy now when you're not logged in.
Instantly takes your money. Oh.
Yeah, it takes your social security number. Yeah.
And then you haven't logged in yet, so they don't know what account you're on, so it just disappears into ether.
Yep. Yeah, you actually become Sir Gog. That's what happens. There's a 50 of them running around, and if they all conjoin, they become one large Sir Gog. Like they morph together.
Mr. Gog.
Yeah, Gog maxing. Yeah,
Dragon Ball Z fusion.
the Omega Gog. Yeah, the Shenron Gog. Ugh. But the whack-a-mole one I like. If they're gonna MTX, that's the kind of stuff I'd like to see, like the Roa hideout racing. Like I much prefer that than a gamble box. Like if you're just like I want $100 you get to Roa race in your hideout or do whatever, like that sort of stuff. I like, but I'm sure that the math don't math in that direction. Like the gamble boxes must be the most.
At that
The
point,
thing that is-
you're paying to play, not the game, because you're spending all the time in your hideout playing other games.
Oh, it's still you're still logged in the path. So what do
Yeah.
they care?
As long as it doesn't
I mean,
have a big server cost.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, you think Whack-A-Mole Devour has a big server
I
cost?
think boat racing does. Fucking water
Could be.
sims. That's not how that
To be
works.
fair, their servers have had some issues the past couple months.
European?
They mentioned it. Well, whenever they did the Dawn of the Hunt launch, I couldn't play for like 2 weeks basically. Every other map was crashing.
Oh yeah,
It
that's
seems
like
to be resolved
major
now.
reason why I don't like PoE2 is it just runs like shit on my computer, I guess. Or my old one.
Some of it was there was. I've heard many similar tales. But
I ended up buying $15 Steam software to then run
really
Res.
fucking Octavian in shambles.
Spent the sandwich money on some software. It enables like all the DLSS shit on cards that don't support it. So I was upscaling my frame rate to play PoE2.
Well, here's what you gotta do, Jim. All right, you gotta download Furmark and put it in your startup folder, and that'll solve all your issues.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No.
The good news is games that initially have poor performance when they come out, there's
Nowhere
pretty
to go
much
but up.
always there's pretty much always optimizations to be made. Like Cyberpunk was nearly unplayable when it came out,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then like a week or
My
two
friends
later
were
it
like,
was
"It's not
perfectly fine for
possible."
me.
That was fun.
Funny you mention that, because everyone I know who plays the Bazaar says that game is basically memory leaking out the wazoo and has never been good.
What the hell is
running.
the
No,
Bazaar?
that's Marvel Rivals right now. Pretty much anything
Yeah.
that's in Unreal Engine 5 is having performance problems at the moment.
Very funny.
I
Yeah,
remember,
what are you gonna do?
so in Marvel Rivals, Strange can open a portal, and we figured out
Oh
this
yes, it
technology
was crashing people. Yeah.
in 2007 in Source Engine. We had portals that were like basically zero performance cost, and
Mhm.
Doctor Strange makes a portal in Marvel Rivals in 2025, and your computer set catches a blaze, crashes the game.
Yeah.
Literally, my computer has a weird quirk. No one has been able to diagnose this, or suggest what I can do to fix it other than buying a new computer. Um, Specifically when there's a power surge, not a temperature increase. It's not overheating and shutting itself off.
Mhm.
When my CPU goes from like 0 to 100% usage, that's a power surge, and it
Mhm.
turns off my computer except for all of the fans stay on maximum blasting, and the power button on my case doesn't work anymore. I have to turn off the power supply for multiple
Mm.
seconds to get it to stop.
Get a
Well,
So that
yeah.
happens while I'm playing Marvel Rivals, and if I make video editing software render using all of my cores at 100%.
Get
Those
a
are the only two things that trigger it.
get a brick thing, like a little like instead of like a extension
No,
rectangle,
not a power surge from the wall to my power
like not
supply.
great
I mean
power.
from my power supply to the CPU. When my CPU suddenly requests enough energy to run at 100%, it turns off my computer.
Can you under
Okay.
get rid of some
So
cores so
I
it can't ever
PSU
probably
have?
wouldn't help you. Like that stuff wouldn't matter.
Can you like what's like the thing like the fix for PoE2 for the
but like
CPU
only
crashes was like
sometimes.
to remove cores when it goes to the point of having 100% CPU. So you could probably like write a little
So
script to do that.
So what I used to do when I needed to render a video and I wanted to make sure that it didn't crash is I just changed which cores the process is allowed to use, so
Mhm.
it could only use half of them, and that worked perfectly. The problem is it's so intermittent. Like I can play for 10 hours one day and it doesn't turn off my computer, and then one day it just happens
Is it an
immediately. Like
Intel 13th generation or 14th?
it's AMD.
Okay. Hmm.
I moved away from Intel when I realized that two comparable CPUs, actually the AMD one was faster overall. It had a slower clock speed but more cores, and it was less than half the price.
Yeah.
This was shortly after that one Intel CPU security issue was revealed to the public about like the cache thing.
Mhm.
Like shortly after that, Intel was still expensive and AMD was dirt cheap, and that's when I switched over to AMD.
Oh, I've had so many computer technical issues in my time. I'm just trying to think of all the different things that you could do to
Yeah,
fix that.
this is the same computer. Okay, so like the original Forbidden Build video, I had a 1070 graphics card,
Mhm.
and I believe like 3 or 4 videos later, I switched to this computer. This computer, no parts have been changed other than the cooler. Um, this computer is the one that all of those videos have been made on. So all of the like server
Computer melting ones,
crashing,
yeah.
GPU melting, all of those are on this computer. None of that has ever been as performance intensive as Marvel Rivals.
It's all the spyware.
I
Is it
think you're just
It does
getting
have
Bitcoin
anti-cheat.
mined. Yeah.
is it a kernel anti-cheat?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a kernel level anti-cheat.
Nice.
Apparently, Windows is they're gonna like make it so that you don't get kernel level anti-cheat permissions anymore. That was just a rumor I heard.
That'd be nice.
Windows 11, baby, coming to save us all.
I had to go into my registry editor to make sure that it never automatically updates me to Windows 11 because I said no every time that it popped up, and then it said, "Okay, we're updating you to Windows 11 the next time you reboot." So I had to go into the registry editor and tell it to never do that.
I'm on Windows 11, send help. It's not that bad once you turn off all the bullshit that turns on every update.
Oh yeah, if you're gonna install Windows 10 or 11 for that matter, you go into the custom installation and you turn off literally everything that it gives you the option to turn off. Like you
There's
don't need
so
any of
many
it.
options as well, and you have to click on each one individually, not like no to all.
Mhm.
And the amount of Copilot shit I had to turn off, holy shit.
I believe I deleted Cortana.
Rip. I've opened another folder. Let me just make sure there's nothing bad in here. Okay, we're good. No timestamp for this one. I gotta stop clicking on
Nice.
shit when I'm doing display capture.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I just never use display capture. I only use window capture. If my window is blank or they can't see that I'm alt tabbed, that's a good price to pay.
This
for
is
not
my
having
fault because I
display
literally
capture.
have a bloody window capture thing here. I could just use. Ah well, rocking it. Too late
My
now.
little guy is freezing every 5 seconds, and I have to alt tab back into the
I noticed.
into the capture software. That's so
Sometimes you're
weird that
just
it's doing that.
T-posing. Yeah, that's
Oh,
okay.
T-posing is a
Oh
different
no.
matter.
Sometimes you're just A-posing. I had someone
Yeah, I feel
explain
like
the differences to me recently. Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like it like smoothly transitions into A pose and then stays there like that just now. It's doing it right now, and now
Yep.
I'm gonna click back
It's
into the
just
tracking,
staring into our soul,
and
and
it's
now
gonna
he's
move.
moving again. What the
Yep,
hell?
and then I tab back in. How many seconds does it take? 5.
Oh,
Oh, no,
oh,
not
default
even
pose.
2 seconds. Not even 2 seconds.
It's good that it transitions.
Yeah, it's good that it doesn't instantly do it because that's terrifying.
It's pretty terrifying to begin with. I'm sorry to let you know that the creepy
Yeah,
light
that was
bulb.
kind of the intention.
Okay.
That was kind of the intention. Even the light bulb.
Well, it's like your entire
I'm inside
face
your head.
is like an eyeball with like a depth
Yeah, I can
light
see
bulb
that sort
thing.
of. So my goal was to make like an anti-VTuber where everyone else is focused on doing something cutesy with like complicated animations. I would just have like a faceless Eldritch Abomination, and somehow that would resonate with my viewers better.
Oh, you should get like instead of hand
Jury is
tracking,
out.
get like tentacles that track where your hands are, and then like have them come into
Not
the back of you.
quite that level of Eldritch Abomination.
Oh.
I do like the idea of the model being a scan of me. Now, caveat, this isn't the exact shape of my body because I had to sculpt it to get it to like
Good
fit.
lord.
Because like if you get like a 3D scanner app on your phone, you do like a point cloud, and it's way too many points, and it doesn't connect them properly, and I had to do a lot of work to get it to be like a uniform mesh.
No, I've seen you.
That's
You
why
look
it took
like
like
that.
2 weeks.
You look like a little like rectangle man with little
Yeah, but
tiny
like
arms.
I can't scan myself and stand still at the same time, so I had to put the hoodie on a mannequin.
Excuses.
And then I just used a photo of myself as reference to try to sculpt it to the right shape. So it's not perfectly accurate, but it is a scan of the hoodie.
Couldn't you just mount the phone and then just spin in a circle?
Oh, and I had to have someone else hold it up and scan me, and after like 50 attempts, I was getting real sick of it, and they were getting real sick of it. I think the hood is the only scan that like I actually had my head in the hood as we scanned it, and then I just cut out the inside.
It's a lot of effort for something very little
Yeah,
seen.
it was, and I'm literally not using it on stream because it runs at like 5 FPS when I'm streaming. So
maybe you should just make it a smaller resolution, like a smaller size to render.
unfortunately, it's not the resolution that's the problem. It's the tracking works with image recognition, and image recognition is very intensive, especially like while you're running all this other stuff.
Didn't they run like a fucking couldn't like a PlayStation 2 or something do it with iToy? Why can't you do it with
like a Kinect, like an Xbox
No,
Kinect?
like the iToy, the little tiny webcam thing that PlayStation had. Do you know that one? Like way before Kinect.
I used that literally once when I was over at someone else's house.
I used to use that as my
was
webcam when
different.
I streamed.
That didn't do image recognition in the way that this
It
does.
did like
It didn't
picture
do,
in
like,
picture
feature
removal,
tracking.
like difference in picture.
Yeah, like it would overlay you.
Damn it! It would get you could get body movement though.
Now, if I wrote my own, because I don't need to worry about like my eyes and my mouth and stuff, so that would greatly reduce the amount of stuff that it has to track. But I don't want to reinvent the wheel for something this petty.
Do it. That's what AI is for.
This is actually closer to AI than ChatGPT, where I guess they're both using the same technology under the hood, but like this is specifically you manually training a neural network, which is very, very similar to how OpenAI works.
So Skynet.
He's made a Skynet for looking at his face.
I took an image recognition class in college, so I could theoretically do my own image recognition if I really wanted.
Now, those classes, that's like you're in a classroom, there's a big slideshow, and they put like a frog on. Everyone points and says, frog, and then they go to the next
Yes,
slide.
exactly.
And then you're like, you've passed the recognizing the image class, all right?
No, here, so you're almost there. You're almost into something that happened.
Good.
So he started the class by having a slideshow, and the first slide that he put was the relevant XKCD comic, where it's difficult to explain to a layperson the difference in difficulty, where it's like, okay, take this photo and show me, like, are they in the national park? Yes, that's super easy. The GPS data is encoded in the image. You just check and done. That takes like 5 seconds. And tell me if the picture is of a bird. It's like, all right, give me a research team in 5 years, boys. That's gonna take so long. And so that was the slide that he put, and that was the first thing we saw in that class. And so, as sort of a callback to that, we had to do a project at the end, and we chose birds. We chose identifying bird.
Not real.
And it's real hard.
Yeah. Jesus.
So we had it where it was like, here's a picture of a duck, and it identifies the head and neck of the duck as a duck, and also the body of the duck is a duck. It identified like 2 separate ducks there, which may or may not be desirable. But then also there was a picture that was just a bunch of smoothed stones on the side of a river, and it said that each individual circle was a duck.
That's why you have to do the bloody human.
Because we overtrained
tracking
on
and
just
whatnot.
like circular objects are birds.
Ducks. Yeah, so good. They aerodynamic. That's how that works. Or float dynamic. Water hydrodynamic.
Float dynamic? Is that what you
Ducks
said?
are around for water reasons as well as sky reasons.
Very
and
true,
land
Timothy.
reasons. The perfect fusion of land, air, and sea.
Aerodynamic as well. Yeah.
It's like surf and turf.
70 fucking ducks outside. I could go grab one if you want.
The other thing we had to do for that class is so we basically, like, he had us do a proper academic paper at the end, and the paper we had to do was just recreating his PhD. So he's like, here's my PhD project, recreate it following these steps, and then write like a
Is it like he wanted to see if he missed anything, or like?
I feel like you guys got
just something
commissioned
really well
into like scam labor for a professor. Like he was.
I mean, he already
trying
had
to
his
get you to do shit.
He already did it.
He was just really proud, and he wanted to make other people go through the suffering that he went through, so he could appreciate it.
So we actually like got MATLAB and tried 3 different neural nets and trained them manually. We had access to a cluster, but we didn't use it very much because we were just like, oh, train it on like 2,000 images, not 2 million.
Dude, you could have mined Bitcoin and got kicked out of your university.
I had classmates that were mining Ethereum with the university electricity.
No, the electricity's fine, but like the little supercomputer they give you, don't do it on that.
Oh yeah, not on the cluster.
Yeah, but think
the
of all
cluster
the
is
games.
monitored.
But hey, how is it monitored though? Like if you code something and like sneak it in,
you have to SSH into it, and so it logs every command that you run when you're SSH'd into it.
Right, but then you just rename the function instead of search duck. You take the Bitcoin one and you put
rename
duck.
it to not mining Bitcoin.exe and then you run it and it's taking all of the clusters all day, someone's gonna notice and complain.
No, you just like you name it like duck identifier 2000, and it's like
because like so many people CPU. Have to use it collectively that like you have to wait your turn, and if someone's hogging it.
You could make it do like, okay, I'm just trying to think of ways to scam a university now, but you could make it like only do a certain amount of difficulty and like pool it into a different pool, and so only run it for 5 minutes and then have a break, and then the next time it's your turn queued up, run it for 5 minutes, and then it wouldn't be like, I'm not saying like run it until you find a Bitcoin, but like, you know what I mean?
Now, if you were an intruder on campus and you weren't paying tuition, then I could see how this would work out, where you would like plug into a wall somewhere and know the Wi-Fi password, and then you would just be getting quote unquote free cryptocurrency. However, no matter how there's no amount of computing resources in the world that would mine Bitcoin fast enough to outpace tuition.
Right. I did see like I don't know what website it was, like one of those black hat type of thing. Someone made an Raspberry Pi with a little satellite thing, and then they put it on the roof of a McDonald's, and they lived off the Wi-Fi, and it was like their little remote server, and I'm like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. That's what I aspired to be.
Now that's using your noodle.
Yeah. The only thing I ever got around to was like those little throwable LED lights with magnets, and you just throw them on buses and shit. I think I've talked about that before. Buses. Bussai? Oh god. Anyway.
It's pronounced bussy, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah, no. I'd throw LEDs all over that bussy. And all the city bussy.
Oh no. Timothy. Jim, what's your league starter?
Who?
What's your league starter, Jim?
I've got 7 different versions of Spectres, because I've never played Spectres. And
wow. Well, prepare to be disappointed.
I'm gonna league start Barma instead, because I've never played Barma. Yep.
Well, Guardian just got buffed pretty heavily, so
I don't even know what version it is.
Did they touch either of those skills in the patch notes? Hold on.
Don't think so.
No.
Control F Blink Arrow, nothing.
No, but Guardian
Control
got
F Mirror, nothing.
Pretty nicely buffed.
Unchanged.
And in trade, Inquisitor got buffed really heavily, I would say.
Necromancer.
Because Guardian got good things to flush and stone steel onto a better class like Inquisitor.
Random shrines. It's not quite as powerful as the Oshabi one because Oshabi you could increase the duration and the magnitude of the shrine buffs, but shrine buffs are good.
I don't care about the shrine one as much as the 50% armor that you get.
Oh yeah.
That you can now just have on an Inquisitor because you flush and flame.
I don't think it's a very good
PvP.
Those 2 stones are going to be uber expensive.
I think the Spirit one is. I mean, that's just like it's pretty juicy. That's an extra order right there, at least. Some good stuff.
Should I play it on that instead of Necromancer then?
Play what?
Barma.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You're gonna get to fucking red maps, then go play like.
Peggle. Yeah, I want to get to red maps and then re-roll a Spectre build. Go play what?
Yeah, do it then. Peggle.
I don't play Peggle.
You know what Peggle is?
No, I don't play. I know what it is.
You've never played World of Warcraft, clearly.
What? I thought Peggle was the little like Activision thing.
Yeah, you could play it in WoW.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was added as an add-on, and you're sitting there while you're raid logging, waiting for your fucking raid to get their shit together, and you're just peggling.
Staying silent. Staying silent.
Huh?
He also knows. He understands. He's a degen. Jim's a Taurus.
I only ever played World of Warcraft up to level 20. I never.
Yeah, I played more than him.
Knowing you, it probably wasn't by choice. It was like
I had access to a paid account, and I had the ability to level past 20, and I didn't.
I spent the entire time fishing.
What I did was I got multiple characters to level 20, and then I was testing like which characters are good in the level 20 PvP bracket.
Yeah, that reeks of useless.
No.
That's literally like the chain of events of like what I've done in games over time. That slots in perfectly.
I knew some people that would try hards. It made me not want to play it.
At the time, there was one specific level 20 class that completely outclassed everything else, and that was priests could heal themselves and do more damage than anyone else.
I definitely remember seeing something about a spin to win build as well. I don't know.
In WoW? I mean, maybe a ret paladin or something, or it could have been a barb or warrior blade storming.
I have no idea. I did have a friend who very gleefully told me and then showed me the machinima video that they made of the event in which they raided someone else's funeral for a real life player.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So,
that's classic WoW behavior.
Yeah, and it was really cinematically edited. Like,
do you mean like that's historically accurate WoW behavior, or do you mean it occurred in WoW Classic, Yosis?
The first one.
Accurate.
The first one.
Oh, okay. Making sure.
I think it was way before Classic, but yeah, I get you.
Jim, you seem malnourished. What did you eat today?
I'm eating bread.
Jim, you seem malnourished. You could say that any day.
Bread makes you fat. Hey!
He's got big tapeworm Rasputin energy, you know?
I ate an entire pizza from Domino's. That's about it. And
everyone I know from Australia and New Zealand do nothing but eat fast food and junk food.
Bread. This is bread. Bread is not fast food. Unless it's got ham and
Where'd you
cheese
get
on
it?
it.
Did you make it yourself?
Got ham and cheese on it.
Did you
buy
make
it
it
from the
yourself?
store?
I'm sorry, I
Did you
can't
buy
hear
it
you.
from
Get
like
it at the
Walmart?
bread store.
I
Yeah.
got it from a grocery store. They make them
Yeah.
fresh though. They make them fresh.
Okay. Step in the right direction there,
It
Jim.
cost. It cost. It doesn't say.
Mm.
I think they're like $2. Pretty cheap. Pretty cheap bread. Nana bought them for me. I didn't buy them. I'm living off Nana.
Nana bought me cheap bread again today.
Yeah, she keeps
God bless
showing up.
Nana.
She keeps showing up and goes, "I'm
She's-
going grocery shopping. Do you want anything?" And I'm like, "No." And she's like, "I'll buy you that Minion branded moose."
Just like that.
And
Just
I'm
like
like,
that
okay.
Jim's RPing as a Cold War refugee
And
on
then
this, you know.
she's like, "Do you have any chips?" I'm like, "No, I don't have chips." So she buys me like 3 packets of Doritos. And then she's like, "Do you have any? Do you want some,
Like, you probably got
some
like
drinks?"
extra. You got some thick blood. I feel like it's chugging along.
How is it that I'm so skinny but I eat all this garbage?
Because you're eating for 2, Jim.
Huh? Me and
You're
all
eating
my
for 2.
tapeworms.
You got tapeworms up at the wazoo.
Yeah. I'll put this
You
in
eating
here.
any raw pork recently?
Not that I know of.
All right.
Netflix man loves to burn the shit out of the food, so there's very little chance of that.
That's fair.
He doesn't watch much Netflix anymore. I've probably stopped following that.
You stopped your days of Netflix and chill are over.
Oh, no, he still watches a shit ton. It's just like I fixed the internet,
Well.
so that doesn't happen anymore.
Fix the internet. You lock him out of the internet?
Well,
Is
I
that-
put him on Wi-Fi
Made him
and
a
me
lower
on
priority.
me on Ethernet.
It's
So
a lesser unit.
yeah,
You go into the router and deprioritize his traffic specifically.
I know I can, but I haven't done that yet. But I also know how to get rid of like ads on TV on Netflix, but I don't do that either because I'm like, he
You
needs
gotta
to
find
suffer.
out when he's having a little special alone time. You gotta cut the internet right when he's hitting the climax
Okay,
and just like
here's-
edge him remotely.
I don't think he does that.
Here's an amazing technical issue that I'm experiencing as well. So I'm on wired. Another person on the same router is on Wi-Fi. We are
Mhm.
both playing the same game.
Mhm.
This has happened in both Overwatch and Marvel Rivals. We're both in the same game on the same team. I disconnect and they don't.
Mm.
So something's happening, or
So either
he's
I
just
have like a bad
priority.
Ethernet cable. Now, for Overwatch, I determined it is not on my end. Overwatch was signing me out of like battle.net, and that was propagating to Overwatch and saying they're logged out, and it would log me out.
Weird.
And it wouldn't happen to anyone else.
I don't know, man. Try a different port. I mean, like literal connection.
Yeah, physical port.
Yeah. Not like. Yeah. No. Yeah.
All of my most interesting problems are very intermittent.
Mm. They're the
Yeah, write that
worst
one down,
kinds.
Jim. Google that one.
I know that one. I've experienced many.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
No.
no, I do. Every
No.
now and then.
Nope.
Every
No.
now and then I have experienced
Uh-uh.
intermittent issues. That's
Alright.
we can write that one down if anyone's keeping track. I know
I'll
what
type a new word
intermittent
for you.
is.
Ready?
Is it if I
Alright.
tab into Discord and I see the fucking word awaybo, I'm gonna be so upset.
It's not. It's not the word awaybo. It's a new word for you to learn.
I already
Part of your education month. You
I
already know that one.
I already know that one. Thank you.
What's the word, Jim? Say it.
You
It's
know.
a podcast for listeners. Say the word, Jim.
You know.
Say
I
the
wonder
word, Jim.
how long on average does it take for someone browsing the internet to learn that word?
I
That's what I want to know.
I
Yosis,
went.
you were in Japan. This is Japanese. You should say it.
I was not in Japan. Someone bought those Gumi socks in Tokyo on my behalf.
It
Wow.
starts with F and ends in utanari.
Oh, Futonari Damacy, my favorite PS2 game.
Yeah. That's the one where you roll the ball and it gets the
And you
stuff
just
gets
get
bigger.
bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And then eventually the climax happens.
Is there a Futonari Katamari game? Like a porn parody? Because if there isn't, that's a great idea. Because there's like
I
inflation
feel like
fetish
Nintendo
people, isn't
would
there?
descend like
Yeah,
a
but
mad
John
dog.
You're not-
Bowser's all over that one.
You're not
Yeah.
gonna like tie your name to it. You're gonna make it and dump it on the internet for free and like.
No, they
hands off.
actually will tie their name to it because don't forget that they DMCA'd Meat Canyon's video about Bugs Bunny when he was, doing all that inappropriate stuff. So that's all canonical. Like when they claim that they have no problem claiming things that
Right, but
are
if I just like
horrendous.
dump it on the internet as a download and never touch it again, like it's out there then.
I don't think they were claiming that was canon and that you're showing
No,
canon
no,
footage.
they
I think
claimed
were
that it
saying
was canon.
You're using our character inappropriately.
No,
DMCA
when Bugs
covers
Bunny
that.
said "you stink real nice," that was all lore accurate. When he said he had a double wide surprise,
on.
that was all lore accurate.
How exasperated can I make my little guy look? How like how far can I go?
Weep into your palms.
His hand tracking isn't on.
How far down can I lean before it gives up?
You be careful.
Can you do like a fent lean? Like a
I don't know what that means, and I'm glad that I don't know what that means.
All right, Google it.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
It's in reference to
I can
people who
assume.
do downers like heroin or fentanyl, and they kind of just like are standing in public like a zombie, just like leaning really far over, but never quite tumbling, just on the precipice of falling off. You know.
I do that all the time.
See that doesn't sound like fun compared to
You got to live in a big city one year. Next time you live in a big
someone
city,
that I
you'll
saw
find
on
them.
the streets who was clearly on drugs, except they weren't like leaning there having a bad time. They were having a great time because they were wearing a beanie, and they had used the beanie to affix a CD to the front of their face, and they were waving it around and watching the pretty color reflections.
Hell yeah.
Well,
And I'm like,
that's just an advertisement for drug positivity now.
I was like, that's just a good time.
Don't do
Like,
fent,
why
puff
would
CDs.
why would you do something that makes you a zombie when you can do whatever that guy was on?
Yeah.
This is non-advocate. Oh wait, non-condone?
don't
I don't
do
know how
drugs.
this works.
Yeah, I don't condone the use of drugs.
There you go.
Yeah, don't do
Boom.
drugs. Even if you have an EpiPen, don't use it. If you have any sort of medication from your doctors, don't use that.
I
no
was
matter
just
what
calling
they
back
say.
to me not
Now,
knowing
see,
what condone
we have
meant.
to we have to
Okay.
clarify because of cost plus drugs. Drugs can refer to legitimate medicine. We have to clarify. Don't
Yeah.
do illegal drugs.
Yeah. Unless you want to. Then it's okay.
You're a free adult, yeah.
Yeah,
I
don't
can't
do drugs,
police you.
but go to pathofexile.com and buy 40 mystery boxes until you can get a pilfering ring. That's okay.
In a way, gambling is like a drug because of like endorphin highs and stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
Fucked.
GGG are drug dealers? Is that what you're trying to say, Jim?
Yeah, they peddle stuff for money.
Metaphorically.
Yeah, digital
Physically.
drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
Insofar as serotonin, adrenaline, etc., can be considered a drug.
Yeah. Those are my three favorite gods in RuneScape.
Serotonin.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
so
glad you
close
got
to
that.
serotonin.
I
It's
know.
so close.
I know.
I nearly choked on my drink.
What what would Guthix be? Guthix.
Well, he's the god of balance, so like something I don't know.
Well, do you know what guffing is?
I'm
No.
sure you're gonna tell us.
That's a British slang. No, it's not that bad. It's pretty similar to Jenkum, I think.
Oh, that's huffing fermented shit in a jar. So that's
Yeah.
not great, Jim.
Yeah, guffing's the first step of that, I think.
Just
But,
shitting
yeah.
in a jar.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
There you go,
You
guffing.
got too much free time on your hands.
No, I don't. Listen, that's just British slang. I know British slang. I know some British
You can
slang.
do when Nana walks in and then you're squatting over a jar. That's gonna be terrible, Jim. Poor Nana.
I don't do that. I lock my door.
And then you do it.
Yeah. Obviously.
Nana, no.
My glass door that has like
Not the hose, Nana.
fully see-through.
Those.
Not the hose, Nana. Jim, it's time for your monthly bath.
She comes in and changes my sheets like once every
Oh,
couple
good.
months.
I'm so glad you said sheets.
Yeah. What do you mean?
There's so many other possibilities. Diaper is
my
what I thought you were going to
undies.
say at first.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jim.
No.
We're talking about Path, Jim. This has nothing to do with Path of Exile.
What do you want to talk about? Like, okay.
Just
What?
just open up the patch notes page and then just read the
First
glossary.
thing I see.
I
Flame
looked at your-
blast of celerity. I'm
Wait,
already
no,
falling
wait.
asleep.
No, I got one. I got one.
Next.
Oh god. Yeah, but you can do flame blast totems now. You can
What
bring
happened?
pizza totems back
What happened to Hierophant, and why is everyone complaining?
because it lost the whole point it exists, which is reducing your mana costs.
Oh, I thought
Yeah, I saw
Hierophant
that
was
and
a
I was like,
totem
okay,
build.
it's
That's
been nuked, but also slightly buffed at the same time because 1% of
1% is
mana
better
regenerated
than
it's a lot base. Like you can scale
yeah,
that super high. It's not as
but
good as what
also
was there before.
but also it's not that. So yeah, Archmage is actually fine. Unironically, it didn't get that big of a nerf, but Hyro got dunked. Not that it matters, but we have absolutely no clue what is going on with Scion because there was 7 different ascendancy changes and 0 mentions to Scion.
Oh
So I
yeah,
have no
imagine they
idea.
give Scion the fortify thing. Insane.
Who knows? And
They won't.
this is why I like patch notes now are like 60% of the relevant information because they're just like, well, how would you not mention that? You've changed all these ascendancies and the Scion's based on all of them, and then nothing. So hopefully in the FAQ someone's like, "Hey yo, what about Scion?" And they're like, "Oh, these are all the changes." You know.
Maybe they just didn't even think about it.
I prefer that they.
Unfortunately,
That's. I don't want that to be the case. I don't want them to not think as
How
the
much
baseline.
didn't they only originally put like 7 or 8 developers off PoE 2 back onto PoE 1 when they had the big comeuppance, and then now they've said
I
they've
mean,
restructured how they do the developing, and everyone works on PoE 1, and then or the people necessary work on PoE
literally
1 and then PoE 2.
prove it either way. It does. What does it even matter? Just look
I'm
at the
just
end. Like look
wondering
at the products. You know.
what part of like the initial thing they worked on first, like when they started developing this new league, was it like they started making the end
You're
game
saying
shit
like you think they
first?
started 3 weeks ago, and that's
No, like when they started like 2 months ago or whenever they said they started, like was half of this like expansion stuff already done, or was it just purely just a
Mm,
league that they started working on and they had all this other stuff sitting there already? I don't know. I'm curious.
oh, no one knows.
Hey, what happened to Trickster?
Yeah.
Because I have a Trickster that I wanted to play, but I saw also people complaining about Trickster.
It got
control of
nerfed in
trickster.
3 different ways,
Mm-hmm.
but Lightning
Oh
Strike
yeah.
Trickster is still going to be like the best build in the game. So this they actually it's funny
Uh
because after all these targeted meta changes, I doubt the end game meta will shift at all after all this because the easiest way to understand it is say every single build that was the best build lost 30% damage, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
even 30% damage, then 20% defenses across the board. Almost all of those builds in the existing Settlers League, which has been running for like a year, so we've got a pretty good idea of where the gear scalability goes. All of them had about twice as many defenses and about 3 times the damage they needed to do any of the content. So even if they lost a third of everything, they're still more than twice as strong and defensively capable as they need to be on the top end. So what these changes really hurt is your first 80 levels in your first week or so of play. But all this really lends itself to is the idea that you shouldn't be playing these builds in the beginning anyway. So you're just going to be prepping until you have the gear a little bit longer and then transitioning, and then it'll be identical to last league's meta
So there's no
because it
changes to
wasn't that
anything
much
to
of a
do with
shakeup.
like the crit
No,
stuff?
there's a change to the first 80% of your play for the majority of casual players. That's about, but in the end game, it's going to be no different.
Mm.
So like
So more
Trickster
suffering.
lost some. Well, the course correction for the Trickster scaling for the defenses was basically them rectifying the change of adding the new bases in Settlers because they added new bases that had much higher flat values. And they didn't really nerf Trickster accordingly, so it was just like too high. And then the polymath nerf is like a nerf, but it could lose 10% damage. It makes no difference. Lightning Strike only lost damage on the projectile, not the initial hit, so that doesn't matter too much. So yeah, like a lot of those things are not going to be too different. If you want to play Trickster, still great. Lightning Strike Trickster will still be the same and amazing.
I
Like
think it was Flicker Strike or something. Or Cyclone.
uh
that's some edge build. I
Let
don't
me
know.
have a look see. It
Escape
was.
Artist, the evasion rating per energy shield and energy shield per evasion rating, that was crazy and did need to be reined in. They seem to have put elements of that node in the passive tree in PoE2 just without an ascendancy. It's just there in the passive tree. And it's like,
Yep.
how did something that powerful make it into the passive tree?
Because they're overworked
Yeah.
and
I
it's
mean,
hard to balance 2 games at once.
yep.
That's it. That's basically it.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
It's all a process. We're in a perpetual beta state. Sure, it'll get fixed eventually. The
What
grass is greener.
happens to this is the Jim Ask Questions part of the podcast, which honestly people like.
Sure.
It's like the 50% people like that and 50% like the derailing. What happened to Power Siphon?
It got
Control
nerfed
F.
in a way that it was targeted to mines specifically because they felt that the power siphon mine setup was too powerful, so they took damage away from the initial hit and put it back into the attack speed, which is irrelevant for the miner. So overall, it ends up being, I think it was like an 8 or 9% loss for power siphon builds that were not miners and like a 30% nerf to them. I don't know why they couldn't just put a line that said if supported by mines minus 30% damage. Um,
I
but
think it's because that didn't exist already.
yeah, that's why this changes. This change is just targeted to the mine variation of power siphon. It's not like a huge nerf because
On
in the
the other
same
hand,
way, like playing a wand build, power siphon is still the best feeling thing probably. And if power siphon loses even 10% damage, it makes zero difference. Like it doesn't. It's still really good.
150% attack speed base is pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah, it's a
Like
lot.
the damage is lower, but that attack speed is very nice.
Yep. Yeah, that's just a mine nerf. It's a targeted mine nerf, but
Uh,
again, it's like just that build was if you break down like people leveling with wands in the early game, it was like 30% were playing power siphon mines in some of the event league things. So they nerf off popularity, right? So it's just it was too popular because it was too strong early on and too prevalent, so they just made it that variation worse. But you
why
could
did
It's
yeah, it's
Fire
fine.
Trap get nerfed then? What build
Same
again,
was
same
using
way.
that?
popularity.
Yep, it's the best supplemental
It's like,
skill to use with RF.
yeah.
It has the most damage by a margin. There's other
And you
things you
don't
could use
even
like
spec into trap.
no, yeah, you could like run like 10 other single target fire skills that will be slightly worse, but like it doesn't really matter. You're playing RF, you're not playing RF for your single target damage, right? You're playing it to be a
Hmm.
lazy boy, to be a pox disciple. So
Did
it's
they
just was probably too strong.
did they touch any of the explosive concoction stuff, or are they keeping that as like
No,
how
no
they intended with
concoctions.
leveling?
Concoctions are fine.
Okay.
Someone posted
I've
on Twitter. I want to say it was Jungrown mentioned about close concoction. It's like it has 2 mil damage with no gear, but then to get it to like twice as much damage requires like 20 divines of gear.
It's like a
So it just has
leveling.
really high. It just has really high floor, but like shitty ceiling for reaching cost. Whatever
Mm.
you're
I
saying,
was gonna
Yosef.
say I've interacted with Pox exactly once. He raided my stream. I didn't know who he was, and I pronounced it Po X,
Amazing,
and I still cringe.
good.
He,
Well, if
he
you
I
he
like,
was in chat like it's fine, but
yeah, yeah.
it's not fine.
I called someone Steel Mage at ExileCon who wasn't Steel Mage. I don't think he heard me, but admitting to it now, it happened. I don't even know who it was.
Man down. Bummer, bro.
Yeah, it was before
Yeah,
everyone had naming tags. Which you should really use name tags.
It
Lightning
took me
Strike
an
dead.
embarrassing it took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to recognize Neversink. He was standing in front of me, he was talking to me. He's like, "We talked on like one of Jim's like fireside chats or whatever." And it took me like a full 20 seconds to realize that this was Neversink.
Neversink's great. I like hanging out with him. I gave him some nanobickies. Yep. And he asked how, anytime we chat, he asks how my nana is because they met. Yeah, it was good. We climbed a mountain together. Went and saw a cannon.
mm,
Neversick
We
adventures.
we sat next to each other at one of the Pee Wee 2 events. And you know, this was the one where I had found the crossbow and I was obliterating everything with the crossbow, and he was trying to play like Spark Witch and it wasn't going well. And I told him to go find a crossbow, and it worked out. And also he was trying different things. He was trying like melee as well. And in with the demo characters we had, you're looking at the tooltip for the skill menu, and it's like, oh, the tooltip DPS always lies, right? Like it's not a good idea to base any decisions on the tooltip DPS, but it's like, some strike skill 40 DPS, some other skill 24 DPS. What was Earthquake's DPS on the tooltip? 3. It was just so
that's
funny
great.
to look at that number. He's like he like nudges me. He's like, "Look, I have 3 earthquake
3.
DPS."
He's a gamer. Something with like, I think it was ExileCon 2's PoE 2 demos. One of the demos, I think it was like the Meteor Witch or something. You know how they were showing off like
Comet?
the weapon swapping? Yeah, the Comet skill. The automatically assigned staff for the Comet was an Arc staff, and the automatically assigned staff for Arc was the Comet. So no matter what, if you tried to play it, you had the worst time unless you noticed that they had fucked it up and swapped them around, and then it felt great.
I still remember at the ExileCon demo, they had the Huntress ready for demo at ExileCon, and even then I could tell that Lightning Spear was really, really good.
Oh, it felt so good. And the
It
sound
was so nice.
effects.
Like you played like Arc Witch as one of the other characters, and you're like, this is terrible. And then you
Mm-hmm.
switch to the Huntress, and Lightning Spear is just wrecking everything with Herald of Thunder.
Yeah.
And I was like, this feels so nice.
Pity it can't stay that way. No, it's fine. Frostblades. Was that the Kababatus thing or whatever?
Yeah, Catabasis
Yep.
gave it was way too much flat damage by itself, or flat damage over time. You know what I mean? Uh, so unfortunately,
Big
dumpster.
nerf. Big
Is
nerf
I
that
wanted
got shot
to.
on.
I had a point about something about builds are disproportionately popular compared to how good they are.
Yeah.
Is the point that it boils down to? Like 50% of people were on the ladder as Lightning Spear Amazon on like day 2 of the PoE2 league, and they're like, well, 50% of people are playing the build. That means that we screwed up with the balance and we have to nerf it into oblivion. And I disagree with that reaction. 50% is a little bit extreme, but a lot of the times I feel like they nerf things because they're popular and
Mm.
not because they deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I would
it
say
might be
almost
popular.
exclusively.
Yeah, it might be popular because it's fun, not because it's good. Like,
And also, what is
and
popular sometimes is like only 5% better than something else, or like many
yeah,
other things.
or like in PoE2, they're like, oh, 30% of people are playing Cast on Freeze Comet. And it's like, well, there's only like 3 builds in the game, so mathematically,
Yeah,
30% of
like
people playing one of them.
balance nerfing things in PoE 1 because for a meta shakeup is a valid way of balancing things, but nerfing things in PoE 2 because people are playing those builds instead of nerfing things to balance things, like bring some things up and make other builds more viable instead of just killing the one thing that's popular. Because they're in the early
See,
access stages, and that's the best time
yeah.
for it, isn't it? Having like a perfect. I know they can't have. There's no such thing as a perfectly balanced game, but like this is the time to get the ground level of power and whatnot,
To your
isn't it?
point, Yosis, about the percentage of builds popularity, there's definitely a breakpoint where it also starts snowballing to where when a certain percentage of the player base is playing a build or archetype or even ascendancy, it like ramps with even higher because everyone looks around and is like looking at the numbers and is like, oh, 60% of people are dead eyes, and then just more people swap than they would have percentage wise of other things because they're like, well,
Yeah,
something is going on, so it starts to snowball. Even I think that
that
happened a
exactly
couple
happened on
times.
my stream. People
Yep,
came in and they're like, my build is bad. What should I do? And I'm like, well, literally 50% of people are playing Lightning Spear.
yep,
There's probably a reason for that. And so basically, I told them to go swap to it.
yep,
I clicked on
yeah.
Yosis's stream when I was having a bad time and he was playing some bloody fart grenade detonating thing, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna play that. So I tried that, and I had the worst time ever. And as it turns out, you have to be good at the game and not just play good shit.
No, that one they did nerf like day
Hmm.
2. They completely
Oh, that makes sense.
destroyed gas cloud explosions.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I can see like there are definitely things in PoE 1 where it's not necessarily a good build, but just because it has like an audience.
So it's funny because actually, this past league, we have an even larger sample size than normal, right? Because of it being a year.
Hmm.
And you can actually see that the game was relatively balanced. Like the highest even ascendancy was barely past 10%. So this actually was a really big time for balance, which is why they didn't really. I was surprised when they even nerfed any ascendancies and not just the targeted builds themselves, because it's just a lot when you target a build, it's obviously a lot easier to hit the skill than the entire ascendancy because you're not hitting things accidentally. So we didn't see like too many ascendancy nerfs, I think, for that reason, because there really only was about 6 or 7 builds that stood out as being like numerically improper, you know? It was relatively even, like compared to like the PoE2 launch weekend. Of the top 1,000 characters, it was over 700 of them were Deadeyes or something,
That
which is
being
like
said,
crazy.
could some of it be attributed to like the fact that the league went on for so long that people decided to try more than just like early on in the first
No,
month, maybe?
because I checked from 10 week I checked 10 weeks out each thing. Like I was looking at the numbers from like week 10, 20. Because after a certain number of weeks, all the free shit things came in, and it started like merging leagues together, and then that totally skewed the numbers. But even from like week 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, there wasn't like huge spikes. And even like then, the things that were necessarily better for leveling, like the amount of overall people playing like Slayer Slam builds, was really really high in the beginning, and then it tapers off because it just is better for leveling and doesn't scale as well. And that's like, I think that's what they typically target the most, is either like very early or very late, and the entire middle 80% kind of is just like a wish wash, which is fine because you know it's so hard to really accurately say why something's happening when a game has so many moving parts. Because to Yosis's point, if like if someone like for league launches now, they'll pay like random variety streamers to play the game, and it's like if Shroud's playing Path 2 on launch weekend, and he's like, I'm playing a Deadeye, you might get 50,000 randos now playing Deadeye on launch weekend or something like that. And if it hits a Deadeye, it's not going to make a ripple. But if for some reason he decides to pick the acolyte of Chuyula as like what he wants to play, well, 50,000 is about 49,900 more than the active players playing that class. So it's going to really spike the numbers. Now, will that mean that it gets nerfed next patch? I mean, it's possible because then it becomes popular, but it's like not necessarily always drawn and like rooted in reality. Like why things are getting nerfed.
Hmm. Yeah.
There's definitely like some things that you could easily nerf that are still way too strong. Even just like, but I think they're afraid for some things because of where they're locked behind. Like I don't know, like when the fact that Mageblood like hasn't been nerfed is a little bit strange. If you're just judging by like percentage of player base or percentage of player for skills is why it gets nerfed. Percentage of Ascensi is the same way, but for some reason like uniques typically don't get caught in that same like ideology of banning items, because if you look at things like a Watcher's Eye is on almost 60% of all characters. So would you then say like should we nerf Watcher's Eye? Because they've done that same thing with like reduced mana or whatever, but that's obviously now. So if you go to like to week 1 and you're looking at uniques used, it's like almost 20% of the players were using tamings
Hmm.
in out of 80,000 in the first week. Does that mean taming's too strong? Like maybe, but how do you then say taming's too strong but just in the beginning? Because you can't really nerf a unique scalability wise. You could do things like add drop restrictions to it, make it so like the barracks rings are now ID4 drop only, which would make it so there's probably less in the beginning, less used. There's like you could explore ways like that, right? Because there's a lot of uniques that have, for example, Headhunter Mageblood. They added the level 75 drop restriction or 77 drop restriction. So there's like kind of less being introduced in the very beginning, and that gives like a little bit more oomph when one's dropped. What do you guys think as far as that? Because it's like a little bit harder to balance than it is, an ascendancy or a skill, because you can't just like directly change the scalability of like level 1 versus level
Mm,
20 on a unique.
yeah, I vaguely remember someone saying something like, if you play Path of Exile for the first time and you drop a headhunter at level 40 and you equip it and you blast through the rest of the game, that sort of ruins the experience from that point on. Like you
Sure,
make
yeah,
your second character and you don't get a headhunter. Like, so making it only drop at higher levels is a no-brainer.
yep,
And I don't think they
yeah,
should like nerf a Mage Blood or a Headhunter. They kind of changed it a little bit, but like it's good to have just goals of like a best in slot item, and it makes sense that it's tied behind something so RNG and so rare. Like it's like a mirror item but obtainable for the average Joe. So the fact that they only show up in mass supply, I I'm kind of against. I think I'm always a fan of the 1% getting nerfed. The fact that the supply of headhunters and magebloods in a league, like the major supply for players, comes from the fub guns and whatnot, I don't like. I'd rather it be
yep.
an obtainable item that someone has to actually farm for themselves to
Mhm.
get. Like keep the power, but nerf the 1% flooding it and making it cheaper, like that kind of thing. I don't know how to balance something like that though, aside from like
So, for
the usual.
example, like King of the Mist drops the Light of Meaning, which
Mm-hmm.
is a jewel that has a bunch of variables. The variable different King of the Mist jewels are used obviously way differently. There's way more people using like the mana one than maybe necessarily the percent fizz one. But almost 40% of all builds in the after week 10 in the 100,000 player poll from the Pee Wee Ninja stuff, all the high end builds, 35% of them are using Light of Meanings. So I feel like anytime there's that many people using something, should like is that too many people using that item? So I think then you've like a couple avenues for how do you nerf it, right? You've the drop rate of Light of Meaning is 20% off King of the Mist. So if you make it 5% versus 20%, so 4 times nerfing the drop rate, is it even going to really impact that percentage of people using the unique? Because it's not like a build enabling unique, it's like a supplemental unique, right? Or is it really not going to make a difference and someone's just going to have to pay 4 times as much and that's like a negative experience for them? So it's always really tricky, but like, I would rather things be more rare or more expensive if you're in trade than to actually nerf the item. Like I would have, so Ralakesh, for example, if they were tier 1 and they did what they did pre-nerf, right? I'd
Mm-hmm.
rather them just been tier 0 and not been changed. Not that I think the nerf is bad, but like, I just would rather things be more rare and kept the
I
power
would
level.
love for them to have a reverse lucky system where the more that you drop a head onto, the less likely you are to get one.
So, well, I mean,
That wouldn't fix it. That wouldn't fix it at
there's no way
all.
to prove that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
But
I know, but no,
there's
come on, it doesn't exist. But they should totally fuck them. Fuck those. Fuck those.
so every T0 you drop makes it twice as unlikely to drop the following T0, but like time gate it like within so like a week, and
No,
after a week you go
permanent.
off
If you
Make
cooldown.
drop
it-
a
Okay,
headhunter, you never
make it
drop a
like-
headhunter
so
again.
that would yield a scenario that you're making now new accounts to play.
No,
the
yeah,
game
that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
I was just about to counter that. You need to put the kernel anti-cheat in so they can detect when you're in a different. You need a whole
All
new
right, so it's
computer.
good. Not only pull your IP, it's got to pull like your serial number,
Yeah.
your date of birth, everything. Yeah.
Uh huh.
It's definitely a tricky thing to do, and I would say that like the gear balance definitely gets the least of a pass when it comes to this sort of thing. Just from like the actual numbers and patch notes. I mean, you could like they don't often change or rebalance uniques that often, despite them being the framework for so many of the builds, and are just as problematic as like the skills themselves. Because you're more likely to change a skill than to change a lot of the unique gear, which is kind of goofy. To like Ralakesh, we're at 25% of player usage at week 10, which is less than 6 other uniques, but they got targeted, which is interesting. So if you're saying it's like they're just too strong for where they're at, or too strong for how I don't know. It's hard to say.
What if
Like right behind that's Progenesis, and Progenesis is easier to get than Ralakesh, and I would say arguably a stronger item.
What if
But
they add like these chase uniques or items like power runes or mage bloods, but instead make them account bound? So you still have to do the incredible hard farm
that's
for
tricky.
it, but then you can't do the farm.
So-
you can't make money elsewhere to buy it, and you can't support a 1%er doing the
Yeah,
incredibly chase farm.
I've personally. I mean, obviously, I play solo self fun, so I like
Yeah.
the idea of account bound stuff. But Mark made reference to literally introducing an auction house, or it being like on their mind.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they necessarily would go the account bound route, because it seems like they're trending in the opposite direction. But I guess you could argue that maybe something through the auction house, like once an item gets traded, it gets a tag that makes it untradeable, or something like that, or maybe there's I don't know. It's hard to say. I like account bound things because I just think that progression being obfuscated by trading is always bad. But
Like if the devs were like, listen, Mage Blood's getting nerfed, but what we're going to do is we're going to keep a version of Mage Blood that is exactly as it is now, but when it drops, it's account bound, and if you want the shitter one, it's tradable. Or you
so
get
like
it.
you use a currency on it that makes it
Yeah, you
tradable,
could do
but then
either.
makes the flasks
It
go from
makes
4 to 3 or
Yes,
something.
it's like it drops like a literally like a reliquary key type thing. It's got a code on it
Yep.
saying this is account bound. You can use a currency on it, but it divines it to a shitter version.
See,
I like that idea.
That's
but-
awesome.
They have a
but I don't
system
know.
sort of like what you're talking about in Last Epoch, where
Yeah, they do.
You choose between whether you're a trade-based character or a solo self-found-esque character, and
Yeah.
you can get better items if you get them as drops, or you can just buy all your items, and they're not as
Yep.
good, but you can buy all of them.
Yeah,
I
Circle of Fortune faction.
I
yeah.
like how Last Epoch handled that.
I don't like how Last Epoch makes it so if you buy things off the auction house, it's still flagged like that, and if you swap to then SSF, like if you play a bunch, get a bunch of money, buy your gear, and then swap to SSF, it's like, well, all your gear, you can't use it because you're in SSF now and it's got the flag on it.
Yeah, but you're trying to migrate in the wrong direction. That makes perfect sense. That's like if I played trade and then after I got my good gear, I said I'm gonna play S.
Yeah,
solo
but it's
stuff
like,
on the
hey,
same
you've
character.
got both of these options, and you can flip between them anytime, except you can't. Like, you can only go from one to the other.
Well, no, but you're conflict. Solo self fun and Last Epic has nothing to do with the factions. You could play solo self fun and be the trade faction. And the
Okay.
same way you could be trade and then also be the
Well,
SSF faction.
the
They're not
the juice
necessarily tied
faction
to
and
each
the
other.
trade faction. I don't know. I just didn't like that one thing. But that's just because I
Yeah.
wanted to make a one build, and I'm like, I could just get the item I need with the auction house, level that up a bunch, bought it, put the item on, went back to doing the juice, and it's like, nah, can't use it because you bought it. Well, that's fucked. But yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to dip out of SSF for like an item and come back though.
But you just said it's not SSF. The juice faction isn't
No,
SSF.
what it isn't. You could change factions, but the items are locked by that faction because
Yeah.
it's way easier to get an item if you buy it.
Exactly.
Versus
How
getting it
dare they?
yourself. You're just trying to find a loophole.
I wanted my easy item. I got my easy item, and then they took it away from me when I tried to swap
play
back.
the game, you bum.
I
No.
wanted to, but they took my item away, and I lost the motivation to play. I like the idea of like a not all items being untradeable and then using a currency on them, but like the top tier god tier shit, like having an extra version of top tier god tier, but it's tied to you farmed it yourself kind of thing. But then you got like people that would just sell carries and be like, okay, here's your 100 kills, let's see if you get one kind of thing. If it was like boss drops or something.
You're never gonna
Speaking of,
you're never gonna get around that. People trying to RMT their way to victory, basically.
Unless it's a one portal, no. Unless it's a no party play. Oh.
Then they're just gonna, someone's gonna have you remoted on their account, like people do in
SSF
RuneScape
maps.
for Infernal Capes. Like it doesn't matter. People, life finds a way. You know, like they're gonna. Anyone wants to do that? Yosis, what were we gonna say?
speaking of Last Epoch systems in Path of Exile, that one new like crafting potential kind of thing from Last Epoch. What's it called now? It's not Weaver's
Strand,
Will, that's
the Strand,
thing.
whatever.
Memory strands.
Yeah.
I really liked that system in Last Epoch, and I think it's going to do well in Path of Exile. It's a really good system for making sure that certain drops are more valuable than they otherwise would be, because currently in Path of Exile, there's not really anything that can drop on that can drop on an item that you can't get through crafting. You know what I mean? Am I still super robot-y?
No, you're good. It's just Lighty.
All right, it's just you. Anyway, so the fact that loot, like,
it's good.
Yeah, he'll be right back. All right.
Maybe.
He's loading.
Rejoining helped.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
he's back.
All right. So anyway, the point was the fact that you can get items as loot that have something valuable on them that you can't get through crafting, and that enhances crafting actually, I feel is a good change. It makes certain loot more rewarding.
It was interesting because wasn't there ones like some that? Oh wait, no. Yeah, I'm thinking about something else. No, yeah, I like that feature. It's really cool. It's like the catalyzed thing when they originally brought in catalysts and stuff, but now it's like a specific boss drop.
They're like, catalysts are just a buff now that you can't like consume it to make it more likely to slam this thing or whatever. So I think this system works better because what I would do with catalysts is I would literally never consume them. I would game the system so that I would like I would get like a white ring. I'd use 4 fertile catalysts on it so it had 20 quality, and then I would just never consume the quality.
Do we know if you can just keep adding the memory strands onto an item over and over again, or is it like a
white items?
If it's
white.
Currency, the currency can only add it to the item if it's white.
Okay. Damn it! There goes my.
So you can only start over by scouring.
Yeah, that's good. I like
Also, we don't know about imprinting or splitting yet.
Right.
Because they're not necessarily enchants. It's its own line, but it has the art on the sides of an item
influences,
as if it's
yeah.
influence. So
I
I don't
feel
know.
like I feel like this is balanced by there not being a good reason to do it. So like if you were to split a magic item into a magic item and a white item or something, and then like it would have less strands on it than this doesn't
Splitting,
confer an
yes.
advantage.
Imprinting, no. There's a huge reason to imprint.
Oh, imprint absolutely.
But it's not an enchant because you should be able to have an enchanted item that strands on it. So it's a different thing than an enchant. So we don't know if it's going to work like an enchant and then prevent
Oh yeah,
imprinting.
maybe
But
the
this is
imprint doesn't
another
work.
thing where it's like patch notes, please.
Or another
Show me
thing where they don't think
FAQ.
about it and then gets patched a
I
weekend.
don't. If they don't think about this, they gotta get a better job. There's like this. There's so. I mean, this is like these sort of things come up every single crafting league. Like, is this imprintable? Is this splittable? Is this whatever? So I guarantee they know. They just didn't post it for some reason, and it'll almost guaranteed be in an FAQ before the thing.
I also liked the specifically the mercenaries equipment that you have a peek from. Looks like it's the loot plus the like re-rolled it, try it twice.
Smart
and,
loot, yeah,
yeah, smart loot.
yeah.
Smart loot returns.
So to your
I'm a
point, to
huge fan of Smart Loot.
slightly tangent on that, Smart Loot just got hugely buffed for a lot of things, specifically weapons, because they removed a lot of bullshit rolls from weapons and changed prefixes and suffixes for certain things. For example, weapons no longer having resistance rolls, although yes, 0.1% of the player base, I'm sure there's something that wanted that. Sucks to suck, use an Aurum Vorix, I guess. But for the most part, it's only griefing you when crafting. And the same thing for physical prefixes now, leech being a suffix, is massive for crafting physical weapons. So
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of things that'll be extremely powerful is things like Heist, the smart rolled experimental weapons at the end will be so much better, unless they've milked the waiting, which is possible. And Rog is going to be so strong for crafting high elite weapons, because the only thing you could hit that would break your weapon from him, because he has a really high proclivity of rolling Ellie, was the res rolls. Those no longer exist. So I think we're going to see some really, unless those things been nerfed, which weren't mentioned in patch notes, but we should see a really, really big influx in like some really easy to obtain degenerate rares early on, and then you could recom them into better things.
I have something for this. There we go. Rog Champ.
Literally every time I forgot to go on like busy mode or something. All the Discord whoops happen. Oh no, they're just hard coded in. The amount of trigger. No, it's fine. Nice.
You guys lagging for each other, or is it just me?
It's just you.
Amazing.
Very interesting.
Am I a robot?
I see like your video is like getting artifacts a little bit, but your audio is totally fine.
God damn it. Oh.
Great question.
Oh no. He is very much desynced.
Desync?
Maybe. He'll
Turn
catch
my
up.
head to the left or the right in the preview. It's on the right, and now I turn my
Slide
head
to the left.
Okay, maybe not.
Slide
to the right.
Crisscross.
Everybody clap them
Was Frostblades a Capatopus? Was that the one where the people that used the holy relic thing? Is that the one where it did like, or is that Shattering Steel or something? Splitting Steel, where it did like the shit ton of
That's
projectiles?
the steel skill.
Okay.
Splitting Steel did that, yeah.
Frostblades of
Frostblades
Catpiss
of
Relicish. They're charged.
Catablepin. Catablepin from RuneScape.
Frostblades of
that just did
Cactus.
really, really high cold dot.
Oh. What happened
I
with
want to see exactly
what happened with
they did.
Splitting Steel?
Just
Previously
numerical
409 to
nerfs.
now 240 for Frostblades. Splitting.
Let's see.
Most all the strike skills that were tagged were just hit with some sort of initial nerf or projectile nerf.
Splitting Steel projectiles can no longer return. That's kind of insane.
Yep.
That was half the reason why the build was insane.
Yeah, that was, I guess, a nerf also to the Trickster variation of it. They just don't like Trickster attack builds, I think. That's what it really feels like. But it's fine. Play a champion, get a Perseverance, live your life in the sun.
I've never seen
Perseverance is a is a very low
Whoops.
tier unique that I am positing is going to get shadow nuked into oblivion to tier 1. But yeah, we'll see.
Oh yeah, you have Onslaught Wall fortified.
That and Celestial Brace. Maybe Celestial Brace also gets nuked from a 25% drop rate to a 1% drop rate.
Oh yeah, these gloves are either they're going to be so expensive. They're going to be so expensive.
They're
Assuming
incredibly common. So,
but you need it rolls from 1 to 10, so only 10%
yeah.
of them are valuable.
But you can
And
3
then
to
you
1,
have
can't
to
you?
corrupt +1 frenzy.
You don't have to. You have to.
You want to.
Also, we're going to get like 58 fortify stacks, so that's 58% increased attack speed on a pair of gloves.
Oh, it's the red boy. If it was the blue boy, I'd totally farm it.
Red Boy's good. I like Red Boy.
I play minion builds. I hate red boy. Sanctum nerf. I don't know about that. Sanctum.
I heard someone say that like there is nothing that you can do that is
damn it.
anywhere remotely as profitable as Sanctum.
I don't see a Sanctum nerf in here. What am I missing?
Yeah, I Control F Sanctum, nothing.
Rework. Oh, was the Hex Blast change? Was that like Sanctum
Hex
farmers
Blast
played Hex
Mines.
Blast?
Oh, yeah, Sanctum farmers probably use Hex Blast Mines because it's so safe.
Yeah. Well, fuck them. That's not a Sanctum nerf. That's just to get good and play the game properly.
Hex Blast Mines, not playing the game properly. I mean,
Well,
it
you know.
auto targets and obliterates everything, and you don't have to.
Yeah.
And you're incredibly safe.
So
There are other builds
there'll
that
be
do
less
something
original
similar.
sins. Original sin? Yeah.
Are people going to go back to Spark Totems?
As Poison SRS. Discharge. I don't know what else Sanctum Boys did.
It was probably self-cast Spark, and
Penance
then you just
Brand?
had totems to block traps.
Penance Brand. God damn it.
Brands, I think, is not a good Sanctum. I mean, you could place it and then run away, and then
Like
the brand would attach to them.
the dissipation one or whatever. I don't know if that's still like the meta one of the metas they use.
I mean, Penance Brand used to do insane damage. The current incarnation of Penance Brand has really, really high base damage.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen anyone abusing it.
Whoops. Man, this is such a jank bloody what I've done here. Let me just see if this works. Oh, cool. Maybe it doesn't make annoying noises. I might be safe. Okay, I've got like a little cheat sheet of like things that have changed, but I don't know. Katarina.
My water bottle breaks the tracking. Katarina. Katarina had like someone used the number 40 as a joke. 40 immunity phases. She did have a lot of immunity phases. At least 8 from my memory. Possibly up to 16.
Just like every time she, or like did the animations to summon the new guys and whatnot.
Yeah, that I really did not enjoy that, especially because having that many immunity phases prolonged the fight enough that she would use one of her moves that is really not intuitive. There's a move she does or probably doesn't do anymore. Yeah. There's a move she does where
I heard unintuitive.
if you dodge away from the slam, it gets bigger.
Yes.
Oh.
And so there are characters I've played where they have no problem with a lot of content, like most content in the game, and Katarina specifically is a uniquely frustrating experience for the build because she teleports around constantly, she has eye phases, and she has a gigantic one-shot that you're not supposed to run away from.
And she spawns all those scary skeletons on the floor, and you're like, I'm not going to step on those, and then if you don't step on them, you get punished?
Unintuitive for sure, yeah. Do you think this is like I came in mid-convo, but do you think this is like a good way that maybe they'll do a pass on some of their older bosses that have just like Shaper or Elder that have like a large amount of dead time in them and kind of antiquated boss design?
I would hope so.
I think that would be nice. There's not a whole lot of examples that I can think of off the top of my head where it's like desperately needed. The one thing that immediately came to mind is that the Maven duplicating the Shaper like completely ruins the boss.
Mm.
And like healing him and stuff. Like the Maven witnessing the Shaper fight completely ruins it. Like the Shaper
Healing
fight
in the
is
eye phases was
Would
patched,
you-
but if the heal right as the transition's happening, then it still happens. Which is
Would you be okay with it if
I'm
the
assuming that you don't
balance
have 10 million DPS.
if the
when I
balance
say
was
the healing
just
is a
you get
problem.
Maven, but now Shaper has no immunity phases?
they just have to remove the two variations from Maven. If you just remove the duplication and the heal from Shaper,
I mean, like, if
it
they're
would
going to do a
be
balance
fine.
to get rid of the immunity phases, they're also probably going to
Oh.
have to make the fight harder. So if they were going to do that, just give Shaper something like two Shapers being in there, or give him an extra. Like, he's already got that clone thing,
Shaper-
kind of.
Yeah. Shaper, in my opinion, is an extremely well-designed fight that introducing the Maven completely ruins, because the clone makes it so that, like, you're not supposed to be able to be standing in Zana's shield in the center and then also have a clone shooting a beam at you, so that you have to get out of the bubble in the center and then you die. Like, it's carefully crafted so that if you play perfectly, you take 0 damage, and it has 3 phases and it doesn't heal. So you could there are videos of people killing Shaper with default attack and taking no damage. It's really nicely designed. It has skill expression. You can't obliterate through it instantly and farm it for drops at a rate of like 20 per second or whatever. It's a good boss. And then introducing Maven takes all of that carefully balanced design and just throws extra stuff on it that completely ruins it.
It's like a nice meal that someone shat on, you know.
Would would the balance of them getting rid of the invulnerable phases in Katarina, would the balance to that be them making the safe houses longer? Like, there has to be a certain time, like a certain duration for you to farm through, like, Elder Guardians, especially that like the electric one that has the bullshit phases. Like, they don't want people farming all this shit super quick and, like, doing repeatedly, like, Uber farmers, you have to do T17s unless you buy them.
There's a line that says from the patch notes, the time taken to reach a safe house is overall longer than before.
Yeah, like that
So it's
specifically.
already getting that.
No, I mean, like,
and then the length of the fight, you mean?
no, I mean, like, that specific safe house change being the counter to them having gotten rid of the time you would have wasted in Katarina. So it's like, more or less, you spend like a longer or around the
That's a
same
reduction in the time to get a Katarina encounter, not necessarily the time of the encounter itself.
Sure.
And that's also based off of previously you could guarantee a Katarina in about 10 minutes with scarabs and stuff. Where this is a chance to drop a Katarina, and we don't even know what that rate of chance is, because that's not public information.
It's not only a chance now, though, right? You can still get like Katarina
the
XP.
patch note says
there's a very important patch note that we haven't mentioned about Betrayal, which is on the Atlas Passage tree there was a node that
intelligence gathering's gone.
It gave you 10 intelligence every time you beat a map, regardless of whether or not there was June in that map. And I rushed that node every time because I needed unveils.
That's great.
And so they removed that node, and now you just get intelligence from executing people. So
and execute is the only option for leaders also, which is interesting.
There's no interrogate. That's interesting.
No.
So it's going to take a lot longer to get to Katarina, but you get there's no reason to not fight her, like, because it no longer resets the betrayal board. So you set up a nice betrayal board, and you're farming betrayal as much as you are farming Katarina. Like, you're farming the board, actually. Where previously you basically had to pick one or the other. Now you can do both. And so I think that is worth, like, nothing of value was lost when they redesigned the Katarina fight, in my opinion.
The only amendment I would say to that, because in general I agree, is it really depends on what the rate of the uniques are from her. And because they're totally changed with much more value, they've said. And even further, the distribution of the unique percentage is like, is a Kane of Kulamek a 1% drop? And then getting a 4 property Kane, is that a 1% on a 1%? Like, that would be a bit of a bummer.
And then you get 4 unveils, and they're the wrong unveils.
Well, the unveils are all changed for uniques, right? Because they're all now unique property unveils. So what we thought about was correct. But what we thought about for Kane, what was like, if you think 4 property Kane now, you're thinking, double damage, spell damage, all the things like that might not even be what matters So I'd like to see, what the drop rates are and that sort of stuff, because that might also, like, maybe you get multiple veiled orbs off of Katarina because, like you said, you're encountering her probably less frequently. So it's definitely very
So,
enticing. What do you think about the timed gambling from Betrayal? That was a very funky kind of thing.
like the timed stash or the Guff. Majority of people like removed Guff from the Syndicate, never touched him. I loved Guff because I would use it to craft jewels.
But now it's like the item is either going to be in there in most cases, right? Like a randomly chosen item is just going to be in there for you to do your crafting on.
I don't
It comes
actually
with
know.
a prefab item
Yeah.
9 times out of 10. There's a couple circumstances, but for the most part, it's the ones where you see a belt or
And they
see an
add the
item and
quality
you dump your
of
currency
life
on.
of putting chances and scours in the crafting bench, and
I
then
know.
they
We
add
all
the
get the meme.
fucking
Yeah, yeah.
chance scour into the betrayal. At
Well, to be
least they
fair,
don't
that
force a
quality of
base on
life,
you.
no, that quality of life isn't even in the game on launch.
Yeah.
It's going to happen sometime during 3.6. And hopefully that's within 4 months, right? But if you said something happened sometime during 3.25, it would have been a span of 10 months. So,
Did they
hopefully we get it like in a
say?
week or so.
Did they say if the quality of life for strongbox rolling is also applied to Valside areas?
They did not,
Okay.
but I don't know why it would be. I know why you're saying that because of
You
Adorn
know
stuff,
what I
but
did?
I don't know why it would
I
be.
experimented with that node where you could craft on Vol side areas.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, what I did was like alch and corrupt them. Like,
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty good way to do it. But...
like no, but like to no advantage. I would just make it as if I had not taken the node.
Yeah, but it can still roll the Dawn thing if you valid, I think, right?
He
Like,
said Alc
I
and
don't know. I
corrupt.
never found out.
you can
Oh, he did. Yes, you can.
you
Correct,
can
you
corrupt
can.
a
Yes.
Valside area into a unique one, but
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
incredibly
Although
unlikely.
the Adorn one was a 1 in 20 when hitting a unique.
It
So
didn't fucking feel
if
like
you
it.
were to get a
Yeah.
if you get a unique
that's
one,
why
1 in
people
20 times, it
were.
would be Adorned.
Did you see
And
people
Adorned,
chance
yeah.
scouring?
Oh, I
the-
chance scoured them.
I did.
Yeah,
I did all this. Yeah, I did all this many
Mhm.
times. It's terrible.
All I did was
Yeah.
alch and vol, so that it did literally nothing. I never once got a unique corruption, and I was like, well, I might as well have not taken that node.
Some of them are
My
fun.
goals are beyond your understanding.
The one with
I
the
like the one that
architects.
was like the. I like the endless one. I
Ah,
like that
okay.
one a lot. It's just fun. That's like a very low impact, great addition. I think they had was just like things like that, just breathing additional life
Mm-hmm.
into what was kind of a dead mechanic. Honestly, no one gave a shit about Val side zones till the adorned unique ones, all that stuff.
Like they used to only have like one gem in them. They would basically never have the sack frags until like maps, and then they made them drop like 6 times the loot at the end, and that was a good update. And then they're like, oh, you can customize, you can roll the Vol side areas, and they have more mods and stuff. The only issue I have with some of them is that you can sometimes get ones that just have strictly negative mods, like absolutely terrible mods on them. And it's like, why would I run this one?
I never alched them. I just vowed them, because then they can go from white to unique. So I would instantly see, like, I did if it was rare, I didn't give a shit, you know. But I only hit one, and it was, I think, the Infinite Val one. When I did the chance scouring, I hit the Architect one a bunch, and it was kind of okay. What I liked about it, I was playing a really shit build, and the Architects, for some reason, I guess the random mods on it, they all had like life, energy shield as life, energy shield from life or whatever, and they were just so tanky, and they kept one-shotting me because I died, and it put me back in the map. I had infinite attempts. I think I died like 150 times trying to clear that zone, but it was worth it. Well, it wasn't, but it was fun, so it was worth it.
Yeah.
I like that the node basically just uncorrupts Vol side areas, and what's the correct strategy? Corrupt them again.
Yeah, well, if they could just roll randomly unique as you encounter them, I'd leave them as it was, but they can't, so what the hell?
I guess it's a sink for all my Vol orbs. People are always like, you have 50 Vol orbs, Vol all your gear. Now now I have a sync for them.
Well, you gotta get your red map completion. That's the sync for Val Orbs, and then
Yep.
that's it.
It's not infinite though. You
Red
just
map completion
get your
got
completion and you're done.
slightly harder this league. Also,
Why is that?
they made a change that if you run a variation of a map that is a lower tier than its base tier, you do not get completion for it. So if Grotto's a 16 and Keurig offers you a tier 14 Grotto and you do it, you don't get completion.
You don't get the bonus objective completion. I think you get
Correct.
the map completion, but not the bonus objective.
Okay.
Objective.
I assumed
But
that's how it was.
Keurig should be a lot better now because all the memories are removed from the game, which is a big bummer. But they're being pushed onto Keurig as variations from maps.
I wonder if that means the Keurig Master Mission Beast will be more expensive for people trying to hunt like harvest beasts. Like you run beasts just generically to get
that's
Keurig
removed from the
beasts.
game.
Huh?
That one's gone.
Is it?
It's gone and only offered through. All the memories are gone.
No, I get
thought
that.
they were only through
the
the
beast,
new NPC.
The beast that you
Not
kill
Keurig.
that gives you Keurig missions is still in the
Oh,
game
that
as a
one.
base
Sorry,
beast.
that's what you meant. I thought you meant the actual memory.
So
yeah, them dropping doesn't happen.
No, not that one. You run beasts generically to get the missions from Keurig to then roll him to try and get specifically memories of harvest beasts. I don't know. Interesting.
Sense.
King's March.
I'm starting Bestiary also, so I should see some cool.
I'm starting Betrayal. Can't wait to make all the wrong decisions. All Flames. Where do they drop?
Katarina.
Ah, cool. What happened to Ritual? They got rid of like the omens dropping from the Ritual monsters. Did it the initial pack?
So the Asmiri monsters are the affliction specific Ritual monsters that can spawn on the edge of rituals, but not Ritual monsters themselves dropping omens. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. We looked it up on stream yesterday because I also said, "Is this saying omens no longer drop because that sucks?" But apparently, it's only the Asmiri monsters, which were the ones that
the scary
were like the
ones.
affliction ports. So,
right.
Is it going to be an overall reduction in omens? Yeah, possibly. To be fair, you got a lot of guaranteed 6-link and 6-socket omens from Ritual just from killing shit. So, if that's like a 20% nerf, that seems appropriate. This entire patch, it's obviously like. It's kind of a light patch balance-wise because they're introducing so much, which I totally understand. Almost always when a patch coincides with an expansion, it's like, league-wise, it's not going to be that big. Like, the Mercenary League itself is quite small, I think. But there's, like, no nerfs or buffs, I would say, during the patch. Surprised me in either direction too much, which I think is, in itself, a success. So it's like, the like checks and balances for like if a patch is being like a 3.26 being a success, it's like, okay, all the scope you're saying, the ideas, the plans, I'm on board. That all looks great. All the proposed patch note changes, okay, I'm still on board. Looks great. So now it's like, is it just going to launch right and then not be balanced horrendously? And as long as they pass those two things, I'm on board with Team We're So Back, you know?
I like that it's like an interesting shuffle of mechanics as well. Like,
it's just
we're not completely destroying Ritual, we're just slightly tweaking it here. And we're not destroying this, and we're bringing all flames back, but just in a slightly different way.
But like, as a community, we're like slightly shell-shocked, you know, after a year of nothing, and then like
we'll take anything.
Some false promises. So we're a little bit beaten dog syndromed, right? So we're like, if this league if like the launch is great and there's not that many big balance discrepancies and like loot's dropping decently and nothing's crazily out of whack, that's like a massive W. And then like we just have to wait 2 months for the promise to be fulfilled that we're supposed to get a Path 2 league. And as long as they stay on schedule, they could release like it could be just the most, you know, very small updates, little changes. And I'm totally happy. Were you surprised at all that unpromptedly Jonathan was like, "We're going to go on a 4-month schedule"?
Oh yeah, I was very surprised because I
don't
thinking
know why.
At least
why would you
year.
ever?
Like he
like,
committed
why
to
would
that
he promise
super
that?
early.
It just was like,
wasn't that the
me,
intentional
like,
along though?
Right.
That
but
is the
they
plan
just,
all along, but they committed to it so early.
Right.
I mean, it's been 5 years of not being on schedule, and
Their
then they just
first-
got their footing back, and then it's like we're gonna be on this 2-month release schedule
Their
between each game.
leagues,
Except feeling like
there's
crazy
only
to me.
been 2 leagues so far, more or less, one for Pee Wee 2 and one for Pee Wee 1, and they've both been kind of small ones. They could still consistently be small ones throughout, right? Like, it's
Small
not
leagues
like,
are fine.
yeah.
Like literally medium scope, flawless execution. That's all people want. Like a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of change to classes, skills,
Quality of
crafting,
life,
maybe
mix
a
up
new
the
boss.
mechanics a little bit.
The game itself. This has been past problem for the past 5 years. Not to go on a tangent, but like
It's fine.
the game is so fucking good, right? Like the base game of Path is so good that it's been like this really horrible trend of trying to like reinvent too many wheels. And like all we need to do is just kill a couple things in a circle and shake up the meta slightly, and most people are happy. Especially if you're releasing 2 games every 2 months with new updates. So like I have no problem with like not having tremendous scope updates as long as it just like they just have to keep their promises and they just have to actually release things,
Like, things are looking
that
good.
aren't bug
They just
filled.
have to stick with
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, they're looking really good right now. Even if it's like a B minus league, it doesn't like a B minus right now is like an A plus
It's
plus.
better than a it's
for,
better
you
than
know.
a Settlers reset.
Yeah, yeah.
I
But
think
just
they
like
said they were gonna try and do Bestiary next. Like they did Betrayal this time, and they want to do
he
Bestiary
mentioned,
next.
they mentioned the quality of life. There's like a lot of quality of life issues with Bestiary that people don't necessarily know about.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, beasts are broken up into a variety of categories, like of the wilds, of the deep. We know that from the passive tree. But there's even subcategories of beasts, and those subcategories are capped at a storage unit of 100 per type of those beasts. That number is displayed nowhere, and you wouldn't know when you're hitting it until it says in chat it exports you're about to hit XYZ's beast limit. And there's nothing you
And
could
it
do
used to
really
not say
to.
that.
No, it used to not. It used to just eat the beast, which was even worse. And then at one point, it didn't eat the beast; it bumped out the previously last stored one, which implies it had some sort of memory for knowing what your oldest beast was in that category. Which is like, but you can't see any of the shit. And so all you have to do is you have to go to your little glossary and then Pokeball them, then destroy them. And it's like that system I think is what they're referring to being like clunky and just really weird. So the entire beast storage system I think is going to be what gets updated because that's
That
just
does
like
seem like a lot of work compared to some of the
Ish.
other QL improvements. That's
Yeah.
why, like, he was talking about like, oh, I have a list of QL
I'm sure, yeah.
improvements that I want to do, and some of them go to the second list where it's like that's too
Mhm.
much work right now. That one would
Oh,
definitely
what
go on
was
the
it?
second
It
list.
was like they really wanted to get control click on a vendor to ID everything in Pee Wee 1, but it just kept having too
Yeah.
many issues or something like that, so it got pushed back. Cool.
That's fair.
And I think WASD in Pee Wee 1 isn't going to come in for a very long time because of the rigging and whatnot with the amount of shit they'd have to put over.
Do you guys use WASDA in
Fuck
Path
no.
2 or
Hell no.
okay? Yosis?
I use it, but mostly because I was playing like point and shoot characters. Like
Okay.
if I was playing something that needed a lot more on point precision,
Yep.
or I guess more buttons to press, then I would probably not play WASD. But I just really hate like having to move back and forth the mouse in the way that I usually do.
I like that.
I know what you mean.
WASD.
It
like
was the
you're talking,
same thing.
Click on the target, then click far left, then go back. Like that.
It
whole
was
thing.
the same
like
thing.
imagine orb walking.
Yeah.
But you also have to target manually.
Like learning how to use WASD took like 15 minutes or something, but learning how to also click and then move the mouse back to attack took like 15 minutes. And when I tried both of them, I liked clicking and moving my thing back more. It's just personal preference.
I didn't dislike the WASDA, but it literally doesn't work in Path 2 with melee at all.
Right.
Because it
I can
breaks
see why that
name
would be a
locking.
problem.
You can't name lock anymore if you have WASD open. So meaning if I have name lock on and I click to melee something, it doesn't walk up to them the melee. I just melee in place, and that totally breaks the
really
game.
Unfortunate because it works perfectly with bows, and then it just doesn't work with melee.
So when I played a crossbow build, it WASD made more sense, but bouncing between the two movement styles was a bit manic between characters. So
There
It's just
are
not quite there
circumstances
yet, you know?
where even if you have WASD enabled, clicking
Yeah.
on a thing will move you to it. Like if you click on your stash, it'll
Yeah.
walk you towards
I
it.
mean, hopefully on release that sort of shit's fixed, but
Yeah, that seems like
you know,
something that you would workshop definitely before the release of the
put it
game.
back in the kitchen.
Yeah,
Give it a few
I
hours
made
of
a
cooking.
reference to orb walking.
Yeah.
It's like you right click, I right click a little bit, um, to move your character a little bit, and then click back on the enemy, and then click to move a little bit, and then click back on the enemy. So I'm moving my mouse back and forth large distances across the screen multiple times per second. I hated doing that compared to WASD, which makes it so much easier. So that's why I prefer it generally. But the
Yep.
melee argument I can totally understand.
I liked it purely because of the momentum that your characters had. Like when you had stopped clicking, like your character would still walk a little bit. Like if you would start, if you click somewhere and then attack in a different direction, your character would still walk whilst like slowing down and still attacking. And once I got
It
used
did
to that
feel
and being
like
able to like dodge shit while doing it, it felt really good.
Path 2 felt like you're constantly just on ice skates to me.
Yeah,
And
a little bit.
I didn't like that at all. Like that, but and then also there's something really this happens in any game where you have WASD movement and independent camera for your characters facing is like it just I don't want to say it breaks my immersion, but like it looks super fucking stupid when I'm crab walking backwards but looking down.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's something about that
Yeah,
was just like off putting. I don't know.
I
You know what I'm
I
talking
kind
about?
of
Like where
like
you're
how
looking one
silly it
way and
is.
walking. Yeah, okay. But it does look silly. You admit that at least. Like
Yeah,
it's
I admit
something
that
is
it looks
off
very
about it.
silly.
Yeah. I don't know
Uh,
what it is, but it's just like, man, it really like takes me out of it. Not
As
that
a
Path is
human,
the
you're
most
used to
immersive
looking
experience.
where you're walking, and your
Well,
character
funnily
is
enough, my
looking like this
torso
and walking
rotates
backwards.
180 degrees every
Oh
way.
yeah.
Yep. I got backwards knees like a cricket. Yeah.
Does that happen when you like stand still when you're holding like a direction one way and then if you spin like 360, what does your character do? Does it quickly flip back to make it make sense, or does
Oh,
it
like
like split?
resets upon the
Yeah.
1 degree and goes back around. I actually don't know.
Hmm.
That's
Because
a good
like
question.
with the logic of like how they D2 and whatnot, and like when they did the new animations in PoE 1 for Hillock and whatnot, and they like
Yeah.
characters now have to turn before they attack and you can dodge things. Like it would make sense in PoE 2 for the character to quickly flip back, but it would also make sense for when it's flipping back, your projectiles would go in the direction that you're flipping back with, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Weird.
there was so like most of the skills with baked in movement, like jump backwards and shoot
Mhm.
an arrow downwards or something, most of those were designed before they decided that you should be able to attack while moving. And so they
Yeah.
feel really awkward because they were like designed in a different
Yeah.
philosophy.
Did they ever add the cast while rolling gem they said they were going to add?
Yes, cast on dodge.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, cast on dodge.
Oh, cool.
It's really massively more useful when you're using pre-nerf temporalis, so you can blink everywhere and that counts as dodging. So that's how people used it. Like originally, they literally put it in as a joke because someone suggested it at ExileCon. They're like, "Is there cast on dodge roll?" And he's like, "There is now." It's not particularly useful because you get like 10 energy per 4 meters dodge rolled or something. It's ridiculous.
All flames from Katarina, returning projectile nerf doesn't really matter. Ralakesh nerf, but also kind of good for like some builds specifically.
The buff to Ralakesh is definitely not as good as old Ralakesh because corrupting blood immunity is free on every single build.
Sure.
As an implicit on Jewel.
Just movement speed though.
Yeah, then it becomes a conversation of, on average, would you rather have 30 movement speed or 12 or would you rather have 3 endurance charges, always active?
Or the frenzies and have like a movement skill.
That is a softcore versus hardcore question. Hardcore takes the endurance charges every time. Softcore takes the movement speed every time.
I don't know. Because I think if you're playing a charge stacking build, you're not a poor person, right? Let's be honest, okay? Because Ralakesh was always the cheapest component of a charge stacker, right? It might sound like it's the one that got nerfed, which is funny to me because it's maybe the linchpin of it, but it's in no way it's like the cheapest by far. Like having a +1 power charge helmets, having Calandra rings, all that sort of stuff. You're using badge, whatever, so you're getting your max charges in definitely 2 directions. So it's almost always either going to be you're getting the supplemental 3 frenzy or the supplemental 3 endurance.
This Ralakesh
And
change is like
yeah,
perfect though for the I want to nerf the 1%ers who are using it, and I want to benefit the people who want to use it casually because the 1%ers don't care
except
about the
so
corrupting blood.
that would make sense. However,
Mm-hmm.
you keep using this word 1%er, right?
1% of the
But
1%, but okay, go ahead.
no, but we know that Relikish was used by almost a third of players.
Right.
So it's not exactly
No,
the
but that's why I'm
1%ers.
saying it's a good change.
The problem with
The
Ralakesh was that it was almost strictly superior to most boots.
Sure.
Yes, but this nerf does not affect the 1%ers because the 1%ers have good enough gear that this change means nothing. What this affects is everybody else who saved up to purchase a Ralakesh and needed those extra Durance charges or frenzy charges. So this is a nerf to Ralakesh in the early game, not in
But
the end game.
in a
In the end
way,
game charge
for
segment, it doesn't matter.
the end game charge stacker boys, doesn't that mean they have to get additional charges elsewhere though on their gear?
Yes, but they can afford that. That's the
Right,
difference.
but it's like it's a
For
nerf in a
example,
way
you
to their
could-
build because they'd lose out on getting other things by getting their charges elsewhere.
No, it just means
It's
they
a
have to
pretty
invest in
simple
everything they
solve.
could. It doesn't. This definitely doesn't hurt them though. Like it's.
Imagine you just anoint the node on the tree that gives like an 8% chance to gain each charge on kill, and I
Mhm.
guess you don't care about having 100% uptime against a boss.
But by that
Like,
same
that would-
logic, you
that
could
would
just
replace
anoint that as a
Ralakesh.
casual, and then now you've got a boot that also has corrupting blood and
You
movement
could,
speed.
but now a casual has just lost their anoint. I'm saying that this change
get you.
definitely impacts lesser people more than the 1%ers. I think the change was not only appropriate but executed pretty elegantly. Although I just think that the people who are affected by this most aren't the people who are playing high-end charge stackers. They're people who just are cobbling together a very basic Ralakesh build
What would you
because they can't
think
afford to
of
outscale this.
something like this, but like if you were to do what happened to Ralakesh, but for something like Mage Blood, what would your balance be?
My balance for Mage Blood would be to make it so that the enkindling orb doesn't affect Mage Blood flasks.
That's a huge.
Like,
That's a 70% nerf to Mage Blood.
Yeah, it's a huge nerf. It's a huge nerf. But
And it would
like,
still
you're
be the best belt in the game.
bypassing how it would still be the best belt in the game. It would be a huge nerf. Yeah. So
I don't.
it's
You
still
know,
so powerful.
Mage Blood is such a boring item that's like so strong that I don't even know. Like to nerf it, you could. The obvious thing aside from just that is just making it so it uses less flasks. But then you're just gonna use more unique flask, and it's gonna be also still fucking strong. So like, that's complicated because its power is directly tied to flasks, but you wouldn't want to nerf flasks, so then you're fucking everybody over, not just Mage Blood havers.
Hmm.
So you could just like, I mean, you could the unelegant solution is just slap something like minus 30 global defenses on the belt and just be like, all right, if you got a Mage Blood, you're suffering there, and you deal with that or something something along the lines of that is fine. But
I like the idea of a chase unique being like obviously it's powerful because you get to use like enkindling orb and make it 70% more effect, but it the majority of its power is in QOL. Like it just makes it play smoother.
It just checks the boxes, man. You get like I'm no longer, CB poison, I'm fast, I have all my res, I have chaos capped, like it just covers every base. But it's just
I
not
love
a
that
sexy
as a
item.
chase item.
It's really good. I don't like it. It's really good, but
I
I don't
love
like
it.
it. I
I
was
hate
talking
it.
about it yesterday. I was saying I would always rather have early in a league, or even just in a league, like in the first month, whatever. I'd always rather have a headhunter because a headhunter is like a fun, sexy item, and Mage Boy is just like a really good item, but it's like kind of boring. But it's really, really good.
I can see preferring flashy chase uniques.
Yeah, because headhunter is flashy.
What if Mage Blood
attack fast and stuff.
only affected one flask randomly, but like 4x'd it?
So
So
it
you
changed
randomly
every 5
get
minutes.
yeah, like
Like-
every 5 minutes it cycles. So you could literally get
people
like
would run one flask.
You just run one flask, yeah.
Fuckers. Okay, you
Because
must have
now
all
cycling
flasks equipped,
buffs-
but then they'd all be the same
Cycling buffs
flask.
are awful. Everyone
Yeah,
agrees
yeah.
cycling buffs are terrible.
Yeah.
Yes. You could slap on though on Mage Blood maximum flasks 4, or like you can only use magic flasks.
Mm-hmm.
So remove, because everyone uses Mage Blood plus a unique flask. That unique flask is almost always Progenesis or Oriath. So if you were to remove that from the build, that would be a viable thing. Saying, oh, you could use a Mage Blood, but then you don't get access to Progenesis or Oriath. So say like only able to equip magic flasks. that could be a nerf to it that would be probably more appropriate. Speaking of flasks, just to change topics,
Uh-huh.
that new unique flask they showed is causing quite amongst a bunch of debates because it's very unclear what exactly that buff does and if you could stack them and what variations there could be. The one that draws a
Oh yeah,
random card and has an effect, like
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of crazy because it gives you a random effect. And then the first question is, okay, can you have two effects? Because if you get enough flash
yeah.
charge
If you
recoup,
get enough flash charge generation, you can mash it
you can get
and
like
stack the
four
buffs.
probably. So can you stack the buffs? And if so, what's the pool of buffs? Because it's a gold flask, right? So it almost implies that somewhere in there, maybe there's an MF boosting card in that pool of cards. And if
Uh,
so, is it going to be a scenario where like, what if there's like a really high IQ like a IQ card you could draw, and then we know that they're adding meat sacks back, so maybe you want to run around a meat sack spamming your little
A
card
lot of
flask
their
until you get
like
like
a lot of their balancing, and especially in this expansion, is more like there's the monsters, stand near
Mhm.
them, buff them again, buff them again, press your Wine of the Prophet card 7 times until you
Yep.
get the Quant one, then kill them, and then move on, find the next juicy pack, do it again.
Well, they have the pedals and the stuff from the pedals from the League mechanic is what you're talking about, kind of like
Yeah.
the pseudo sentinels. And then you have the all flames from Katarina, which also are huge buffs if they're like necro all flames. And then meat sacks being in the game, it feels like a thing where you're going to juice up a map and spend 35 minutes clearing it and using all your portals to loot
Getting
because
all
there's
the
so much in the
altars,
ground.
or like
Yeah, and then
not
also you
killing
want
the
to
meat
ID rares
sacks.
now. Rares drop with strand counts on them,
Hmm.
meaning rare value is super high, right? You're going to want to ID a bunch of rares that have strands and see if they roll like. Because even if you just get like one T1, you start to recomp things together. So so I get a T1 flat here, T1% there.
he did say this may be the most juiced it's ever been.
He did, yeah. And Mark said that, not Jonathan, which means Mark's a
Danger.
big end game
Yeah.
trade juicer, so it's like that's
He
a very
even
enticing.
sneaked in. He's like, I'm playing. Basic. He didn't say aura bot, but he said my more aura focused Scion or whatever, and then
Yeah,
he has like
armor
a
stacker. That's my
mercenary that's his
thoughts. Was
DPS.
like I was
Uh,
thinking he meant armor stacking when he said that because that's my thoughts when I think of aura focus Scion. It's like
because we know that he really likes aura bots,
Mhm.
but you can't really play with an aura bot
He
solo.
made a league where he
an
can play
entire
an
league
Aura
about it.
bot,
Yeah,
where he just had buffs and Merc. He just has to get one Merc first to then use that one to kill all the next ones.
I really like it. I see all of the problems with this system going core, but I
oh
really
yeah.
like it and I want to see it more. I'm really excited about the mercenary mechanic.
I hope that they adapt the mercenary window to
Anime
Anime
Guardian?
Guardian
Yeah.
because that just
Oh
seems
yeah,
like the most
that window.
obvious thing, right?
I
But like
believe
the intention
Octavian designed that interface.
the intention
Yeah.
with Anime Guardian is not being able to get your items back there. But I mean you'd still be able
No,
to
no, they just
overwrite
changed
them.
that.
Huh?
They just changed that.
You can get your
Well,
items
they said
back?
that you don't lose them. You don't lose
Right,
them.
no,
They die.
you
Yeah.
won't lose them, but you
So
won't
they
you
can
won't be able
still
to
lock
take
them
them
in
in and
there.
out. Yeah, sure, you can put them in
Yeah,
and
but you
lock
could
them.
like override them. At least just so you can see them. Because I mean, in Path in general, minion information display is dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like trying to figure out
Mhm.
how much res your minions have, life, what their scalability are, their tags, like any of that stuff is pretty piss poor. So we've been asking for something like a Spectre gem where you just like house a Spectre in a gem for so long, or some sort of minion stable menu thing. And this Merc system definitely looks like, maybe between that and Path 2, like the inklings of a Pokeball type something where it could be like much more minion quality of life. Because that's like one of the biggest things stopping me from playing a minion build is just trying to like I mean, losing specters in the middle of a map and having to stop to go do something else is like such a bummer. Not knowing like what my supports are even affecting, if at all that sort of stuff is like would love to see quality of life about it.
So what was the golems buff? With like you can get buff effective golems up to
Oh,
like
all of
300% or
them. I mean,
something?
Stone Golem, like it just changed what the buffs
Was
were.
it just
Stone
changed the
Golem
gems?
gives
Okay.
it gives 20% increased global defenses, which is quite good, especially if you're playing a ward build.
it still gives a
Uh,
life regen, right?
it
Yeah.
also still gives the life regen. It
Which is
doesn't
crazy.
explicitly
Yeah.
say that. It just says like it now also
Yeah.
grants this, I think.
Hmm.
So Stone Golem, I'm going to be running because I'm running a build that cares about ward. The life regen is very nice.
Storm is a bunch of cast speed and mana regen. You can get like 400% golem effect, Jim.
Yeah.
So a lot of the
They
golems
might,
are pretty crazy.
depending
but-
on the ambiguity in the wording of the patch notes, they might have taken the 100% increased golem buff effect off of Elementalist.
Mm.
They didn't mention it, but
You
gotta
can
wait for
get
patch notes B.
30% on a jewel. So if you get a bunch of jewel sockets, you can get like
Yeah.
300%
And
easy.
Grotto is almost always, I think it's always on the Atlas because there's a unique map for Grotto. So you could farm div cards. Because getting the jewels through Delve is terrible. Terrible experience. So I would definitely just farm div cards. Well, you're in trade, you just buy them. But
Mm-hmm.
if you want to make money, you could farm div cards, I guess.
Mm.
But yeah, a lot of Golem Mancer casters, I think, will be popping around.
Note to self: farm Grotto.
You could. I mean, the price of the things might be substantial. There's also, I think there's clusters that have a golem effect amount on them. I haven't looked at golems in so long. They've been so mediocre
If that
forever.
golem node still has the auto respawn, then people might be still running the
Yeah.
Maw of Mischief build.
Hey, I run
that
that.
would
I
keep the
still play
prices
that.
up.
I used to
Well,
play
that build got
Mercenaries.
buffed, actually. The new channeling support works on it.
Oh yeah.
What channeling supports that?
The 60% more damage one.
Oh, nice. Damn. The one league I decided not to play that build.
Can I reach 1 billion damage on my character?
Can you detonate a mercenary?
That's a good question. That would be really fun.
So
I don't
they're
know.
not
I
not
don't think
minions.
so,
You specified
yeah.
that. But when they die, are they downed or dead? Do they create a corpse? We could bring them
That's
back.
a good question. That could be you
but-
could stack life on a mercenary, kill them, and then detonate the corpse on the boss for 1 billion damage.
I think I'm telling this to the right man, Yosis. You gotta go.
If
Gotta
they
go on a
leave a
mission here.
corpse that you can explode and then they respawn somehow.
You could make the
anyway,
most culturally
be really
insensitive
funny.
video about suicide bomber mercenaries.
Like when I think about out of context some of the things that I've said in my videos, like this is an automated machine. That's like this is an engine that
Yeah.
spawns corpses and explodes them. Like it's so metal.
You're talking about the
Did
meat
you-
industry.
Yeah. Did you ever get to mess with falling zombies at all?
I used them a couple times because like it casts and then there's enough of a delay for if they do die and they do proc Heartbound Loop.
Yeah.
And the delay is long enough for cast damage taken. So you can do a really scuffed spellcast loop with falling zombies. You need to use 2 Heartbound Loop because you can only summon 1 falling zombie per cast.
Yeah.
But it is much cheaper and easier to set up than the skeleton loop.
Interesting. Is there anything from the new I forgot to mention this. I thought of you instantly when I saw it. The new unique ring that
Oh yes, there's already a Reddit thread that I've commented on.
Okay, cool. We'll talk go over that.
So it's not quite as useful for a spellcast loop the way that I do it as you might think, because it's when you use a skill. You have to manually press the button. It doesn't work for triggers. It doesn't work for subsequent channeled stages. It only works when you press the button. So it's a very, very good ring. Tons of damage. A lot of people are going to want to use this ring. It's not explicitly very good for spellcast loops, but like if you're using it in a normal build that likes to do damage the normal way, it will do some damage over to you over time, and then you can cast damage taken like buffs and debuffs. Like it's useful on good builds. It's not a game changer for spellcast loops.
Got it. And obviously, if you're in standard and you have the mirrored fire as chest.
Oh yeah,
Enjoy.
that. Someone was saying that you can't pen past 200%, but someone was saying that that's just you can't reduce
You can't
to
you
negative
can't put,
200, but
yes,
you
can't
can
put
pen.
when the Doriani change happened, you made it so you can't reduce res to below 200, and it's in 3 buckets of diminishing returns leading up to that. But pen, as far as I know, there's no cap on.
Oh shit.
Yep.
And the
So
only time
10,000%
historically,
pen is
yeah,
kind of crazy.
but historically, the only time you ever reach pen even over 200 was Omni, and that's been somewhat out of favor. So this wasn't like a problem they had to address, but they could easily just put a 300% pen cap, and it would just nerf the standard interaction and be still
It would
affect
only
nothing anywhere
nerf
else.
that chest.
Yeah, but those people should go fuck themselves because they
I mean,
copied a bugged item and they deserve it.
they already do 1 billion damage. Like,
Hmm.
what number are we gonna reach if you use that ring?
I updated my Merc gear because for Doriani I didn't know that minus 200 was the max. I don't
Yeah,
have to
you
go
could
as
get.
hard.
I have a video of minus 420 lightning res, and the character was terrible. It was just for the joke.
I'm not gonna take any advice of making Merc strong. I'm gonna slap him with as much minus res as possible and assuming I can get my hands on a Doriani. Fuck it.
Yeah.
He's gonna die.
No, he's not.
He
He'll be
needs
fine.
armor, and
He'll have a
you can't give
shield.
him a passive tree with armor stacking.
He'll have a shield and like whatever. He'll be fine. As long as I kill everything before it gets, he'll be a glass cannon, a glass or a bot.
You're using my strategy from that video I just mentioned. I was like, oh, I have minus 420 fire res. How do I defend against it? I get max block and pray.
He's not gonna have max block. He's gonna have when he gets punched, he gets life back block. Shield. Fuck him. I'm not giving him a Svalin, although it's a pretty good idea. Although I don't know if that works.
It could be mirror.
I don't think you can socket something in the Svalin, unfortunately.
I wouldn't do that, but like, give him how much block can I give him if he's got 2 rings, body armor?
You need to pass. Okay, so funny you mention that. One of the other ring they showcased is the first ring I think to have block on it in the game.
You know, I can't give
double
that.
your shield thing.
Yeah.
Although it's very unfortunate that I think how it's worded, it doesn't work for spectral shield throw. Otherwise, it'd be absurd if it just doubled your damage.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
Some of those rune graphs are going to be game changers.
Yeah, you mentioned those shield nodes that give you like increased defense on shields. Those work for SST, and there's similar things for that. I think on runecrafts where it's like increased defenses from shield by whatever percent. That'll be pretty juicy because
they were playing bleed spectral shield throw in the.
They were playing using a Merc spectral shield throw. The Trarthan version was one of them, which are like trans gems with extra steps. You have to get them from killing a dude. I'd love to look at that. I mean, I really wish they posted that list of gems because it's like that could easily be a league starter.
It'll come out when they do the item filter stuff, right? I assume.
Could be.
They might. It might be one of those things where they wait for
exploration
people to list them on trade. Like they won't be on the trade website, but you can search for them manually.
I mean, like you'll get the names,
a lot,
but you won't get the what they do.
Well, maybe.
Perhaps.
It'd be cool though. Just like because some people might want to league start a Trarthan gem.
Yeah, it'd be useful for theory crafting your league starter beforehand, but they do occasionally like to leave things hidden just so that there's something exciting to find.
Yep.
Katarina, Animate Guardian, All Flame, Kicks March, Molten Strike Naf. I don't know what that was. Sanctum.
Just a little bit of damage.
A little bit of damage. Splitting Steel done.
Every single nerf is just
a little bit of damage. Returning projectile, a little bit of damage.
Lost.
Archmage?
Yeah, it just lost damage. Archmage got a little bit of damage loss.
A little bit of damage.
Every single nerf is a little bit of damage.
Devouring Diadem lost like a skill level gem.
It lost +1 gems.
+1 gems.
Which I feel like is a signal that they're going to make it more common on her drop table.
It might be part of the unveil.
It's a very good helmet.
Spellslinger buff. Guardian something. Necromancer. Not Necromancer. Yeah.
Someone might actually run Blade Trap of Greatswords now that I'm looking at it.
Maybe.
Is that someone
better effectiveness and a shorter cooldown? Now, they were saying, like, okay, in the reveal, they were like, we buffed some underperforming gems, and the one that they showed was Blade Blast of Unloading. That was not underperforming, in my opinion, and they just gave it, like, 50% more damage.
It was statistically not popular. which is what
'Cause
they
you
mean
have
when they say
to-
underperforming.
Yeah, the reason that it's not popular is because you have to have a build that
It's a
drives
2-stage clunky thing. It's
yeah,
just
10
like
blade vortexes. Which is perfect for my purposes because my builds are pooping spells out and they don't do any damage, so I might as well use it to cast 10 blade vortexes, and then
you're
my
always
actual
pooping.
damage is blade blast.
Yeah, that's pooping.
No, but that's a really good example, Yosis, of just something that numerically was fine, just not that popular, so they buffed it. Like Siphoning Trap got like 25% more damage. You know?
I feel like that wasn't Siphoning Trap's problem.
Well, if they made that 25% more, 250% more, it would probably be used. Like, there
Yeah.
definitely is a number. There's an amount of percentage they could buff that fucking thing, and it's like, ooh, this is good now. But it's like an atrocious number.
See, the problem is you
It's a
can't
big
have
number,
something
though.
that's good at damaging and good at healing you, and because like the
Yep.
numbers like you would only use that, so the numbers have to be it's intentionally bad so that it doesn't become really OP.
Did you ever see the movie Kung Pao Enter the Fist?
Yes.
So then you know the line, we trained him wrong as a joke. That's what I
Yes.
feel like Siphoning Trap is basically.
Yeah,
It's like the
I
chain
agree,
hook,
and I'm a big fan.
meme. Yeah, it's just chain hook, but for spells.
People still try really hard to make chain hook good.
It is good.
Let him. Oh, Jim.
Yeah, when it's used on me,
The
like
clip
from
the clip that put me off of chain hook forever
Hillock?
was when he was doing the Maven fight, and
Yep.
you needed to chain hook the Hydrosphere to keep your rage up or something,
Yep.
and it teleported him into the explosion.
Yep.
like Flicker Strike, but directional.
Just as good, Jim.
Huh? It is. Well, Flicker Strike's good, isn't it?
If you have a lot of fucking money.
Get some frenzy charges, make your chain hook go
Yeah,
quicker.
get your 35 Ice Bite helmet.
Yeah.
Start blasting. I've got one now.
Oh shit. In SSF?
Yep, with crit strikes as the secondary.
Oh
What
my
the
god,
It's like a 10 mirror equivalent helmet or something.
that's
I
incredible.
mean, I probably sunk 3,000 divines in the Shakos to try hit good things.
Yeah.
I'm still missing like
that's
a couple.
fun gamble.
It's all I spend divines on. Like I've hit most of the ones I care about. I hit like Infernal Legion. I hit like Ice Bite, Rage. I haven't gotten Decay yet, and Decay got buffed a lot. So
Oh yeah,
I'm
level
curious how the
35
Shaco one's
decay
going to go
sounds
up.
insane.
Isn't that profit technically though? If you've sunk in 3,000 or so divines, 10 mirrors.
It's not profit because I've been solo self-found.
Right, but like if I got 3,000 divines, this sounds like a pretty good idea based on your one sample size.
Yeah.
This seems
Well,
like
there's your
you're
next video,
looking for an
Jim.
excuse to
Yeah.
gamble.
Oh man, I just need to
You
get like.
you need so many divines to hit returns on that
All right.
though.
You could probably get 1,000 divines in standard, Jim, and you can make a video called 1,000 divines versus one bird helmet.
I already did 1,000 divines Venter gambles, and people didn't like me, and that's when divines were 10c each, not like the price they are now.
Yeah, but Venters are shit, and Shaco's fun.
I could probably get
Shaco's
like
a
5,000
more-
divines this week.
A more fun divine.
I don't know.
Yeah, because there's like 10 different helmets on Shaco that are good.
I'll need a list of helmets, and then I'll think
Okay.
about it. A list of good things to stop on.
It's just like all the things that scale flat, basically.
Yeah, I'm pretty dumb. I'm sorry to say
Okay.
when it comes to PoE. I'm not sorry to say. I'm pretty proud of it actually.
Corrupting Cry was one of them, but now since they changed how Warcries work, it's a little bit more poopy.
Did they change Warcries recently, or the last time they changed Warcries?
During the auto
Settlers?
exertion patch. Yeah, the same patch.
Okie dokie.
You can't put on left click, and it requires link to something else. It's funny because if you link an auto exertion to Corrupting Cry, it costs 200% of your mana pool because it has a 1,000 multiplier on it,
Weird.
which is goofy.
Yippee.
Just one of the things that fell through the cracks in the whole left click change, honestly.
Death Aura,
was a couple.
25% buff. Wow.
Yeah, Death
Yeah.
Aura, it's so bad that they keep trying to like
So
perform CPR.
Manny said it yesterday. That was really eloquent. I think it was him, but he said it's basically they're buffing it to keep up with inflation, which is every time
Yeah.
they make the game like more harder or more life or res, they just like buff the chaos dot skills because it's like, well, they're not really getting buffed. They're just kind of keeping up with the times. So I don't think any of them are going to be
That's
like, you could maybe
depressing.
say, yeah, spell slinger something whatever, but like no, they're just, I don't know. They need like a pretty hard pass. There's just not like a lot of like Chaos Pen, and there's like only really Wither exists, and it's just clunky, and there's just not a lot of infrastructure. I feel like to do Chaos Dot in like a crazy way.
So if I look at
Yeah, I
Essence
ran into
Drain
that with my build.
and
I
Contagion,
was like,
it's all just
how do I scale this chaos damage? Well, I'm replacing my curse with despair because I have no other sources of minus chaos res.
Yep.
And it's like, well, I need wither. I can't run wither totems. I can't self cast the wither spell myself. I put
Yep.
withering touch on, but that's a 25% chance for 2 seconds. At most, I'm gonna get like 4 stacks. And I was like, oh, well, I'll put
Yep.
replica Inspiry Edge on my mercenary.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bit awkward. There's I mean, like any of the Deathos build, I'd say 90% of them are really just caustic arrow builds that are running a Death Oath because it clears the chaff, and you're being an occultist. The really, it's just profane bloom is what's doing the clearing. You know, the
If
caustic
you
arrow, Val
get
caustic arrow is
enough
great.
if you get enough for your Death's Oath to be doing any kind of reasonable damage, then
Yeah,
using any other Chaos Dot is
would just be
like
better. Yeah.
so much better.
The one fun thing is when they changed the blight annoyance, they added the one that gives you 80% aura AoE, and that does scale up Death Oath AoE massively. Because there's not much. It's an aura, and there's not many reasons why you'd ever anoint it. But a Death Oath, it does work. And it's like you're having level 10 awakened increased AOE on your Death Oath. So that's kind of fun, you know.
hmm.
Mhm.
But that's about it. Otherwise, I think it's using the exact same 6 gems it's used since its inception. God bless.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And you still have to get like crazy off colors on it.
It's easier just because, like, you don't have to link it, and you know you could use like the white sockets and things, but yeah, it ain't great. It ain't great, friend.
They halved the max amount of players allowed in the Rogue Harbor.
Yep, because you could get like 50 people in there with every microtransaction and crash someone's game.
Hella buff. God damn.
There was a brief period of time where there was a bug that forced every instance of the Rogue Harbor to be private, so you could only
Yeah.
see yourself and no one else was there. And
Ugh.
people were like, "Please
Hell
keep
yeah.
this."
Yeah.
Do you remember
They were like, "No."
the bug that if you were using prophecies if you had prophecies active in Rogue's Harbor and somebody else used a qualifier to activate them, they would eat your prophecy?
Didn't know that was a thing.
That
So like if
sounds
you had like the
crazy.
guaranteed 6 link prophecy thing, right? The itemized versions or the omens or whatever. And then like somebody went to link something, they would 6 link it and they would eat yours.
Hell yeah.
That was happening for a little bit.
That is really funny.
Yeah. And they still have it so it's you can only use one omen per instance or whatever. So if you use a omen of blanching to try to six or get white sockets, you have to like change instances to use another one, which is kind of weird for some of them.
And it's only for some of them. Some of them they work fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess they got
But I
around.
wonder if those were like, yeah, those maybe have been like fixes to the first problem, maybe. Like somehow that was a band-aid.
Is it in PoE 1 that you have to right click omens to like have them be active, or is that in PoE 2? Like the
It's in
XP
PoE
saving
2.
ones?
Yeah, you
You have
just
to.
use the thing.
I think in PoE one is it not automatic? You just have it in
I
your
think it's
inventory and it
automatic,
just
yeah.
Yep.
happens.
Just as long as it's in your inventory, it'll consume it.
I don't know which I like
In PoE
more.
two, you have to toggle it on.
Yeah,
Because multiple times I've gotten an omen that's like, oh, if you reach low life, it heals you or gives you flasks, and then it immediately activates when I pick it up.
that's fair.
Useful.
I would say half of the omens I have hidden in the filter anyway. But
Yeah, those aren't particularly useful.
The
Unless you're
six
like,
link,
I
six
guess you would
socket
keep one if you're
blanching,
hardcore.
trash for treasure. Those are great.
Oh,
A
the
lot of
six linking
people,
ones are so nice.
yeah, the amelioration one is pretty comfy if you're like early in a build. That saves 75% of your experience loss on death. It's like a non-negligible amount, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Always a
grinding to
cool
level
thing.
100. That'll be a lifesaver.
What do you think about
Hmm.
the you can attempt bosses, and if you die, you don't lose XP? Only
I
specific
love that
bosses.
because my builds are prone to dying 6 times on bosses, and
Mm.
multiple times I would be like, "Hey, chat, watch my XP bar. We spent the last 2 hours grinding, and it's all
Oh
gonna
God.
go bye bye."
Yeah, I don't. I think I don't know. Well, you'd have to be an asshole to not like that change. There's no other way to like. Even if you're not dying, it's just it's only helping people learn. I like when people learn to do bossing, so that's just good. Feels good, smells good. Of the quality of life changes, the only one I think that is in question of how it was implemented is the pausing thing.
Mm.
Because the fact that opening up your passive tree like it forces a pause. I wish pauses was a toggleable option.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but that's it. Minor gripe. Just because it is not uncommon that I'm while leveling, hot swapping my passive tree, hitting a left control left click
Yeah.
and then keep on trucking.
Someone was saying it's bad for speedrunning because the game pauses while you're doing inventory
Correct.
management.
Yes. Yeah. It's true. Yeah. But I mean, for speed running is also means it's bad for just people who level more
Mm-hmm.
efficiently. Um, I don't really think I'm gonna ever use the pausing actively or care about it
I'm
because if
worried
I
about it pausing when they said it's gonna pause when you suffer internet problems, and I play unpredictive because I have internet problems.
yeah, you might be playing a slideshow then. I don't know. That's gonna be
Yeah.
weird. That's why I just hope it's toggleable because it I could see that being like that's what I when I was saying low scope flawless execution. That's one of the things that worries me about
It works
there
fine in
being
our
a
local
litany of
servers.
issues. Yeah,
Mm.
amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I
literally
did. Yeah,
yesterday said it works on my machine to my boss because it
yeah.
was like an actual excuse for the bug not being what he thought it was.
At what
I
point did
really hope they test that stuff. Like
what was
outside
it?
of New Zealand.
What are they that Docker stuff? As soon as they invented Docker, and then you could just have your machine, but
Mhm.
everywhere else,
Yeah, it works on
software
my machine, so
changed.
let me send you my
Yeah.
machine.
Yeah, fucking shit, crazy.
We literally use that. Yeah, that's the entire purpose for it.
The in the quality of life discussion, the regex change to 50 to 250 is by far, in my opinion, the most impactful of all the quality of lives, and that is
The
so
Gwennon
absurd.
string generator goes crazy.
Gwenin, yeah, Rog, Ritual. I mean, or not Ritual. Any of the expedition guys are just setting up map crafting for 17s, using regexes to rolling items for recombinating. Like
Filtering
you could do some
scarabs of
degenerate
value.
strings. Yeah.
So people may think like, oh, why wasn't it 250 to begin with? You can actually perform attacks with regex strings that are like
Yep.
so complicated to resolve that it like crashes the server when you do it too many times.
Is this going to be a
So
new
like
video?
this, I'm not gonna perform cyber terrorism,
Gonna try some?
It's only
Unlock
a
all
but
video if something
MTX?
goes bad. Hopefully they planned for this.
Yeah.
most things are smart enough to be like, oh, you put an infinite loop. I'm not gonna calculate it because I detected the infinite loop.
Yeah.
But
These are the
you
type
can
of
make
things I'm
really
afraid of.
complicated ones. Yeah,
I'm
so
afraid of like
increasing it from
just not
50
being
to
tested,
250 was basically them saying we're confident that there's not going to be a technical problem with this.
Yeah.
So you should do some QA for them.
Well,
This
they
is a
have
really
a
easy
QA
thing to
team.
QA, fortunately.
So what you just did, what you just said was like the worst ill omen to put out in the universe because it makes it sound like if there's a problem, that
Yeah.
means they didn't test this really simple thing,
Mm-hmm.
and that's just like a horrendous outcome.
Just
So
Google baby's first regex attack. Get a list of 10. Just
yeah,
try every one.
God, yeah, I really hope that it's like a flawless launch weekend
God, wouldn't that be
because
nice?
It's happened a few times. It's really nice when it happens.
Are the
I just
servers
think
the
that
same as
the
the
bar is
PoE2
so low.
ones?
I don't know, and I don't think that
I would hope not.
they should
Somebody from
tell
the
people.
community,
They probably wouldn't
they,
be.
they made reference to them recently in regards to the EU server problems. So one of them was like, I think there was a community post or something was talking about it.
Like the server host would be the same. That's why the EU problem is in
Yeah.
PoE2 as long as the same as PoE1. But like the servers
Yep.
themselves wouldn't be the same because if PoE2 needs to go down for an update in 2 months, it'll take down PoE1 as well. So
No, but that was happening when they were
Uh-oh.
patching PoE2. PoE1 went down.
Well,
Yeah, because the whole pathofexile.com website goes down
right.
and stuff like
Correct. Yes.
Great.
that. So they have some servers
So
that
when
or
you
some
know
services rather that are shared between the two.
when
like
PoE2
account.
is on their patch J because they've had to hotfix a billion things every single time that if stuff goes down.
I'm looking forward
sitting
to
in
a
it.
bug existing in PoE2 that affects items in PoE1 because they're all in the same database.
Now that would be. It's not inconceivable because there's been some bugs in Path 1, like, or a bestiary mob somehow is causing mirror shards to drop in, like, Alva temples,
Hmm.
that are just, like, not even remotely connected. So maybe through the wormhole. You could ascend in lab in Path 1, and then when the load screen finishes, you're just in Path 2,
Or you could
That could be a
PvP
dream.
challenge someone in PoE1 from PoE2.
Yeah,
Oh.
it drags in a active player as your Charthan mercenary, and they're like, "What the hell,
dude? They just don't even tell us.
Like,
they give
yeah,
PoE2
Dark Soul
people a
invading.
league.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes. Crossplay.
Can you imagine?
I mean, yes, I can because we had Cutthroat for a while. There would be the perfect
For
like.
a while, no one remembers Cutthroat.
Okay. It'd be the
No one
perfect thing
remembers
though,
the
like
thing.
if the some of the really scary, like a Baxelth used to be terrifying. Like some of
You
these
think
mercs
getting
might be
both
scary.
games communities even remotely
No,
near each
no.
other is a good
I'm
idea?
just
You're out of your
saying,
fucking
like,
mind.
make some scary mercs and make them be just like, if you're a GGG dev, you can just log on and just sit in the queue, and as soon as someone encounters a scary merc, you get to control it and beat the shit out of some players.
So that existed that existed historically in RuneScape as an event in the wilderness called the Wildy Worm that a mod would take over and just grief people in the wilderness with.
Hell yeah.
There's a game mode that someone made in Team Fortress 2 where you're fighting 1,000 bots, and he had the ability to join the enemy team
There you go.
disguised as one of the bots.
That's literally the
Sleeper
perfect
agent.
thing. That's my kind of. I like games where I can be the monster. So I don't have
Because
Wanna
like
see
they
a
all had
monster,
very very predictable behavior, and then he would just
Yeah.
pretend to be a bot and then suddenly like turn and kill
Nani?
someone, and they'd be
Yeah.
like, "What? It's him."
Yeah.
I've been sitting here looking
What
at
a
the
meme.
patch notes, trying to get to the quality of life, and I can't even read anymore.
The
Quality.
only ones you're missing the breach splinters vacuuming at the end,
Okay.
and
How do you
then
remember this
strong
shit?
boxes.
How do
I've
you-
actually played the game.
No, how do
Good-
you?
good
Then
brain.
it's not even in the game.
Good brain.
How do you remember what we haven't talked about? Is what I mean.
Oh, because there's not that much in the patch, really.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you. It's just you've missed the ambush thing. You've missed the essence thing.
What's the ambush
There's
thing?
there's buttons underneath
Oh,
strong
we
boxes
talked
and
about that
essences.
a little bit.
Yeah. The breach splinter vacuuming, that's a big one.
I liked that it dropped where you are and not like in the middle of the breach as well. Like if you ended on the
Yeah,
edge
yeah.
and it finishes
Well,
over there and then
or
it drops where you
in
are.
the demo,
Or is it
it
coincidence?
just happened to be that.
Oh, no.
It just happened to be that. Maybe it is a predetermined
Maybe it
spot.
drops at a random spot that the breach once occupied.
I
So you have
think
to
it
go
almost
looking
makes
for
more
it.
sense that it drops at the breach hand where you started it. Like that's the point of origin.
Right, but it didn't look like that in the thing. Like that's what I did expect, but then it looked like it
Yeah.
dropped near the player.
Either way, it's a great change.
What other quality life did I miss?
Basically it.
And why can't I find it? Item changes, div card changes. Oh, the mayor's back. Lovely.
Kind of. It's totally different now.
Yeah,
Both
but
the
it's...
Parandus banner maps are being phased out.
No. Valdo's puzzle box monochrome? What's the stack of a monochrome?
Yep.
Is that like 2 or something?
3.
Hell yeah. How do you... What the fuck? Fucking walk-in library?
My only
SSF
job,
players, man. They're built different.
But I mean, I don't want to be as crude as to say playing SSF makes you a better player, but the best players do play SSF.
I played SSF once.
It's just by virtue of interaction. You're forced to engage with every single mechanic in the game
Right.
playing solo
It's
self-found. So by
it's
proxy, you're
very
going to learn
similar
more
to
things.
RuneScape Iron Man. It's like
Mm.
Oh
if
yeah,
you're
it just
playing
makes you better. I mean,
well, it's like if you're not playing an Iron Man, it's like, oh, I need this item. You go buy it off the Grand Exchange.
yep,
If you're an Iron Man, you have to engage with every mechanic that's necessary in order to get that item yourself.
yep.
Yep. So that's similar to SSF.
hmm
I mean, when
Which
I
is
played
why I play
RuneScape,
Iron Man
I was
aside from
poor.
playing.
Hmm.
To have a break from SSF, you go play Iron Man.
So if you're like me and you won't touch Iron Man with a 10-foot pole because you like things being grindable through gold, then you also play Trade League instead of SSF.
Mm.
Or you can play both games at the same damn time.
Yeah, you can do both.
Do a podcast, play RuneScape.
I'm doing it right now. I haven't stopped playing RuneScape since we started.
Oh shit.
I should have been, but
Yeah, you
it,
should send me like a
my character. I'm in a weird spot where it's like the only thing I can do right now is like Coliseum,
send
and
Yep.
me
so
a
There's
that's a little bit
an
too
hour
if you
intense
want
right
long
now.
to
clip of you
if you
playing
want
RuneScape.
Coliseum tutorials, by the way, there's a couple guys on Discord who have their quivers and they do like wave solve challenges and stuff. They're quite proficient with it.
I deliberately didn't look up like any strategies, and then I watched the settled video where he was trying to clear it without taking any damage, and I'm like, oh, that strat looks good.
It's totally cooked. Like it's not how you'd normally approach it.
Yeah,
But it's also
and that's
like
how I was
incredibly
trying to
difficult.
do it on my character, because like my character has like no defenses and has to get to soul with like full supplies.
Yeah.
Because I
All
have
roads.
50 attack trying to melee soul herit.
Yeah, he doesn't like that. Yeah.
I'm using a
I mean,
leaf
it's really
bladed
just
sword.
let you really practice your step back, you know.
Uh-huh.
Get some really good step back learning in there. Be fighting Verzik
Yeah,
in no time.
so I'd rather not be doing that while trying to talk doing a podcast. And so
Okay.
like that
Keep your
challenge is
secrets.
so daunting that rather than like practice and grind through it, I just stopped trying and started doing something else. So I'm currently I'm currently grinding levels and gear in the permanent dead man mode world because they made the 12 hours of protection at the beginning. It gives you a 20x XP when you're at level 1. And
Ah,
so
yeah.
I just went and like did every quest and got all my skills to like level 60 in less than 12 hours.
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
just
oh,
it's
that
just pure cocaine. It's like you're playing leagues.
brings to another question. What other games have you guys been playing between Settlers and now? Because we've obviously had quite a gap in the league setting.
Let's see. I played RuneScape. Let me look at my Steam. I sorted by most
Any of the big ones, like if you
recently
played
played.
Night Rain or Expedition 33, like any of those things?
I
My friends are
tried.
playing Expedition 33. I'm looking into it. I'd like to play it.
I have it and didn't play it because I was too busy procrastinating and not playing. I feel guilty when I'm not working, and I feel guilty when I'm relaxing. So it's just a nice little anxious bundle. But I've been learning to draw
Yep.
when I get the time, and I played Oblivion for a bit, but I refunded it because I just don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't. I
Funnily enough, I recently reinstalled Skyrim.
Yeah, I mean, I own
Uh,
Skyrim and
Oh.
play it casually. I played the one of those like mods where they make a whole new game with the Skyrim engine. I don't know what it was,
yep.
but I played
The
that more than I played Skyrim.
There's a new one called Apostasy that is a combination of over 3,000 mods that total
Yeah.
390 gigabytes. And I'm like, I literally need to buy a new hard drive to have space to play the Skyrim mod.
It's not that, but yeah. And I played a game called oh fuck. It's like basically PoE, so I didn't have to learn anything. Learning new things is my problem. Let me find it.
My friend group and I, there's like no overlap in the games that any of us play, except we like to play like Marvel Rivals. And so,
Hmm.
like, I'll be sitting
Striving
in the
for light.
Discord and someone will be like, hey, we should play Rivals. And so a lot of my gaming is just, hey, we should play this game. And then I join the group.
I guess I did play Rivals for like a week, and I started playing Armor Reforger recently. Once I found out
I
that
Hmm.
did
like
play
official servers don't have ping kick, so I started playing with my old DayZ friends from like Europe and shit.
I played some Last Epoch because
Oh
it's
yeah.
really funny. I was at ExileCon. I had an extended conversation 1v1 with Stanswar, who was like one of the lead developers of Last Epoch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And until like last month, I had not played Last Epoch
Yep.
until
Game's
Zizarin
great.
was
Yeah.
doing that community event, like the boss kill event for the new patch, and hired me to voice the highlight reels like he does for the Path of Exile Gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
And I was paid in the amount that I normally get paid for a video plus a Last Epoch key.
Oh hell yeah. Like you wouldn't
So
spend the money that you get paid on Last Epoch, but you'd play it if you got a key.
no, see,
I think that
I have
there you
nothing
go.
against Last Epoch. I should have played it earlier, but he made it really easy for me to start by just giving me a key.
It's definitely better now than it's like this recent league and patch season stuff is the
Oh,
best state the game's ever been with the
yeah.
Weaver
Oh yeah.
things. And if I were to recommend an ARPG to a new game person in a vacuum, I would definitely recommend Ellie over either PoE, I think, at the moment.
Yep.
I just think it's
It
such a
definitely
better new player experience.
it removes so much friction.
Yeah, it's so fluid. Like the what is the monolithing experience, the progression, how many builds you could play, like the diversity of what you could just try. I just think it's
I
so much more forgiving and like fluid.
I didn't hit a wall. Like I started with no knowledge. I picked something, I
Yep.
leveled up, and
Mm-hmm.
I stuck with that thing. I was stubborn all the way through, but I was making gear
And it's
upgrades and everything.
fine. Like
I didn't hit a
fine. Yeah.
wall until like level 70, and that's because I was really, really stubborn about using this skill and nothing else.
Yeah, but even then, you could flesh out that whatever that skill is almost irrelevant.
Yeah,
You could flesh it out. You could take it to 200 corruption, and deep mapping, whatever. Like you could do that with almost anything. So every single time I just play some random shit I cobble together, and it's like obviously some things feel better than others, but it allows you to just express your desires and whatever skill you just kind of happen to fall into.
so what
Just
happened
so well.
was I picked the mage one. I don't remember what it's called, but you start
Yeah.
with basically spark, right? Or
Mhm.
arc rather.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, arc, this is pretty cool as a level 1 skill. The next skill that I tried was disintegrate, which
I love
you
that.
can
Yeah.
you can literally spin in circles as fast as you want, and it hits everything on the screen as if you have giant RF.
Yep.
And it does way more damage than arc when you first get it. And I was like, this skill
So
is
much
like
mana
pure
though.
crack. I'm
So much
gonna I'm
mana.
gonna like I used that skill all the way up to level 70, and I had like no
Did you
issues
get
until
the
it's like
thing that made the beam go to stage 2 and 3? So it
yes.
has like event. It becomes like a Kamehameha just shooting out.
Yep, I got
It's
that.
very fun.
And
Yeah.
so the wall I hit was like refusing to switch up my gear or respec my build. And it's like, well, I'll just roll a new character and I'll look up a build guide. And there are one button builds that put PoE one button builds to shame.
Yep.
They just need really good gear.
But to be fair, the one button builds aren't because everything's automated. It's because casting for certain builds is daisy chained by other spells. So
Yep.
you could have a thing where it's like I'll use some actual examples, but Chthonic Fissure, and that triggers Chaos Bolt, and that triggers Fire Bolt, and then that triggers something else. So then you end up just casting one thing, then 3 or 4 things shoot out of you. So it ends up with a one button build, but you have to have kind of Rube Goldberg it in a way to like it actually works, which I think is
So
much more elegant than just a support gem. It says cast when cast.
there is a unique wand that makes it so that when you do one of your little dodges, it shoots a lightning orb backwards.
Yep.
And as a mage, you can spec into a passive point sort of thing that makes it so that when you hit things with lightning that costs a certain amount of mana, it applies a brand, and you can scale that brand damage a lot. So you're scaling the brand damage, and then your skill choice is just figuring out how am I going to apply the brand to everything rather than how can I make the lightning orb do damage. And so that makes it so that you can run. So there's a skill, I think it's called Focus, where you just stand there and you're
Yeah.
charging and you're
It's like
regaining mana and
innervating in
energy
WoW.
shield.
Yep.
Yeah, so you just stand there and get your resources back. there's an upgrade to it that there's a unique item that makes it so that when you do that, you move.
The
You
amulet.
move around while you're in that state, and
The
you
the
have
mana
damage
egg.
reduction.
Yeah. Yep.
And the amulet also makes it so that while you're doing that, it occasionally shoots arc. It casts arc automatically, and that's
So
what's
cool.
applying the brand. So you're standing there with like every damage reduction buff that
T-posing,
you can possibly
floating
get.
around.
Yeah, you're T-posing, ice skating around the map, and it's auto-bombing everything. And
A lot of fun.
that's the build that I chose to copy. I chose to copy like the most gear-intensive build because you're
Yeah, it's
strength
okay.
and intelligence stacking, and you're getting like the best ring in the game twice with a legendary potential on it.
I like that you could stack debuffs over 100% and it does multiple stacks also. I like that.
Oh yeah, the reason
idea.
that the brand damage is so high, and the reason that I looked over it the first time I was playing is because so it scales damage based on your shock chance. You can get over 100% chance, and it will scale the damage over that. Like, so you can get like 600% chance to shock, and it gives you like 3,600% more damage. And that's why it does like millions of damage at the top end.
I don't remember what I
Big
played.
shocker.
I think the first time I played a bug, and the second time I played a bear. And I think it was the same thing each time, like a
You were a
druid or
bugbear.
whatever. And
Yeah.
the bug one was
Got a
fun
mid-level D&D enemy.
because
Congrats.
I was bug, and then the bear one was like what you were describing, where I buffed the shit out of like whirlpool or something, but I never cast it myself. I cast other skills, which then lock onto things, which then when they hit, they trigger whirlpools, and then I constantly have like 10 whirlpools, 7 whirlpools, I don't know. And I just run around as a whirlpooling bear, and it was great. Oh,
That's so very Kafka of you.
the fuck does that mean? God damn it.
Ah, you'll learn when you read, don't worry.
Ah,
Never read Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis?
let's see. I'm learning about him now.
I've got school in New Zealand. What's wrong with you?
I'm not in New Zealand.
Same.
Dude, you see that new Animal Farm movie? Looks weird. Kafka, the
Did your
system
best friend
software-
Elon tell you about it, huh?
No. Yeah, I don't know.
You think
I don't know
you think
where
he
I
would
saw
ever
it.
associate with a poor?
It's true.
Me? Yeah, I wouldn't associate with Elon. He's too poor for me. You're right.
He's gonna make a mage blood in real life. He's gonna make an IRL mage blood.
Yeah, he is with bloody retina shit. What is he doing? Like, you know, it was cool, like all the science shit, and then it wasn't once he went crazy. You know?
That's the quote. The quote
Neuralink,
takeaway is,
that's the
Jim doesn't
one.
believe in science. That's all I
Neuralink.
understand.
I would never get in a rocket ship to travel across country. Like, that was a stupid idea to begin with.
It's true, but you'd eat 1-year-old
And I
potato
wouldn't-
chips you find on your floor.
It was in the pantry. It's supposed to be there. Food is supposed to be edible. I'll have to inform the person who owns the chips that it was
Yeah, you're
out
Nana.
of date. No, it wasn't
It's
Nana.
just Nana.
It wasn't Nana. She has good stuff.
Nana's a
Nana
fucking
can do no
psyop
wrong.
that's been planting expired food in your room.
Nana, she like picked wild mushrooms and she still eats them. But when my parents were young, my Nana picked wild mushrooms that she assumed were good, but in fact were like LSD mushrooms, or something.
Really great definition on those
Yeah.
monitors.
No, fed them to my uncle, and that day was finals
God.
in college, and he was tripping balls the entire time, and I'm pretty sure he failed his final test because
So your
but he
grandmother
didn't know.
derailed your uncle's life.
He didn't
with
know.
foraging.
He didn't know that she had done it. He assumed it was something that he had done because he was in that stage of his life. Yeah.
Oh, he thought it was like, I'm being reaped, like in a way. Like he
Yeah.
thought
There's
that an archangel
there's a
has
good
come for
tip.
him.
There's a good tip where when you're like trying to figure out what wild things you can eat, even unless you have someone with you that knows and has eaten it before and like has the experience, even if you have like a book that has a picture of it, you can't trust that. You need
Yeah.
someone
Well,
with
she
the
just-
experience with
she
you.
grew up
You
on a
should
farm,
never do it by yourself.
And she just picks mushrooms and eats them. Anytime it rains, she's out picking mushrooms and she's eating them. Yeah.
very ill-advised.
There's a
Yeah, no.
have you seen the TV show Alone, where they just send people out in the middle of nowhere to survive and shit? I reckon she could do that. Like she just kills things. She just kills animals.
Grandma?
Yeah,
She's
my
just a
nana.
murderer.
She just like
You're
if
just
it's
trying to get rid of her. It sounds like you're
no,
trying to ship her off somewhere.
she is hardcore. Like she's
I
crazy.
don't think you respect her. Go apologize to her right now.
For what?
You said you just want to ship your grandma off to
No,
the
no,
to
I reckon she
Timbuktu.
could survive like a wilderness show, you know, like eating like killing shit, like fishing, and she loves fishing. She loves
When's
killing
the last time
shit.
you cooked dinner for her?
I don't think she'd eat anything I cook.
Oh God,
Probably a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
what was it?
This big chicken pasta thing you cook in one pot. I'm all about not washing up, so like the entire thing is only cooked in. You cook the chicken first, and then you add the pasta, and you only ever have one pot dish. It's crazy. It's really good. It's the one thing I ever cooked that actually turned out well. I tried to cook like a
What a
Russian.
sell!
I tried to cook like a Russian pizza where the base is potato, like slices of potato. It did not
Okay.
turn out. It did. It was a terrible idea. It was just uncooked potato with cheese on it by that point. Yep.
Yum.
It was okay. I
The
ate the
most-
cheese.
yeah.
And
All
the
right.
pepperoni. Pretty good actually. Yeah.
Remember that time that you're eating crackers with ants on them?
Yep. What about it?
That might be your rock bottom, Jim.
I was eating this pizza, and one of the slices had a spider on it, like a giant spider. Like it looked like I mistook it for pepperoni. It was
All right,
dark.
maybe you have multiple rock bottoms.
You want to hear about my other rock bottoms?
Sure.
Actually, I can't. Oh,
If
shit.
I killed a man in '97. What are you gonna say? Like
No, I've just
I
found a
picked up
rock.
a grifter that ate his knees.
I've just found a rock bottom.
Do you know how to speak in rock bottom like they do in SpongeBob?
Do you know what this is?
Mug handle?
I haven't been able to see your camera for an hour. It just says failed to connect.
I'm sorry. The wheel on my chair just exploded and is now in shards all over the floor. Is that a rock bottom?
Well,
Depends how long have you had that chair.
Ah!
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry, something jumped out at me. I thought it was a spider. That's a natural reaction that you take. No, it's just more a bit of my. It's more of my chair. It's like plastic that you leave in the sun and it kind of decays, but it's just exploding.
plastic that you leave in the sun that kind of decays.
You know what I mean? Like cheap
It's
plastic
like the
that's been in the
worst,
sun
the
for
worst
5 hours.
petroleum lobbyist I've ever seen.
Anyway, the replacement.
Jesus.
One of these wheels had already exploded like a month ago, so they're on their way out, I guess. But the replacement wheel to get 5 replacement wheels costs more than a new chair. So I'm just dealing with it, you know.
I remember specifically there being complaints about a specific brand of gaming chair, like the wheels were really bad, and so people would get custom wheels.
Oh no, what brand was it?
I think it's a DX Racer.
This ain't that. This is AK Racing, which is
So they are
Japanese,
off-brand.
I think. No, it's like a foreign import. It's terrible
What do
because
the AK stands for.
it's made for Asians.
Okay, so that's the A, I guess.
Asian
Okay, so,
Korean racing. I don't know.
Many people say that gaming chairs are a scam and you should get a nice office chair instead. Currently still using my gaming chair.
I've had the same one for about 12 years. It's a Maxnomic chair. I've had that forever. And
Yeah,
it's
one of those
really,
like
my ass has worn out the fucking cushion and basically into a flat pedal.
what's the Herman something? Herman Miller?
Herman
Is that
Miller
what it
Herman
is?
are
Cain.
the very high end.
Not Herman Cain. Herman Miller.
Herman Cain.
I don't think I could stand all those Herman Millers because they
should
they
get a
got
Herman
good
Cain
posture,
chair.
but they don't got good like, you know, it's
Ergonomics.
just yeah. Well, they got good
Why don't you
ergonomics as well, but
just
like
get a
padding.
Herman Cain chair.
I'm trying to figure out what
He doesn't know who
AK.
Herman Cain is. He's
Trying
not
to figure
American.
out
Google
what AK stands
Look
for.
up Herman Cain smile.
I've
That's
heard
a
of
perfect
Herman
little
Cain.
picture. Oh, look him up.
I'm looking him up. I don't know who this is. Isn't this like a guy who like died of COVID or something?
Correct.
Yeah, he does
As
know
he
the
was
story.
lobbying.
I know of the
This-
Herman Cain Award, but I never knew like I just assumed he was
And
like
then-
an idiot who died
All
of
right,
COVID.
now
and
look
they
up
named it.
Ben Carson.
I know that name as well.
You've just viewed both the black Republicans in the past 20 years.
I know that one.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
And
Yeah.
the thing was the thing that was more notable was that they puppeted his Twitter account after
God.
he died.
Yeah, it was posting, Tupacing around.
I thought you would say they puppeted his corpse.
I mean,
Yes.
basically.
Huh.
Can you imagine? The body of Herman Cain rises.
We have had a doozy of a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even the right movie.
It's true. You guys remember when Herman Cain's corpse just rose up from the ashes and started walking around? I remember. I was there.
I wasn't there. I don't know. I don't think AK stands for anything in AK racing.
Yeah,
They
it's
literally
Akihabara.
tried to make it look like DX. Like in the resolution
It
that
is
I'm
an
viewing you
actual
in, when you move your
racing
head,
brand,
it looks
though.
like DX.
Like, it's like a separate thing. I think.
Anyway, it stands to reason that two competitors making a nearly identical chair would have a similar problem with the wheels.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Bold of you to think that birds are real, but wheels are real, you know? They can't both be real.
If the wheel isn't real, then how am I reinventing the wheel all the time?
Birds are just the wheels of the sky.
There is an animal
Now
that
that's a
has a
quote.
wheel, I think,
Yeah.
now. Like, it was like a, there was like a, like they discovered an animal that has a
no,
built-in
alright, Jim.
wheel.
It's that dinosaur. Look up the dinosaur with a million teeth.
It doesn't have a million teeth, it's got 400, and I told my family about that dinosaur. Because
What's
I
it called,
remembered,
Jim?
because we were talking
Jim,
about
what's it called?
dinosaurs with children. And
Jim, what's it
I'm like,
called,
you know,
Jim?
there's a dinosaur that has a million teeth? And they're like, oh, really? What's it called? And I looked it up because I forgot. And then I'm like, oh,
Brontosaurus Rex.
don't
Yeah.
worry about it, guys.
Classic, Jim.
I remember watching something that explained why nothing evolves wheels, because you would think like it's an advantageous trait, but then they're
Mhm.
like, no, it's only advantageous if there's paved roads, which there aren't in nature. So nothing evolved a wheel.
There was something that
Speaking of
evolved a
roads.
wheel, though. I think it's like it's part of its mouth, and it's got spines on the wheel, and it spins, and it siphons food. No, yeah,
Well,
it's got two wheels.
rotating.
It's got two
Yeah.
wheels, and it has spines, and it uses it to pull things
Yeah, but
into
that's
its
not
mouth.
wheeling for
Yeah,
movement.
that's not
though.
locomotion.
But it's a wheel. Animals aren't supposed to
Alright,
have wheels.
lower
It's
your
got
voice,
two
Jim.
wheels.
There's
you
only
know
a
that-
few examples of like a freely rotating thing.
It might not be
So,
freely
that
rotating.
is
It might be
First
like
off,
it might just be arms that look like wheels.
yeah.
Wheel,
Did you-
mouth, animal. Sorry,
Did
go
you
ahead.
know, Yosis, that sidewalks predate cars?
Yes. However, that's not necessarily a point in favor of wheels being advantageous if there's sidewalks rather than roads.
A
I
rotifer.
just want to talk about sidewalks now.
A rotifer? It's literally, the name has got rotary in it. That's why that's...
You know that a
animal.
human could eat 4 pounds of blacktop?
I don't know what that
You
is.
just
Did
eat
you know that?
4 pounds of tarmac.
I don't feel so good,
I
boss.
feel like you wouldn't enjoy the experience.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. I just ate 4 pounds of blacktop.
What is that?
Like
Blacktop?
the road.
Yeah. Oh,
Like asphalt.
we have bitumen here.
It's like
Wait, yours is called what?
Commercial magma. What?
Tarmac.
Yours is called
an antiquated
tarmac,
term, I
and
believe.
ours is called bitumen.
Mm.
I think they're different brand. Not different brands, but like actually chemically different.
Bitchin', friend.
Bitumen.
Speaking
Bitumen.
Mandarin
believe
right now?
It's got that
asphalt is
stuff
the
in it that
technical
that
term.
stuff that's like the slowest moving liquid that's dropped
Oh.
like pitch or
I'm a
whatever.
dick.
No, it's got pitch. Oh, maybe asphalt's the same as bitumen.
Yeah, look it
Oh,
up.
no. I'm looking it up.
Why are we
Yeah,
talking
type in
about eating 4
asphalt.
pounds?
Bitumen's got asphalt in it, and it's
Yeah.
got
Are we
pitch drop in
including
it.
the rocks?
Well, I would just assume the
rocks
nature of how
aren't
the
food.
road is made. So, like,
Rocks
whether
are a byproduct of
rem-
food.
I distinctly remember learning that American roads are different to our roads because our roads are technically a liquid, and your roads are.
No, the difference
a
is that your
concrete.
roads are upside down.
USA road how make bitumen question mark.
Ask Jeeves. He has all
Now
the
that's a
answers.
Google search.
US bitumen is also known as asphalt cement, so it's probably the same stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I've been lied to my whole life.
All right. Let me tell you about how much of a raccoon you could fit in now.
Fit in what?
I'll never
I know exactly what you're referencing.
tell. He knows by experimentation, not by research.
I know from just pure cultural osmosis, someone at some
He's-
point will say something like this to try to shock everyone, and it's been
So then, if
involuntarily
I say
thrust
to you,
upon me.
you could hard-boil an egg. What do you think I'm talking about?
I assume it's putting it up your butt.
Yes. But to be fair, from testing, I found out that it's more soft-boiled. But which is unfortunate because I don't own an egg cup, and I feel like you have to have an egg cup to eat a soft-boiled egg.
What is the internal
This is
temperature of
this
a
is
human?
one of those like culture shock things. It's like Americans do not soft boil eggs. We don't have egg cups. We don't like eat them with a
No.
spoon. It's
Did you have
scrambled or
any?
hard boiled.
Did you have any like strange rumors when you were in like high school or middle school? Like things akin to like Marilyn Manson removed ribs so he could like blow himself.
So
Things like that.
That rumor is like the most like it was spread by everyone despite being
was
not
in-
like everyone
There was like
knows
no
that.
internet back then,
It was
really,
in
so it's
no,
crazy.
I think I heard about that when the
Pre-internet,
internet
it's
existed.
spread by word of mouth like everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think that hit Australia until MySpace did, so it probably came
What
over
about-
with the internet.
It's
One
like the
that,
most
like-
virulent meme to have
What
ever
about
happened.
that Avril Lavigne is actually a lizard lady.
I don't
You
think
got that
we
one?
didn't get one. That one.
I mean,
no.
that one's just a popular delusion that like powerful people are lizard people.
I don't
Well,
think
yeah,
we
I mean,
got
it's
very
basically
many.
just it's her, and obviously it's Hillary Clinton. She's a lizard too. You know, that's just a fact.
What did we get? I don't
I've
think
seen the videos.
we got the Nintendo thing somehow. That was just like a universal thing, like the blowing in the cartridge or
What
whatever.
thing?
Blowing on like the
Oh
Super
yeah,
Nintendo cartridge.
blowing on the contacts to when it wasn't seated properly.
Yeah.
And you actually shouldn't do that because
Yeah.
you'll get spittle on the contacts
Moisture,
and they'll
yeah.
rust.
It was taking the cartridge, putting it back in. Like that's all it was. Like pushing it down so the contacts had.
What if
effect
you're
or whatever.
fighting Psycho Mantis?
I never did that.
Psycho Mantis.
Never got
Hold
the
on.
experience,
Hold on.
sadly.
Meryl.
Mantis.
I
Oh,
have that on my
shit.
soundboard.
Cool.
Oh wow. Crab battle.
Gotta get fucking DMCA
battle.
stricken. I don't
Yeah,
think-
that 1 second of one
It might.
cello
We
is
watched-
gonna.
We watched 6 seconds of the world's shittest animation according to Lighty like a couple of podcasts ago, and that got my
X-Arm?
entire fucking podcast claimed, even though it was like only a third of the fucking thing as well. They somehow found it and claimed it.
Did it let you audio remove it, or was it?
No,
video?
it was claiming the video. It took everything for like that few seconds. I could have blacked it out, but whatever. I
Yeah,
don't care enough.
showing even a few frames of an episode of an animation is generally enough to not be okay.
Yep. Still trying to think. We got the weird S's in primary school, like the little sussy S's.
Mhm.
Everyone learned
Yeah,
how
yeah,
to
the
draw
cool
them
guy
at
S's.
some point.
Those were popular.
Sussy S's. The word sussy doesn't even exist when you're in.
No, yeah, that's what we call them.
You were a
Sussy
young
X's.
lad.
Sussy.
I
Sussy
love.
S's.
There's a YouTuber, Lazy Purple. He's like, here's incontrovertible proof that this clip is from 2014 because it's like this guy is acting so spooky. He did not say sus.
Not sus spooky. That and the phrase hella, just saying that as like a precluding a.
I
That's
feel like
hella
at some
crazy.
point we started ironically saying hella, and now
It's come back
we're
for
back
sure.
to unironically saying hella.
Yeah, bringing words back is great, unless you've seen Clerks 2. Then the context changes a little bit.
Mm,
You've never seen Clerks
That's
2.
one of I haven't seen that
I've
movie,
seen it.
but I have had someone in chat tell me that I sound like one of the characters in the movie, and I watched a clip of that
Well-
character, and I could not disagree more.
I don't think you sound. I think he's assuming you sound like the Kevin Smith's friend in the movie, but I don't think you
Uh,
sound like him.
He, Jason Mew, M-E-W-E-S.
Oh,
is
Jason
what they
Mewes.
said.
You don't sound like Jason Mewes at all. I've met Jason Mewes
Yeah.
in real life. He's got no teeth. Fun fact.
They
Well,
said that
that's
I sound
something
like
he's
him,
got in common.
specifically in Clerks 2.
Yeah. Yeah, Mewes has no teeth because he did a bunch of drugs and blew his teeth out. I assume meth. I think meth is the main teeth eater, but
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
I met him at a comic book store in New Jersey where they used to film a show called Comic Book Guys, and I went there unrelated to that to
you just went to
purchase.
buy something.
Oh, I'm big into collectible
Uh-huh.
things and like in that scene and stuff. Like I travel for like events and stuff, and I was purchased. This was many years ago because this is not worth this anymore. But I was purchasing a copy of New Mutants '98, which is the first appearance of Deadpool
Mm-hmm.
before the movie came out,
Mm-hmm.
and it had it on him on the cover. I think I paid $40, and I just since sold it for many, many, many times more than that. I remember haggling for the guy for about $5, and the guy was rolling his eyes at me. And Jason Mewes was off to the side on his BlackBerry, which was almost stranger that he had a BlackBerry than the no teeth thing. But
A BlackBerry would have been popular around 2007, 2008.
no, it was past that. This was like 2012, 13.
Yeah, so that's
Who's the most
way
famous
out of
person you've
fashion.
met?
Uh, Either Keanu Reeves, who I've met twice,
Damn.
or
Interesting.
uh, I sat next to Rick Ross on a plane.
I have no idea who that
There's
is.
that. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
He was just wanted nothing to do with me. I got bumped into first class on a flight, and he knew I was a poor, and he was
Oh
like, "I don't
no.
want to sit next to this poor." So I tried to be nice to him, but he just couldn't give less of a shit. And then Jessica Alba, I met her also. She was an absolute bitch. And then
Hell yeah.
there was uh, Chris Wilson from Grinding Your Games.
Oh yeah, that counts. Chris Wilson. I met Ziz.
Uh,
I met Yosis.
a lot of people showed up to the PoE2 demos in
Mm.
LA.
Mm.
Like Riot Kobe, the shoutcaster, like he just walked into the hotel and he's like, "Hey, I'm here for the PoE2 thing." He was trying to get like double lifts and a lot of other pro players to come over because they were in town for LCS. The only people that were there were Kobe and Sneaky, I believe. There might have been another person I missed. I talked to Kobe a lot. I deliberately did not go bother Sneaky because he was busy trying to play the demo.
I met the Dalai Lama, but not the current one. I think, unless he's still kicking.
You just met a small child.
No. But yeah, I think I can't remember any other ones.
Was it a kid?
No, it was like an old guy with a bald head and robes and shit. There's a clip
Oh yeah,
of one of our
Jim, that was
news
me.
presenters explaining like a pizza joke about getting a pizza with everything, like a one with all.
Like Pizzagate. Yeah, yeah.
No, not like Pizzagate. Like a one with everything.
Okay.
He was trying to explain like a be it one with everything, as in a pizza with one with everything on it, to the Dalai Lama, and it's one of our crowning achievements in our country is this stupid joke that someone made because he didn't get it and they had to explain the joke. Anyway, that guy, if you've seen that clip. And I met a Wiggle. Do you know who they are?
oh the Wiggles.
Yeah, I met a Wiggle.
Oh, like the with
You
like
met a Wiggle,
the
hell
shirts,
yeah.
like they all wear the colored
Yeah, the colored
shirts that are
shirts,
like
yeah.
bright whatever.
Yeah, I met one of them.
Bro, the Wiggles fuck. Yeah.
They do. They did a really good
I
cover
got nothing
of a
bad to say
completely
about
different
the
song.
Wiggles.
Yeah.
Shit, what cover was that?
It's like Steve Irwin. Like no one has anything to say about the Wiggles.
I think
That's
they
like
did a
red
cover
flag
of
to
like a
like 'em.
Tame Impala song.
Oh, well, you know that Tame Impala's only one guy.
Nope.
Fun
The
fact.
name would imply singular.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Okay, I get you now. Wiggles.
Do you?
Yep.
Do you
There were a
get
few
me,
other
Jim?
people at that event. So like Ben actually showed up to that one, and he was there in like he came with Jungron, like Kobe, Jungron, Ben, and the coach for Team Liquid Spawn all came at the same time. So like they
Very
had a
beautiful
prior
moment.
engagement.
Hmm.
I know what you latched onto, and I regretted having said it. Like
Spawn?
as soon as I said
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's called Spawn. That's his like gamer tag rather than his real name.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The spirit
But
of
yeah,
vengeance.
that's the coach for the League of Legends Team Liquid. Yeah, there's a lot of League of Legends pros like Path of Exile.
I did invite Captain Flowers again, but he said he's working like for Riot doing
He
League of
is.
Legends coverage today.
Yeah,
So
I was just talking to him
Yep.
yesterday actually about we've been playing Helldivers with a new update. The game's a lot of fun, even though Sony's trying to fucking steal our IDs. That was one of the like harder throws, aside from any of my feelings about GGG stuff. Just that whole Sony situation with Arrowhead was
Mhm. That's like great game, great
fucking
studio,
nuts.
ruined by the publisher.
And the game is a lot of fun. Like they walked back stuff, but it's like that's just a black stain on your everything, you
It's a
know.
white stain on your black pants.
Yeah, that normally is because of a good thing happening.
Ah, that's true.
But yeah, I hate when game companies throw. It drives me nuts.
There might have
It's
been
all
someone
it's
more famous at the PoE2 things, and I just didn't notice.
hey man,
Because I
it's
like talked to a
possible.
lot of people without knowing who they were.
What if you met Jesus and didn't know it? You know?
Hmm.
What if, Yosis?
I met the guy that made Diablo, or one of them. Diablo 2, I mean. He was at the
Or he
museum.
made Diablo 4.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
He's the guy who makes the horse armor.
Chris Wilson in Diablo 4. That guy.
Oh no.
I
That's
still
like
remember.
a nightmare blunt rotation.
I still remember. I'm still proudly holding the memory of Chris Wilson fist bumping me at ExileCon at the after party. That was great.
He never washed that hand.
Your mic cut out after fist. What'd you say? When I met like all the old staff like at their first one of the first
At the
meetup
furry
things.
convention? Oh, yeah. Huh?
Yeah, in LA or no, it was in San Francisco. They it was really funny because like I bought, I think it was Rory a beer, and then somebody else bought someone a beer, and they like made this look like they were double checking that it wasn't spiked. And then it reminded me of that thing that what Jim mentioned about like just like handing the phone to Chris or whatever, and he was gonna scan it off your phone. And I was like, he's just like no situational awareness for like his own safety.
I didn't hand him
or,
a
like,
phone. I handed him
there's the QR
a
code
card
thing,
with a
right?
QR code on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like,
And he
ooh.
uses his work phone or his personal phone
Yeah.
or whatever to scan it
Down goes
immediately
the
and be like,
servers,
oh, you
yeah.
shouldn't do that.
I shouldn't have made that video about like stealing developer information to print items and also told that QR story at the same time. But hey, that's how I did it.
One of these things is not like the other.
I think I met a slow-mo guy as well.
Yeah, the Wiggles wouldn't have done that, just saying.
What? Siphoned information.
Well,
I don't know, they might have.
no, that purple one's definitely laundering money.
Oh yeah. I think the blue one's the only original one left, I think.
Well, if they're like the Power Rangers, I'm assuming the yellow one is an Asian woman, and then
The other one is a woman now, yeah. Didn't used to be.
That's why
The
you don't like her.
the original yellow one was the one I met. I think he was the original leader person. I don't know.
He's their leader.
The leader.
When they charge into battle, he gets to draw first blood.
Yeah. I don't know what his name was.
I'm still just thinking about the phrasing of "I met a wiggle."
Yeah.
It's such a fun phrase.
But like you knew instantly who I was talking about.
I still picture a giant caterpillar, like from like the one from like Alice in Wonderland, like smoking the mega
hungry
hookah,
caterpillar.
Why?
Oh, not that one.
Because they wiggle.
The Alice in Wonderland was just like hitting the bong in like the mushroom forest. Because they're wiggly.
Yeah, I get you.
I think aren't they called that in Mario? Like one of the caterpillar things is called Wiggles or something.
It's got wiggle in the name, definitely.
Yeah,
Wiggler.
Willy Wiggler.
Yeah. Like little orange dudes, the little red dudes, maybe.
Mario Wiggle enemy.
Yeah, I think it's in like the
it's just
the 34th game. Yeah. You look up Mario Wiggle.
They got
R34,
wigglers in the most current Mario, or the second most current Mario as well. I think.
Yeah.
Like the one where you galaxy possess something or other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super Mario Futanari Galaxy.
Yeah,
it's your favorite game, Jim.
Yeah, Katamari Futanari Mario Galaxy.
How much does it cost? I have a friend who just bought a Switch too, and I was looking at those goddamn games, and they're like $90 each.
Yep.
And that's just absurd.
Technically, it's inflation. Like, it probably checks out, but I don't like it.
Does it, though?
Yeah.
Because their profits aren't scaling linearly.
Right, sure.
Fuck
the Nintendo,
10-15 year period where they didn't increase the prices, like, I could be very charitable and say that this has been a long time overdue, but I also don't like spending more money.
If they allow backporting, then fine.
Uh-huh.
If they don't allow backporting, they could eat my ass.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, if they make it some sort of like, oh, you have to pay $80 to play it
Yep.
on this console,
If
and then
they
you have to pay
kept it
$80 to play it
I
on
being
this
physical
think
console.
they
media.
mentioned that. I think they mentioned that getting a port forwarded copy of an old Switch game had a fee to it. Like if you have Mario Party whatever on Switch 1, getting the Switch 2, if you want to just like use it on the Switch 2, it costs an amount of money to like get a compatible version of that.
Them going all
Yeah, I don't like
digital
that.
and not physical is also shit.
I do like so he bought the Switch 2 for like $600, seven whatever it was, right?
Hmm.
And then like part of the selling point was it came with the free year of Switch Online, which I thought was so funny because that's like $15, and it's like,
$9.
oh, nice. Really, here's a Ferrari, and you get a free air freshener. It's like cool. Yeah, I don't. I just, to be fair, this day and age, not just because of Path, but if I hear something's a sequel to something, I'm immediately leery of its quality, just because there's
Same.
way more examples of sequels being absolute cash grab dog shit than there are of them being like the next best thing in
Yeah.
that thing. And historically, it almost always pans out that way.
There
You
was
know,
I can only think of a few examples where a sequel was a huge W. The joke that we like to do is
not many.
Risk
Yeah.
of Rain was a 2D
Mhm.
game,
Yeah.
and Risk of Rain 2 is a 3D game, and now Risk of Rain 3 is going to be a 4D game.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it just is not common. Helldivers 2 is way different than Helldivers 1. Helldivers 1 was like a top-down RTS or something, you know.
They were cooking for like 8 years on that one,
Yeah.
Battlefield 2
developing
was
on
pretty
They're
good.
like
an extinct game engine.
Team Fortress 2. That's a big one, you know, Half-Life 2. Like anything in the orange box seemingly all the 2s were great.
Portal.
But like
Yeah, that's why there isn't a
Portal 2,
3
yeah, that's
of any of them.
exactly. Because they know, all right, we pushed our luck, we got a 2 out and it was somehow great. The 3 is never going to hit, you know. Yeah, it's just
Hmm.
like not common. It really isn't.
Well, it's like
Overwatch 2 was like one of the biggest cash grabs in my lifetime.
Overwatch 2 was like
it's maddening
indefensible.
because they
In
promised
retrospect,
so much, right?
indefensible.
I
And it's
paid
like,
money
oh, we
for
have a
that
whole
game.
PvE section,
Oh.
and then it's just none of it was added, and the game's strictly worse. It's like, cool, okay.
The only time I ever play it now is I have a friend who really, really, really liked DPS Doomfist.
Yeah.
And so when they run the throwback modes where you can play previous versions of Overwatch, I reinstall the game to play that with him, and then when that mode is over, I uninstall it.
It's literally like how when they added Earth to League of Legends, and it's just like, oh
Uh,
yeah, League is shit, but I come to play when there's that no CDR, everyone's ulting game mode, and it feels
and
like we're
that's
playing
why
real
they
League
only
again.
run it seasonally. Like they came out and said
Yeah.
like we don't want people to burn out on Earth. Like
Well,
having
no,
it
Right.
be
PoE
That
seasonal
logic.
is
excuse
just the
makes
right
sense
approach.
if you know, maybe make your game better, but like it's just if everyone's only playing for that, it's just a bummer.
Today, James?
Thanks, Nana.
Yeah, I guess maybe. No, I'm okay. I've been eating these things.
Tell her you love her.
But I can cook you something.
No, I've been eating these, so I'm no longer hungry.
Why aren't you nice to her, Jim?
Yep.
All right then.
I'll give you a hug though.
She's gonna fucking haunt you. Thank you.
Just got a little present for Casey. That
Ah.
just come.
He's a drain on society.
How long do you reckon?
I don't know. But
I love that you
He's
wait
got-
for him to take off the headset.
He's got no respect.
He's
To be
giving
fair,
her a hug.
I can't even see anything because his fucking camera doesn't work for me. Just says error 502 or whatever.
No, he just got up from his chair, took off his headset, and now he's off camera, presumably hugging like he said he would.
Yeah, or strangling. Who knows?
I can vaguely hear.
Yeah. Hey, gurgling in
Times
the
of life.
background.
Signs of life.
Well, the error message changed. What does it say now? 2013. I'm gaining numbers in my error messages.
Because I want to plant my peas. So
She wants to plant her trees.
here's
She gardening?
money. We trying to save up to buy this skateboard. So
It feels like borderline spying now.
thing to do.
Yeah, we're just trying to overhear a conversation.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna turn his mic up actually.
Too late.
God.
How's it going?
Good, we're trying to listen to what she was saying.
She's gonna hire my nephew to plant some peas because he's saving up for a
Oh,
skateboard.
peas. I said trees. I thought.
Ah.
Snow peas, yeah.
Nice.
And the skateboard that he wants to buy is an electric scooter that's like $500 that goes like
Okay.
Fucking 30 miles an hour or whatever.
It's got a lithium neutron battery.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
gonna blow up one
Yep,
day.
literally.
And toast
So,
his ankles.
It's
Yeah.
a terrible idea, but hey, it's his money if he wants to. He's like 10.
It talked about banning those things in the city actually,
Well,
because they're
yeah.
just
People
small
don't follow
bombs
traffic
flying
laws.
around.
We
Well,
live
that
on
too,
like
yeah.
some property, so I assume he would just bring it out here to drive. He doesn't have
Everyone
a yard.
lives on some property, Jim.
Yeah, but like, there's grass and stuff. He should be able to get some distance before he crashes.
Classic skateboard turf of grass.
No,
That's my
she
favorite.
said skateboard. It's a proper like electric scooter. She just doesn't know what he wants to buy.
Oh. Well, educate her.
Oh, I will later.
Yeah, teach your Nana to play what's that game? Trackmania. Make a video of her playing Trackmania.
Why?
I thought you were saying teach Nano to play Path of Exile, and I'm like, that's a
No,
long
I don't want
stream.
that's
That's
can
a
do
just
long
either.
mean.
stream.
I wouldn't recommend Path to anybody I know. It's a curse I bear, but go teach your grandma to play Trackmania.
Yeah, I was on the phone with like, someone who's like working for a company that I have like, I'm a customer. I'm
Mhm.
talking to this person who's an employee, and we started talking about video games, and they're like, "Oh, what video games do I play?" And they're like, "Oh, I'll have to check that one out." And I'm like, "It's a little hard to
Don't.
get into," is what I said. I'm like, I didn't say any more than that.
Playing
And
Path.
they were like, "Oh,
is,
what kind of game is it?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's a bit like Diablo." And they're like, "I don't know what Diablo is." And I'm like, "Oh, now definitely they would not enjoy it."
Yeah, it's playing Path is like being in love with somebody who just doesn't love you back. I mean,
Oh,
it's you're never gonna get what you want.
I think my
They're
sister.
never gonna give you respect. Never
someone
gonna
at-
treat you right.
Someone at my sister's employment plays Path of Exile as well. So every now and then she passes a message to me from him, and then I pass the message back, and then we talk about each other's builds. It's so fucking...
It's just gonna be a small note that says "Lightning Strike is fucking shit now."
It was like, "Are you having any luck in Pee-wee 2?" And then I'm like, "No, I fucking hate it." And he's like, "Me too." And it's like it takes like 2 weeks for the communications to go back and forth.
yes, trauma bonding. That's
Yeah.
good. Let the hate flow through you, Jim.
And she has no fucking idea what we're saying. It's the best part. And she doesn't write it down, so it's just like a game of like whispers as well.
Yeah.
Which
It's
yeah, I used the correct terminology. Telephone, I
Get
guess.
some. Is it called Game of Whispers in Australia?
No. It has the usual I'm assuming it has the same connotations. Like, what do you call it typically?
Well, telephone. Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Oh no.
A
I
game
couldn't
of
tell if Game
telephone.
of Whispers wasn't referred to as
It
what
has
you're doing, but a specific title. That you
it
have.
has a prefix to whispers, but it is racially connotational, so I'm not going to say it.
Is it literally just the N word? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, it's not. It's not that bad, but it's.
Okay, all right.
I just didn't want to bother because after I learned like half the
You
words
can
for
type it in the
Wii.
chat. Just type the first letter. I'll make an inference from it.
Okay, but you're not going to guess it based on the first letter.
he's gonna guess some other slur.
Please don't.
C.
Please don't say anything.
Well, my
out
first,
loud.
if you type C, I could say the word Chinese, and that's not racist.
Correct.
But in the
among them.
connotation of what you're, so that is what it is.
No, correct. That's not racist. Sorry, but also
Oh,
yes,
okay.
that is what it is.
Oh, okay. So I am right. All right.
To
Yeah, no,
imply
I don't
like
think saying Chinese whispers is good. No,
yeah, no, I mean
you're implying that somehow they're conniving. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's like we have in the U.S. the phrase Indian giving or Mexican standoff are also very similar. That they're derived in really just hate and ignorance. But
it's once I learned
hard.
my I just knew Australian words for things, and then I learned that all the Australian words for things are just
To be fair,
racially like
almost
yeah,
every single phrase or thing like that
yeah.
are just all steeped in an ism in some way.
Yep. That word is used to describe a slingshot, which I guess technically I don't know. In my brain I'm like, yeah, that makes sense because that's what we've always called them.
I'll
but
say it
it's
because
also-
you're typing it because no
No,
one else knows
no,
what
don't
you're
say it. It's
typing.
okay. Please don't. I don't-
That's not inappropriate.
I
That's
know
just
it's
a
not,
place.
but in the
That is
context
the
of
name of
like
a city.
sure, it's
no, that doesn't mean
contextually
what
it's
you're
like
saying doesn't
trying to
make
present an image.
catapult.
Huh?
Did you say catapult? Am I
No,
going
like
crazy?
a handheld slingshot. Like a
Yeah, so a
sling-
slingshot. A slingshot is handheld.
Yeah. Wait, what are you talking about? Catapult?
Well, no, because
He
that's
thought that you
that's
said
what.
catapult.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
good.
you're saying slingshot, right?
Yeah, slingshot.
Yeah, but saying
It's
that word plus slingshot means nothing to us.
I mean,
Okay.
it might.
Don't worry
I
about
don't
it.
think it does. I'm pretty
It
well
might have
versed
a bad connotation, but in
in this
Australia.
history topic.
No, it's like
I've looked up a lot of things.
it's just
When I
like a
started-
lot
when I
of
made when I had to make the bot in our server, we had to basically look up a directory of slurs to figure out how to fill it out, and it is way more complicated than you can imagine. And that one I've never heard before, but
I
Jim
just
knows it.
mean
And that's interesting.
that single word being the word to describe a slingshot. So we don't say a slingshot. We just say
If
get
you
one of them.
say any object and then just say a random race, religion, or culture in front of it, it always sounds negative, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just didn't know that. I thought that's what they were called.
Well, that's the formula for hate speech, Jim.
Yeah, I know. It was taught to me
You're
as a
describing
child,
the
and I
algorithm.
discovered later on that that's not what that's called because it's
If you
used
just-
like a
you
negative
say
connotation.
any people or place, and then
Yeah.
say any act, it is now offensive.
It is. But yeah, they're all like Taiwanese, Chinese, slurry, Australia. That's our fucking culture.
Australia's proximity to Asia's not that close, but you're close to Thailand,
We're
right?
like in Pacific
They're
area.
trade
Yeah.
partners.
They are
Yeah.
our biggest trade partners, and I don't know why it's like, well, whatever. Thailand's pretty close. Papua New Guinea's pretty close
But
too.
what Indonesia also or no?
Not
So
really.
Some people from New Zealand speak Tagalog, which I think is the
Singapore's
Indonesian language.
probably pretty close. So yeah.
What do they
Singapore,
speak in
China.
Singapore? Is it Mandarin Cantonese or
I don't know. I've never been.
I'm not even from Singapore, I don't think.
I've been to Thailand.
I know people from Macau. That's like a gambling nation. It's like the Vegas of Asia.
It's
It's
way
like
bigger.
even more Vegas than Vegas is.
Yeah, high roller only Vegas. It's Vegas with all the slot machines and
I love-
airports and in and out
I love
burgers.
the story that they tell about, so like, a high roller rolls in, limo to the hotel. Here's the casino, like they escort him the whole way there. He's playing at a high roller table. He leaves and then he calls up like, "Hey, I lost like $20 million at the casino." And they're like, "There's no casino there. That was a hotel room floor that they
Mhm.
bought out, they rented out the whole floor. They made a fake casino, played with fake money, took his real money, and got away for like $25 million or something." It's
Well,
absolutely
quite an
crazy.
experience. That's the story you pay for, I guess.
Yeah, $20 million story.
Yeah. If you're losing 20 mil and just making a phone call, I feel like you're probably okay.
Well, it's like
If I lost 20 mil, my first question would be, how the hell did I get this money?
they give you like if you lose that much money at a casino, they give you like royalty shit so that you keep coming back.
Yeah.
Like they'll give you cash back and stuff. So he probably called being like, "I lost 20 million. Where's my free like sweet and drinks?" And they're like, "What do you mean?"
Who are you and how'd you get here?
Yeah. I think I remember hearing about that story as well, and it was only like ever told by like because there's no proof of it happening because it was in a hotel room and they don't put cameras in the hotel room. They're like, we don't have any evidence of who did it because all the cameras are in the actual casino, like where the actual casino is, and not like up in the hotel rooms.
You guys ever
Yeah,
been
so
to
there
Vegas?
was there was basically no surveillance. They got away. No one was ever caught.
Mm-hmm. No, I've never
I
been
flew
to
into
America.
Vegas. And then I left Vegas quickly.
Yeah, I've been technically in Beijing for an hour, but I never left the airport.
Oh, why?
I lost
why?
my passport in Beijing in the airport.
You
Thankfully,
became an alien.
yeah, I was like, oh fuck, I am totally screwed. But thankfully, it showed up at like the gate. Someone dropped it off because I had my ticket in.
I technically spent a summer in Reno, which is really close to Vegas. Except I spent the majority of time in like the Mojave Desert rather than
Prison.
in a casino.
Yeah.
I literally
okay.
played Fallout New Vegas while in the Mojave Desert.
Did you get to meet the Reno Sheriff's Department?
I did not.
Unfortunate.
I get that
Could have met
reference.
the real Reno 911 people. That would have been great. Lieutenant Dangle could have been there.
There's we like to joke that we are cursed in that wherever we travel, it always rains when we get there. And so we traveled to the Mojave Desert. And the day that we got there, there was a historic storm with
What
like
the hell?
multiple years of rainfall.
You should just visit
And
places
that
that have
just
droughts.
reinforced. Yeah, that's what people are saying. You should go somewhere where there's droughts. Please come to California.
Do you ever
And I
see
was
the
like,
thing
this
about
only reinforces belief in the curse.
the people who travel to like areas right after they had like a terrorist attack because it's like
Cheap?
incredibly cheap?
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I heard about that. It's like,
There
oh
was
yeah, there was
a
a terrorist
Vice did a
attack there.
story
The
on a
flights will
guy
be cheap.
who's like he does it habitually. He was like, yeah, every time there was a bus bomb and they flew there for $5 and no one else was even on the plane. He just kept going through this. And he's like, yeah, no one double dips on terrorist attacks. You know, there's no echo strike. It's just like it's just you're
There was
one
a
and done.
guy, some company at some point, like in the 80s, offered like a free, like an unlimited flights ticket for like 100 grand. They're like,
Yeah.
lifetime, this ticket will take you on any flight anywhere with our company forever. And he bought it and just kept going on flights way past $100,000 of value. He just, like he spent the rest of his life flying on planes.
I think they eventually took his
Checks
ticket
out.
away when he
Yeah,
tried
they
to sue.
eventually voided it.
I know about another one that got patched. Life hacks, right? Flight hacks.
Yeah, life hacks that have
Like
been patched.
the ones where there's like a layover and it is cheaper to buy a ticket that is a layover somewhere and just never get on the next connecting flight than it is to buy a flight straight there. And the guy who figured that out went on like so many different tours and stuff of like he'll buy like a plane ticket that's like a 48-hour trip, but his actual destination is just the first layover and he just gets off and has a vacation there. And he gets like all these different like he built like a website for it, but as soon as he started like selling like I can give you a flight
they were
anywhere
onto
for like
him.
600
Yeah.
bucks. They instantly like fixed all that shit.
Shut it down.
Ugh.
Someone's exploiting the system. Shut it down, lads.
Yeah.
It's true.
No one
People are
exploits
fucking
except
people
us.
are us.
Yeah.
That's
That's So
Classic.
Capitalism.
we went to a casino in New Zealand.
Oh.
Or yeah.
That's
in
New
Auckland.
Zealand.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so the conversation came up of like, the house always wins, exploits, stuff like that. And the reason that there's a betting limit on like blackjack tables, like you can only bet up to like $5,000 at this blackjack table, is because there's an algorithm where if you have billions of dollars, you're basically like guaranteed a huge payout if you can just keep
Yeah.
doubling your bet.
Yeah.
It's every time you lose, you double your next bet. And so with a very large amount of money, you can eventually beat the house.
I did play an
Saying
MMO
is,
that
yeah,
had that.
double and give it to the next person is an actual strategy.
There was an MMO-ish kind of game, kind of like Melvor, like an idle game, but it had like a little casino thing built into it.
I have to get pissed.
Like Melvor's the closest example, but not that. And it had like a casino built in, and it had high scores for money, but there was no house edge built in, and there was double or nothing games, and I'm like, this is it. It's literally the perfect breeding ground for this. Until I lost 26 times in a row and wiped out my entire like months that I had spent making all this money in this game, just gone. And I'm like, there's no way I could and then all of it. So you need infinite money to make literally nothing, because when you finally you finally win after your 30 loss streak, you've made $5 and you were gambling billions. Like I went into like Wolfram Alpha and I was trying to figure out the perfect amount of money that I could bet where I would have like a buffer of losses that statistically would be unlikely, but also could make me the most amount of money with how much wealth I had, which was something like $100,000 bets starting and then doubling up from there, and I just lost everything. But it was fun while it lasted. I got like probably 80th place on the value leaderboards, but
To join our earlier statement of don't do illegal drugs.
Don't gamble.
Don't gamble.
Yeah.
We
I
don't
gambled.
condone gambling.
Let me see. Don't gamble, but let's talk about all our best winnings.
Learn from Jim's mistakes.
I gave Yosis money at a casino because Yosis was like, "Don't gamble, kids," and I'm not gonna. And I'm like, "But what if I grease these wheels and give you this money to gamble with?" And then he went so statistic on everything.
Yeah, so like people on my Path of Exile streams, they like to have the streamer gamble. So they'll like give me the stuff and then I gamble for them, and it's more entertaining that way. I will say more people have lost the gamble than have won the gamble, even when I do it. And yeah, so we're at this game in the casino where it's spin the wheel and you bet a certain amount, and Jim's like, well, you can bet using my chips. And then I'm like, okay, so now I have a responsibility
To do it
to
as
play with perfect
best as I
strategy.
can. Yeah.
So I know that gambling rates are codified in law. So like this wheel is standardized and you can like look up the odds. And then
They had little
so I was like, okay,
pamphlets of all
well,
the odds and whatnot
I'm
as well.
I'm gonna do the thing that has the statistically highest chance of not losing all of the money, and there's that move that I played. There is a rule specifically against it. You cannot bet the lowest tier and the lowest denomination amount because I guess it's a waste of everyone's time. So I was like, okay, I just have to go the next one up, and I won like $10 on that bet, and so now I have a lifetime positive gambling record.
And the
I'm like
guy,
$10 up.
I did like maybe 3 bets, and it was a giant wheel and a giant guy spinning the giant wheel, and he was like talking back and forth. We did it like maybe 4 bets total, and then there was someone else at the casino gambling, and we went and found him, and we're like, hey, we want to go, and he was like playing multiple hands in blackjack. And it was like, you're gonna lose all your money if we don't get you out of here. And we finally left, and like 5 hours had passed. Like we had just entered. Like the amount of time that flies by with no windows and no clocks and all the lights in the world is terrifying. I can see how people lose all their money. Like, holy shit. Like, it felt like we'd been in there 20 minutes. Which is crazy.
Literally every aspect of a casino is designed to take your money.
Oh, yeah.
They've perfected it over decades.
But we came out winners. We were talking about
Yeah,
our gambling, right?
I have there's a concept of quitting while you're ahead. I quit while I was ahead, and I'm going to continue to have quit.
The most amount of money I've ever won at a casino is when I was playing at a crowded roulette table, and they don't let you place another bet until everyone's taken all their previous bets off the table. And I had first started playing there, just me and like 3 other people, but then this drunk rich guy showed up, and everyone in the casino was following him. So then it suddenly went to like 20 people at this one table, and he had placed a massive bet, and he argued when he put shit everywhere, and if he won some stuff, and I put some stuff down and won some stuff. But he was arguing with the dealer, which he shouldn't fucking do because the security were getting super pissy at him. And when he went to collect his winnings, his giant pile that they had stacked up next to it, he knocked that over. And the most amount I've ever won from a casino is when the rich, ignorant, drunk man that got thrown out accidentally left some of his money on the table, and everyone else already picked up their winnings. And I'm like, everyone's like, the dealer's like looking around trying to figure out who hasn't grabbed their money yet. And I'm like the only one left. And I'm like, oh, that's mine. And I grab it. I'm like, oh, I got an extra $40 that was physically impossible for me to get based on my bet. So I don't know. I guess he just left some. So I technically stole. And now I'm getting it off my chest. But no, I know. Yeah.
It was like $40, and that was the guy getting escorted out by
Yep.
security. So
Mhm. No
not
one claimed it. If I had left it there,
particularly
it would have
illegal.
only been more of a like. They'd be sitting
someone
there
would have
like,
been
where
like,
did
"Where did
this?
this
Yeah,
$40
and
come
then the
from?"
dealer's not allowed to touch it, and then it's just stalemate. Oh, casinos are weird. Because I almost didn't get let in as well because I washed my hair beforehand and got it all in my eyes. So when I was trying to get through security, I'm just like wearing this with just red eyes. Like I've been. Yeah. Anyway, I had to peddle my story.
I keep repeating this without bothering to check if it's been substantiated. While we were there at the casino, someone told me that Baylor is globally banned from blackjack
Yeah, that's true.
for card counting.
Mhm.
So
I don't even
you're
know if
probably the one that
that's
told me.
possible.
I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
bothered to ask him.
No, yeah,
I feel like I should
he
ask
told
him
me, and I
next
told
week.
you.
How could you be globally banned?
They have all the same
So,
systems they subscribe to.
Every
like
casino talks to each other. If someone is gaming a casino, that casino will tell every other casino, don't let this person play blackjack.
you're allowed into the casino, but if you take a step towards
Yeah.
anything to do with card counting, they will tell you to fuck off and kick you out. Like you can gamble on the slots perfectly fine, but if you make even like a motion towards the blackjack table, they will be on you like that. I'm like, we should really go get where's Balor? We should get him in here, and I want to witness it. But
Because card counting is not illegal, but they are allowed to bar you from blackjack for card counting.
yeah, casinos are entertainment, right? Not just a ploy to get all our money.
Mhm.
I think there's a casino here that went out of business. I don't know how. They ended up selling it. Oh, just idiots.
Nana robbed them blind.
I don't think Nana's much of a gambler. Her sister, on the other hand, holy shit. She would she played Deal or No Deal every time that was on, and she consistently won. And I have no idea how.
Mm.
She was above the odds. And she's like, if I ever get on this show, I've got my system. But she never got on, so.
Ah,
Yeah.
the next life.
Yeah, rest in peace. Oof.
Shouts out to
Yeah.
Step Nana.
Yeah. She was a gambler as well, though. I think she won like 10 grand. She'd consistently just be going to casinos and bringing back money. But I don't know if it was you only saw the winnings, you know?
Interesting. Yeah, it could be that you only saw the winnings, or it could be that there was some shenanigans going on.
Yeah, she was pretty good at it. Or she just really liked gambling. There was this other person who showed up in our life once, tried to marry one of my uncles. She was really good at gambling too. She was from Vegas. She was from America. She had a thick American accent. That's how I got to practice my American accent, which I'm not going to repeat. And then as soon as
you gotta try once at least.
she was in a bit of debt, and as soon as she got the engagement ring, she pawned it and then flew back to America.
Nice.
Yep, classic.
Yep.
The old 1-2
Classic
shuffle.
behavior.
Yeah, it was like we knew her for like 4 months, and she's like, "Yep, this is the biggest cash I'm gonna get." Booked it. Like, holy shit!
But what a 4 months it was.
Yeah, I mean, we played like fake poker with fake chips, and she just destroyed us consistently. I'm like, this is terrifying, but like, no chill at all.
Mm.
And we were like children, so like we try to deal, and she's like, "That's not how they do it in Vegas. You don't deal like that." And she's like doing the proper deals and shit. I'm like, what the fuck,
Bitch
lady?
slaps you across
Yeah,
the table.
literally.
Oh, if she was dealing, there's so many cheating techniques when you're the dealer.
Yeah, maybe that's how we always lost. It probably makes more sense. Sorry, I cut you off, Yosis.
There's a great quote. If you want to leave a casino with a small fortune, bring a large one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how
Dalai Lama said that.
That's how I made like 10 grand trading stocks. So I started with 50.
Mm-hmm. The last you ever saw of Slippery Jim. He slipped off into the sunset.
I think I technically, yeah, I really messed up recently. Well, like a year ago, a year and a half ago, it was like the worst year of my life. But now I have so much loss, I guess, that I'm good for the next 7 to 10 years. Like, no matter how much.
So back, baby.
No, like no matter how much I make, I can't possibly ever pay taxes because I have so much loss to carry forward. So that's how you think of it in the positive side, right? Yeah.
We're so back, baby.
So yeah. Ugh. But I don't make enough for that to be like even a good thing. So in 10 years it'll just default out and then I'll be back to square one. Oh well.
Back to squirt one. Poor Jimothy. In shambles.
Yeah, give me all the money. Donate. Whatever. I don't know. No one's getting this far. 3
like and subscribe.
10 people are getting this far.
Are we at 6 hours now?
I don't know.
Almost?
4, 5.
We started
5 and
at
a half. Oh no.
Yeah, we're at like 5.5.
We ran out of like content 2 hours in. Oh, like half of that wasn't even PoE.
Talk about anecdotes.
Nothing wrong with that. I suppose I should end it. I will end it in a minute. Anyone have anything else to say? Not my life, the podcast, the episode. I will stop recording. Lighty's face was like, Jesus.
Like, Jim, no.
What are your
relatively soon?
Got any plans?
Slightly after the league start. Cardia Darkhill, the guy that I was talking about earlier, he wanted to start doing an occasional podcast, so it's going to be me, Cardia Darkhill, Baylor, and Octavian.
Oh shit!
And he's hoping to eventually have other different GGG employees, because like the way that he got Octavian was like directly contacting the GGG community team. So there may be more from that. But yeah, it's going to be after the league launch. Because Octavian will be busy during the league launch. Who would have thought?
Understandable.
And so we're like preparing questions beforehand, right? So I'm like thinking of questions that have to do with the current patch notes, but it'll be after league starts, so it'll be after all of those questions are answered. So I have to think of different questions.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so that'll be in like a week, maybe two.
Nice.
So send Yosis questions if anyone has any. Yep.
Any
Any
questions to @Yosis_.
gmail.com.
Yep.
You
That's
doing
his
anything
exact URL.
Lighty in the league event? Right.
It's not my real email address, by
Well,
the way, just in case.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Sure.
be playing Path for 12 to 14 hours a day for the next 4 months.
Any goals aside from obtaining every unique?
Do every piece of content the game has to offer
Hell yeah.
1,000 times over. We just had our podcast yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
with myself, Manny and Leggy and Easy, and we'll be doing one of those every month. I think we're loosely agreeing to. So ideally, it'd be like as a league starting, and then a month into a league, and then the next one should be the Path 2/1 and alternating.
Go subscribe
yeah.
to it on Lighty, the +1 podcast. I definitely wasn't listening to it while I was waiting for Yosis to wake up this morning
Oh,
or
there you
whatever,
go.
or this afternoon.
Yeah, I think Manny and Leg are doing some sort of practice events, probably leading up, but they're like practice 10 characters, and like how to route and level and all that stuff.
Try hard
I don't
stuff.
even do that.
Yeah, no.
I don't like practicing to have fun. I just like to have fun,
And me, Slippery Jim, I have 7 different Spectre builds that I want to try, and
Oh, wow.
my latest brain dead idea is to just steal people's moneymakers that they say are good and actually test them, because people run 20 maps and then give you the div per hour, and I think that's bullshit. So I'll do that, but like better. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm stealing other people's content. I'm gonna turn it off now. Yay. See ya. Goodbye, etc.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye. Bye bye.